So should to Calypso and Steel
coming to you.
This is Caribbean Vibes.
Subjects.
We going non-stop.
A Caribbean connection, a regional vibration.
I say we jamming to the songs of the Caribbean. We grooving to Calypso and Steel Band.
Yes, good morning. And welcome again to Gem FM Radio. I'm your host, the Sheriff. Yes, truly, John Callis and Gem FM. Caribbean Connections. We're talking Caribbean, talking Grenada, talking America. This morning on Caribbean Connections. Yes?
As our people
Father, hear my prayer, a prayer for my country. I want to say a prayer to the Lord for my nation. I want to say a prayer for all them politicians. I want to beg the Master to brighten their vision. Give them the inspiration to look beyond the horizon. Too long we living in bitterness and hate. Now the time is right for us to renew our faith. I'm sick and tired of all the confusion. The bickering been going on much too long. So as we move to the new century, Father, hear my plea. Hey, Father, I pray for the PM to find solution for we problems. Oh Father, I pray for every minister to see eye to eye with each other. Oh Father, I pray for progress, I pray for stability, I pray for happiness, and a whole lot of love in my country. Father, I pray for the police, please inspire them to keep the peace. Oh Father, I pray for the judge and the jury, and those who begging for them mercy. Oh Father, I pray and I pray, I pray and I pray, I pray for the good and the bad man. I pray and I pray, I pray and I pray, I pray for the whole of my nation. Father, hear my prayer, a prayer for my country. Father, pray for my country. Oh, I say a prayer. Living conditions sometimes is so unbearable. It's very hard for the youths to stay out of trouble. Some of them went to school and they graduate with their degree, but they still cannot find nothing to do in this country. That's bad. I'm sure you know that this old saying is true. The devil always have plenty work for those who idle. So they turn to drug, alcohol and recklessness, and creating terror for those who make progress. So before another one die, Father, hear my cry. Hey, Father, I pray for the children, please don't let the devil control them. Oh Father, I pray for the misguided youth man walking wrong with dangerous weapon. Oh Father, I pray for common sense, I pray for tranquility, I pray for intelligence, and a whole lot of peace in my country. Father, I pray for the woman who give herself to prostitution. Oh Father, I pray for the lovely young lady who raising her child without daddy. Oh Father, I pray and I pray, I pray and I pray.
As a young lad, I love to roam. Many years I spent from my home, going places I don't know where. Carefree, bold, without any fear. One night I dreamt about my hometown and all those beautiful things around, beckoning me to come on home to my island in the sun, full of spices and cool water, bright sunshine, silvery drops falling gently. I must go back, I must go back. My little island is calling me. the valley, so fresh and green. Children play, what a beautiful scene. As a mom and dad, my neighbors, brother and sister, you know, I feel so lonely, but I don't want them to know this, right? When I think of the happiness, peace and love that still exists, then I knew I must return to my island in the sun, heavenly blessed with cool waters, bright sunshine, smiling faces, oh so happy. I must go back, I must go back, my little island is called. Cool waters, bright sunshine, silvery drops falling gently. I must go back, I must go back, my little island is
If you give respect, you will get respect. If you play with fire, you will get one also. Instead that George will go and fight Saddam for oil, he should come here in Grenada, like he said, and take over. You see, we have a set of Satan zombie going around pretending they love we, robbing the poor in high society. Politicians don't hear leading the crew. They don't care about me, they don't care about you. And right now, they so-called friend doing it too. But yesterday I went to clear my van. When I hear the price from the custom, I know that little black man is Satan. Just next door I went to change money. When I see how they rob that old lady, I know that banker man is Satan. When I see that chichi man minister threatening to jail me and the newspaper, I know that girl queen is Satan. Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody, in parliament I see. Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody, in parliament I see. Satan, la-di-do-yi, li-di-da-yi, good God, la-di-do-yi. Satan don't get that qualify, and they're very good to telling like, believe me, some had to identify. In the ministry, some of them walking, only sabotage in them union. Leader is Satan King. Some of them they hiding behind the law, some of them they posing as big lawyer, Grenada, have too much Satan monster. Cause yesterday I went to clear my van. When I hear the price from the custom, I know that little black man is Satan. Just next door I went to change money. When I see how they rob that old lady, I know that banker man is Satan. When I see how that ballet sent to me innocently, my friends try to jail me, I know that wicked man is Satan. Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody, in parliament I see. Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody, in parliament I see. Satan, la-di-do-yi, li-di-da-yi, good God, la-di-do-yi, li-di-da-yi. Satan too, they in the art from the oh my God, let me teach this color. Granny Satan brother, everything they touch it keep vanishing. Calypsonian money 5 years missing, and right now sad one to they start tipping.
Yeah, that's the man, African teller. From yesteryear, the man himself.
Because time I know that little black man is Satan. Just next door I went to change money. When I see how they rob that old lady, I know that banker is Satan. When I see his pen big Calypsonian going wrong with squad beating poor man, I know that policeman is Satan. Satan running the country, Satan Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody. In parliament do I see Satan running the country. Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody. In parliament do I see Satan. Lord, leading I, good God. Lord, leading I. Them angels Satan reaping everything to the country with money they shipping daily, and that is a real great thing. Even my sisters they underpaying, some of them to them Syrian raping, and about that we Satan government doing nothing. Them Satan well bad, they don't make him joke. All that and can they sell me passport, even me. Them Satan try to cut my throat. But yesterday I went to pay my van. When I hear the price from the custom, I know that little black man is Satan. Just next door I went to change money. When I see her they rob that old lady, I know that banker man is Satan. When I see your grenade and suffering, only thief and night and bullet pushing, I must say all of them man is Satan. Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody. In parliament do I see Satan running the country, Satan in the treasury, they robbing everybody. In parliament.
Yes, Man African Teller on Gem FM.
Look at how we grown up.
This is the 50th anniversary, Jubilee anniversary. This song is in dedication to that. As we get ready to have Delbert coming on, my co-host today, Gradients, All Young Fest in the park. Lawrence and Caledonia today. We're moving up.
Going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 going higher, going higher, as we aspire.
Yes, good morning, Peter.
Bang, bang, bang. It's only up from it. Take time to reminisce on the richness of our history from the beginning, from the people who came through sugar and change, emancipation, the revolution. We are
More than the speck upon the globe, more than the ice cream and gold, much more than the map, more than the globe. Tell the world we are Grenadians.
Three islands united as one, blessed with the strength to carry on. We're more than just that island in the sun. Tell the world we are Grenadians.
Higher, 50 years we blessed with force and fire. Oh, you mean? We going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Inspire, build advances, one people together. Later, going up, going up, going up, 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 going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Really and truly, can't find the words to describe what my country means to me. So much things we take for granted, but so much things they give to me.
Peace and tranquility, family, community. No matter where we go in the world, let's know that home is where my heart is.
50 years, as we strive for 50 more, as we strive to reach the goal, like you only bring the goal.
Growing up, I could see the vision clear. Sing it out and let the people hear.
Look at how we've gone and how far we've come.
50 years we strong and more to come, more to come, more to come. It's only up from here. It's only up, we're going higher. 50 years we're blessed with fortune fire. Still reaching for more.
Yeah.
One of my favorite publications is a small weekly called simply.
All right, folks. This is Gem FM again. We're here this morning, and we got a lot of things to talk about. That's including the resignation of several senators and the appointed by the opposition leader. And there's one from the NDC who also resigned. But the mass migration of senators and the opposition side speaks a lot to what is happening in the NNP camp. One of the things I always say here on Jim FM, we try to keep it really honest, all right, and keeping a balance as to what is really transpiring in the political arena. So don't get too disappointed too quick, because recently there was a conversation about election will be called soon, and the opposition leader was trying to muster up some support among his team, his people, making them feel that his election is imminent. Now, yes, the Prime Minister is riding high on the polls. Yes, there is a surge, there's a nuances in people liking what they see happening, and people evaluating from a political point of view. They're giving the Prime Minister some high marks, where the opposition leader is getting some low marks. And the people who are doing those things are not just ordinary people. They're people who have been doing this for years. But what we see happening also is that while the opposition leaders going around and trying to discredit and make, mawet, so to speak, about what happened in Grenada in terms of the disaster and stuff like that, all these little things, right? And we have to be mindful that our country, Grenada, is constantly being in a repair mode. Yes, it always being repaired. And I saw some things, and I don't want to comment on what I saw in a big way of the Pekong or people lashing back at other persons on media, social media, of things that were said, but let us stay focused on what is really happening, and not get involved in a way that to take sides, but have a balanced approach to everything. And I've often said there are certain people who support NDC not because they love NDC, but because they hate the opposition leader. Alright, they despise him, and hence the reason why they support NDC. So they are not literally NDC supporters, as some of them will just fall off and say, well, I ain't supporting them, I ain't winning them, because you're never committed to the organization. So you will just leave, anything happens. Like, you have no interest, there's nothing there for you really. So you feel that I will vote opposition next year. And we keep looking to feed our egos in that sense. But let us be real. Alright? The opposition is in shambles. Right? And I saw an article this week that reads that there was no democracy really in NDC. Actually, the article was accusing the Prime Minister of buying his way into the leadership of the party, right? And I want to say this because sometimes people may think that the Prime Minister did not, and voted in the voting was not a democratic voting process. It was ballot vote process. But let us be real, okay? And there's influence. There's financial influence in the whole thing. Every wave of politics, there is political influence. Yes, money, financial influence at every level of government. That's a given. You can't shy away from that. But what is interesting is that prior to Dixon coming, the NDC always have a depth where you could choose from leaders from, and they still have that today. It's not something lacking. They always have leadership. But I'm gonna be real. If Deacon didn't come on scene, the NDC would not have won in that election. Let us be real. If he was not on board, they might have come close, but they would not have won the election. So let us be real with that. And that being said, he is the Prime Minister of Grenada today, right? And people with influence and financial influence could change the direction or the result of anything that would have money answered everything. And if it means buying you into it to change the direction Grenada is going, so be it. Was it the right thing? I don't know. A lot of politics in the world are framed, are sustained by political and economic influences. Believe it or not, Grenada is not immune to money flowing into political parties. You have in the United States, you have the Kingdom, Australia, everywhere. Money answered everything. And people with business interests will pay the way to ensure that the party that they seize, that have what they want, a party they feel comfortable, they will finance the election. The United States is big on regime changes. So that would nothing surprises me. So let us get with it, get with the program, because if you had stuck with the opposition that is now as a party to rule Grenada, would have been a mess at this time. Okay, so change happen when change have to happen, and this is what happened. The change has happened, and the change is sustainable until the people decide, no, we don't want you anymore. But with outside influences, economically and politically plus financial, they will continue to be who they are and be where they are. Yes, they have problems. Yes, there is party work to be done. Yes, but economically speaking, socially, there is a lot going on. I have a friend that recently came from Grenada. He said, John, Grenada hot. But he loves what he's seeing happening. He loves what he is seeing, what is happening. He loves it. So let me just set this up, because nobody and no government is government for life. Okay, so if the people go to the poll and decide they don't want you to lead them anymore, so is it. That's your democracy. That's what democracy is to you. All for and by the people. But not only when you electing people, but they must have a say in the process. And I think throughout the year, the government have been having town halls and so on, getting the interaction, interacting with people, hearing from them what have to be done. But at the party level, there are a lot of complaints of what have to be done within the party, including the General Secretary. I've received calls that the General Secretary is not doing his work. So that is another issue that has to be addressed. So the people are speaking. So you who are not working, take heed, because if you're not working, Deacon will not be enough to carry the party into the next election. You need more than Deacon to carry it. Yes, he is powerful. Yes, he's working. Yes, he's doing what he's doing. He's raising up in the poll. But you, the people, have to get involved in the process. And I'm talking about from the executive level, not just leave up to Deacon to do everything. You have to take up your part and play your part. Play your position and play it well. Alright? More love, more music, more fun. Right here on Gem FM. Going right back to Grenada 50. Yes? I prefer Grenada? No, not now. We prefer Grenada. Grenada 50. Take it up. Right here on Gem FM.
If we take time and I write down all the things that I love on my island, best believe my list gon' be like 5 miles long. Best believe it's love that makes me sing this song. The cleanest breeze on the waters, friendly people meet in every corner. Togetherness and love is what we stand for. We stand for. We stand for.
Oh, island in the sun, look at how we've grown, how far we've run. 50 years we strong and more to come. More to come. More to come. We're going higher. 50 years we're blessed with forged and fire. Still reaching for more. Going up, 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 up. Going up, 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 up.
From the beginning, from the people who came through sugar and change, emancipation to revolution. We are
more than the speck up on the globe. We are more than the ice cream and gold. We are much more than the map, more than the globe. Tell the world we are Grenadians.
3 islands united as one, blessed with the strength to carry on. We're more than just that island in the sun. Tell the world we are Grenadians.
Going higher. all people together. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up. Going up, going up, going up, 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 up.
Really and truly, can't find the words to describe what my country mean to me. So much things we take for granted, but so much things they give to me.
Peace and tranquility, family, community. No matter how we go in the world, just know that home is where my heart is.
As you strive for 50 more, as you strive to reach your goal, like you already bring the goal.
Growing up, I could see the vision clear. Singing songs to let the people hear.
Look at how we've gone and how far we've come.
50 years we strong and more to come. More to come, more to come. It's only up from here. It's only up. We're going higher. 50 years we're blessed with fortune fire. Still reaching for
Yeah.
One of my favorite publications is a small weekly.
Yes. It's us again, us right back here, Gem FM, and a Saturday morning again, and we're moving up. We're going up. This is Gem FM. I just wanted to continue talking about the senators falling apart and the government. I think one senator, yes, but on the opposition side is mass migration of senators, and the questioning, in my view, the leadership of the NNP. So that is one thing. And apart from that, we have the Carriacou situation. We have the Caribbean concern about inter-Caribbean travel. I saw some people talking about that again, but that's a small thing, right? But I want to move focus this morning on the greater politics and what is happening there with the senators resigning and the Prime Minister of Grenada, the opposition leader of Grenada, talking about getting ready for election soon and stuff like that. I think it's just grandstanding and hoping that people will fall for that. I think when I evaluate the whole thing, it's like a dying horse trying to kick everything in his way, you know what I mean, to make sure that he look powerful and strong. But I think there is a falling out, a falling away, and a disintegration of what's happening within the structure of the NNP. So I'll be joined, and I think I'll be joined by my friend and colleague and Delbert Baptiste, right? Oh yeah, he's here. And so let me go back in my Zoom chat room here. Yes, good morning, Delbert. Welcome. How are you doing?
Good morning from the road.
I'm good. You okay?
Doing good.
You're doing good. And there's a lot to chew on this week. We see the fall away of the senators, appointed senators, by the former Prime Minister of Grenada. So it's happening. So I don't know what to make of that right now. So you're here, and we're looking forward to have a intelligent conversation, as always, on this whole thing, Okay, I think you're very low, so let me boost up your volume. Okay. I'll make some changes here. I think I have to adjust my volume on the outside. So let me see. Yeah, I think go ahead, talk to me here.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you in here, but I want to make sure that I'm hearing you outside now and clear.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me.
I'm getting feedback here.
Yeah, getting feedback? Okay. How about now? Yeah, I want to make sure that you're loud and clear. So I made some adjustments, and I think I'm hearing myself louder and you guys are much lower. So I don't know why.
champ. I'm not hearing you, so I don't know if the audio is gone.
I got the job. Happened to me that.
Well, there's something in us all that wants to drift toward a mom. Where we
All man strive to be happy.
How about now?
Then let's search for luxury. In search of peace and happiness.
Why do what?
Mind wouldn't rest. A constant knock within we soul, demanding respect from the world. We get the urge in different form, but luxury is the norm. Money is very essential, but can't buy peace of mind.
Hey, Jabba, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
I'm not hearing there, but what's going on? Oh my gosh. I don't know why I'm not hearing there, but wow. Hey there, but you okay? You hear me there?
I'm hearing you, but
I'm not hearing you. He's not muted. Oh my goodness. Alright. See what happened on the other side. Yeah. Let me do the speaker. Alright. Are you hearing me now?
I'm hearing you.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Where you hear me from? Wow. Go ahead. Talk to you. Let me hear.
Can you hear me?
So yeah, you hear me from the other speaker. Okay, go ahead. Let me hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Alright, hear you here now. You hear me clearly there?
Yes,
Alright. Alright, so that's fine. Only hear from the outside. So only do monitor from the outside and see what's happening from the outside. Let me check my stuff out here. I don't know why this is happening. This. All right. I like your background. That one look really nice. You look like you're in enchanted forest, you know. You're in an enchanted forest and soaking up all the greenery and the waterfalls and stuff like that. It's a very relaxing place to be. Yeah. I don't know why. Okay. So let's see what happened here and get into the vibes here this morning. it's now 11 o'clock, guys. So I'm hearing you. All right. So now I'm hearing you loud and I hearing you, but I don't know if your loudness is enough for the listeners. All right, go ahead again. Talk to me here. I don't know why this thing doing that this morning.
Yeah, and that back is for full and half. Exactly. And that's perfect. That's how you do it.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear.
And that's another thing, and I always try to make
It's
them
better now.
the door come to me. Let me know when you're feeling pressure. Whenever you're feeling something is too much for you.
Right.
Or this person is, and I may switch up even the task for the day. I mean,
Okay. And we are here and yeah, so that should be fine. Okay, there, but beautiful. All right, folks, again, this is Gem FM. I'm your host, the Sheriff, yours truly, John Callis. And we are here this morning again to talk great and politics. And there's a lot happening, a lot need to be heard, a lot need to be said, and a lot is happening in Grenada, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. So we want to hear from you tonight, this afternoon, as we unfold the day, as we do unfold before us. So yeah, I don't know why either. Okay, so that's on the inside, but not on the outside. Speak of you. Let me hear you. All right, folks, we're just trying to set up this stuff here to make sure that that you guys are hearing on the outside properly and loudly. As far as it is right now, I'm not hearing him on the outside loud enough. So let me see what to go to the advanced microphone.
Done like this. So if that task is not done, I know this person is right now, and I will step in and say, okay, you know what, let me see how I can help you. Right. What else you need? What else can I do today to make your work easy? Some people I say, okay, you know what? Let's create a plan. Prioritize what's important.
Yeah.
If this is not important, don't waste time on that.
As we speak. So Delbert, welcome again. And let me hear, because we talk about that and we saw the writing on the wall a long time. Yes? Mm-hmm. Just a matter of manifestation. And we see the manifestation now of the opposition falling apart from the senators, and we're expecting probably more of that to happen. It's not new. It is happening, and we will just watch the I think we had predicted the house is falling since way back in 1989, right? Wow. And the house fell. They tried to put it back together. It's still falling again. So I mean, you see, what do you make of all of that?
So I don't understand the Prime Minister. Here's a person, right, who is a very learned gentleman. Listen, this man has a PhD in statistics. You know, it's not, you know, it takes real effort. It takes a lot to attain a PhD in statistics, right? From a prestigious university, not a fly-by-night university.
Oh, what? Everything is
and along the way,
you know what,
after so many years in leadership of his party, and so many years in leadership of the country, he seemed to have not learned absolutely nothing about the foundational principles of leadership. And that's why for many years, what I said is that Dr. Mitchell was a manager. He was never a leader.
Yes.
Because every leadership post that I have taken, and I've taken quite a few of them, it's about uplifting people. It's about pulling people together. It's about organizing people around sometimes mutual, sometimes diverse interests.
We got this stuff done.
Mm.
And one of the key principles about leadership is creating and building the team that you have around you, so that at any given point in time, a member of the team can step in. When the large multinational corporations hire a CEO, one of the first things that CEO has to do is he or she has to do what they call.
Then we also have the authority by the force by law. So there are times where
I'm getting a feedback.
Force you to things that nothing the
tape is playing or something.
But unfortunately, this is the law. That is the reality of the job, and this can be like that.
Are you hearing it?
A leader from doing a job very well at times, but then as a leader, you need to know how to navigate with that and how to make that.
There's another conversation going on, John. I can't hear you.
I always say how to dress it up very nice, make it look really pretty, so no one looks.
Okay, it's off now. Yeah, hello?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now. Great.
Yeah. So like I was saying is that when these big multinational corporations hire a CEO, one of the first things the CEO does once he's settled in is that he has to, as part of his responsibility, is to organize a succession plan. He has to identify other key leaders within the organization who he or she is going to have to start to work with to get them ready for to take over, maybe take over departments, maybe take over other executive position, and certainly to take over his or her position. That's a key principle in leadership. And one of the things that Dr. Mitchell failed, not one of the things, the many things that he failed at, that was one of the big things. Because if you look at him along the way, what he always did was take a sort of crony, somebody who he knew was going to be loyal to a fault to him, not to the organization, not to the country, not to the people, not to anything, but to him. And unless that person or persons weren't 100% loyal to him, he did not seek to build them up. And even the people who were loyal to him, what he had a long sort of tradition of doing was getting their hands soiled in XYZ so that he can always use it against them. He can always hold it against them. And I think one of the reasons that he's probably having that problem with Pedro is that Pedro never did that, okay? Because you see people leveling all kind of criticism about Pedro. One thing I know about Pedro is somebody who cares deeply about people, okay? He likes to help. He wants to help. He enjoys seeing somebody who were at this position today and they're a little higher position tomorrow and they keep moving up. And if he can do anything to help that person improve themselves, to help a community get better, he'll do it. And he is very selfless in his in the way he approaches people in terms of his ability to pull people along, to push them up. I tell people, I have never known him not to have his hands sticking out, ready to pull somebody up. And because Dr. Mitchell has not been able to soil him, to get his hands in all the institutional corruption that has plagued Grenada for almost 4 decades, he doesn't ultimately trust him because he doesn't have anything on him. And that's why he's afraid for Pedro to lead the party. So what's happening in the party now is that when you're in power, right? When you're in power, you can pretty much do anything. You control power. You control the access to power. He's not in power right now.
But,
so his weaknesses are beginning to show
up.
Right?
Yes.
I don't personally want to engage in rumors as to why this senator or that senator, because they have not spoken out. There's been a lot of rumors in the Grenadian rumor mill, which we are really good at, unfortunately. So hopefully these people would speak out at some point in time, because I'm looking for our politics to mature, okay? Where we can have genuine discussions about this thing without any kind of repercussions. But the idea that 2 senators would resign within 1 week,
it speaks about
you
that
they, as the old people used to say, water more than flour.
Water is definitely more than flour right now.
Yeah, where you see smoke, there's some fire. I mean, there's just so many. So I said that to a friend of mine this week, and he was very, well, not really upset at me, but he disagreed with me because he's a strong NDC guy, and he is praying for the party to implode. And I said, we have 2 major political parties. If one implodes, it has effect on the psyche of the country. Okay.
Yes.
So I don't want to see NNP implode. Okay. I would hope that that Dr. Mitchell would come to his senses, stop this behind the scenes shenanigan and trying to manipulate his constitution so he can put up roadblocks for one person and create a pathway for another person because he thinks that the person. Listen, if Dr. Mitchell doesn't want Peter to be leader, fine. Don't endorse him.
But not only that,
who you want. But
not
don't
only
put up
that,
any roadblocks saying that all the kind of nonsense that whoever has to run has to have a conservative bent. What does conservatism even mean in Grenada? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. He's just trying to import some kind of political culture that is in essence kind of foreign to us, okay? Because what does conservatism mean? We're in a small, poor country. We're dependent on tourism. We are dependent on a large service industry. We are dependent. The country is dependent on remittances. Until we begin to exploit some of our natural resources in the waters around us, we're going to continue to struggle. So the thing is that if you had confidence in yourself and you believe that the membership of the party trusts your vision and judgment for the future, then you open up the thing. But the fact that you're trying to manipulate it, and it tells you that you lack confidence, that the membership of the party has no more trust in you, they have lost faith in you, and that what you're trying to do now is to string some people along while pushing somebody up a hill that really does not even exist. And that is dangerous, not just for the party, it's dangerous for the democratic process in Grenada. And hopefully this is a man that has never listened to anybody in the last 40 years. So it'd be difficult for him now, because as a leader, one of the things that you must have, there must be a few people around you who could, in essence, call you on your BS. Okay? Say, hey, Delbert, this is what. Okay? Cut it out. Knock it off.
Okay. Well, I think Laurie has stepped in.
Yeah, but
if it's forceful enough, to create a real difference among the party members.
Yeah, so I think that's going to have some effect. But the reality is that these guys and them Larry Jones sat around for decades.
And did
did nothing. This is not the first set. There were so many irregularities in the party and in government that he never spoke up on.
Well, I think right now, given the present construct of the party, and I think they looking to go forward, to move forward with even without Dr. Mitchell, right? And they're looking now. Look, what we can no longer maintain that way of thinking. We have to create a new thinking to move forward. And where we are right now is not in a good place. And let us come together. Let us pull our resources together, and let us trump up something that use the Constitution wisely. Let's use what the Constitution says to do, and let's do that and move forward with the party. Because the Grenada need an opposition party. They need a strong opposition party. At this point, you need strong leadership, right?
Yes.
And not just managers, but leadership that will transform followers into leaders and build upon that and have a strong opposition. I think the whole idea now of Dr. Mitchell trying to manipulate the constitution of the party and try to put other things in place to protect his own interests, because he realized, look, if I call a convention now, there's no chance I'm going to win this. All right?
He will lose hands down.
He will lose. And I think the fear of Peter is what is on his mind. Yeah? The fear of Peter becoming the leader of the party.
I can understand that Dr. Mitchell saying that he wants to remain active. But what he should do is resign as the political leader. The party can designate him a special position as chairman emeritus, or they can designate it whatever position. They can do that.
Yeah, but the opposition leader need to rethink his position right now. I don't think he's doing that. I think he's trying to be playing defense. You know, right now he's playing defense. And he put up any roadblock to not have a convention, to not have a view where people will look at him and say, hey, he was still relevant, right? He wants to remain relevant, but he doesn't have that charisma right now in the party. He doesn't have that support in the party.
But they're models for that. I mean, we follow the British system largely, right? So you have people who have served as prime minister in the British parliamentary system. And the recent example was what's his name? David Cameron, who had been prime minister for almost 6 or 8 years and resigned, and then recently, before the last election, came back and served as foreign minister, foreign secretary. Okay, so they're endless, and they were models of that coming out of Barbados, if I remember, in the mid 70s, where a leader give up the heavy lifting and took a sort of more minority position within the political party structure and within the government. Israel has done that a number of different times. A kind of crazy example, crazy reference to thing, but I know it has happened in Israel many times, where they shift and share leadership and share. So they're models for that. They're models for that. But the bottom line is that Dr. Mitchell has that kind of personality that he wants to be carried feet. The term going.
You want them
first out of the office. He wants this guy who think that that I have to do this until I'm dead. That's the only thing I can do. Okay, so let me do it, and that just reflects a whole failure on his part to understand the whole concept of leadership. And had he been a better leader, Grenada would have been in a much better position.
I think one of the biggest failure is not able to identify a leader and not having to call a convention to as scheduled to, right? People say, well, we don't need to do that. But yeah, if you have a constitutional state, so there's no other reason why you not want to have a convention. The only reason why you're not having a convention is evident that you're fearful that Peter will win the election, right? Yeah. And that's the only reason. I mean, Peter might have his ways, right? And you notice that Peter been very quiet. He sit back and and watching things unfold. He's not being very vocal. At the same time, Dr. Keith is doing all the talking, and MNP is mouthing off as well. She's saying what she have to say, you know. But when you look at the structure of the party right now, it's not cohesive. It's falling apart, right?
Well,
so the only thing
I posted something about Pedro. That Pedro just need to keep his head down, do the legwork, do the groundwork.
Yes.
And allow the system to play out, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think in the end, there's two situations that can face an MP right now. There's only two situations. Dr. Mitchell can force somebody into leadership, and that would you could end up with two distinctly different wings within the party, where the party actually split. I don't think they have the political sophistication for that, but that could be one of the results. Or the other thing is that the party implodes.
But look at it right now, right? And there is a division in the party right now. It is divided. Okay.
And that's normal, right? By the way, there's nothing wrong with that.
But right now, given the present situation within the greater context and the NMP, there is a need within the party to have a convention. There is a wanting to happen, but he is not going to call it. He has to call it. He's not calling it, and he trying to put so earlier we talking about trying to put up some red herring rules to avoid Peter from being part of that nuances within the party. Now, who are you to determine what Peter's conservativeness gonna be? You know, whether he's revolutionary or what conservative. That's what the system we have now operating. He operates under the system that you all gracefully enjoy and talk boast about democracy. Now they're involved in the process of trying to put a stipulation, you know, and say, no, you have to be that. This is not good. I mean, even for the party, people are starting, you're moving the goalposts every time. I abide by this. He changes
the rules of the game. You know?
Yeah. When he's not winning, you know, like the school yard bully that picks him up all group and grab all the marble and goes, he's losing. You know what I mean?
I remember hanging out with some old friends in Grenville, diehard NNP, and these are guys that were loyal to the bone to Doc. And the last time I saw them earlier on this year, they all had shifted their allegiance. They was like, you know, he's got to go, and they're not saying they're not suggesting that he should not be involved at all. Okay, what they're saying, it's time to turn over leadership to someone else, because you know, Doc doesn't have the temperament. He doesn't have probably the energy, despite and listen, he has a destructive personality. He will rather burn this thing down than seeing Peter get the leadership. That's the kind of person he is.
I think Scholar's song this year speak to us, say mash it up.
Yeah.
You know, if you can go mash it up.
He'll rather burn this thing down. He'll throw the baby out in the bathwater.
But that would not be good for the grain of politics. I'll tell you why. Because
but he doesn't care about that.
Yeah, but that's not good for the grain of politics. It's not good for the long run. Let me say good morning to Toro. Good morning, Toro. And Margaret, I hope you guys to come in and join the conversation. I'll send you guys a link in your email, and just come in. We need to have a different perspective. So
yeah, we need Grenada. Any if you want to build this sort of British parliamentary democracy, it's not something that I'm 100% sold on, but it is the system that we have. And in order for it to function, you need two strong political parties debating and dialoguing and having serious conversation on the future and on a vision for the country and what it should look like, and to do it in a way that doesn't pull our people apart, because you can have principled disagreement without creating that sort of space where people become enemies. You know, we're too small to be to to be disagreeable with each other. That does not help, and that doesn't advance quality of life for anybody. If we have a political season, whether it's a 6-month political season, whether it's a 90-day political season leading up into election, so be it. But beyond that, let's get back to governing. Let's get back to discussing the issues and seeing how we can advance the lives of our people, make things better for people, whether it be in education, in all the major areas, healthcare. We're struggling badly right now, and even the current government right now is struggling to after 2 years and almost 30 months now, not quite.
What do you make of the fact that the present call by the opposition, they're talking about rolling up his team that election will be called soon to muster up support to
that's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a distraction. What he's doing there, he's attempting. I mean, he realized that he's in a cane field on a blaze. So the only way for him to distract people from the difficulties that he's experiencing within his own political party is to make it seem that the other political party or the government is in turmoil also. So he wants to pull you down in his disaster, in his mess, and in so doing, he would distract people about election. We're nowhere near to election. We're more than 2.5 years away from election, and the current administration is under absolutely no pressure to call election right now. They have no reason to do it.
Right. They're riding high, so to speak. The Prime Minister is getting some great reviews, and despite what happening on the ground in Grenada and what happening, there is sort of a good praise going up to the Prime Minister. Apart from all the other things that happen around, I think he's in a good place by polls that have been carried out. But again, there is this call for the party work to pick up. For a lot of people have been calling on the General Secretary to do some work, to get some stuff done. And I keep telling
you guys, the party does not have a General Secretary.
For argument's sake, the General Secretary has been called upon to stand up and show up, right? And the footwork is not being done right now from a party point of view, and people are calling on for that to happen because there's a lack of party work on the ground, and that is a big problem. I know.
So we have to listen. Governing takes money. Good governance takes money. Okay, but when you have bad governance or you have a breakdown in the system, that also costs money. And it costs young people opportunities for the future. So we really have to figure out, what do we want to do? And this whole structure of these parties, of political leader, chairman, all this kind of nonsense, both of these parties need to redo their constitution, make it modern, okay? But maybe set it up the way, the structure of how businesses are set up. And I think we should move to a period when a portion, let's say every political party who gets above a certain amount of votes in any national election is given a sort of, I don't want to call it a stipend, is allotted a certain amount of money in the annual budget. Okay? Right. You can do it either, let's say you have two main political parties and you say, okay, we do it 50-50. Or you can do it proportional. So if you had, let's say it's $1 million. You donate $1 million to the parties, okay? The party, you could do it 500 apiece. Or if you do it proportional and you say, okay, you have 9 seats, so you get that percentage. You have 6 seats, you get that percentage. You have whatever, So, but we have to fund these political movements, and I suspect it's extremely difficult. I don't know whether the brother is employed with the government or he has his own business or what he does, but to be a general secretary and not be employed and not have the means to carry out the mandate of the party, that will be difficult. But he was the completely wrong person for the job.
Yeah, I personally, when the campaign began for the general secretary, I thought Pablo would have been able to muster up enough support. I think he had enough support. I think he reached a point where he was doing well. The presentation was well. Everything was well. I think the injection of Andy into the mix and show off the thing, and then I think somewhere along the line they dropped the ball and asked Pablo probably put Pablo to run as assistant general secretary, poser instead. I think that killed the whole process by putting back the same person there without any change, any future agenda or vision of where you want to see the party going. I think that was a lack of futuristic thinking on the head of the NNP. I think on the NDC. I think they was going with the old adage that what works for us, let's keep that going. It did not work well, and still right now it's not working well. So they need some real people that have some real understanding of politics, on the ground politics, that have the experience to pull the party up from where it is right now, from a party point of view. And that is not enough.
The only political party in our history that understood political work was the NJM.
Yeah, well,
our political work picked up after we started governing.
Yeah,
okay, it picked up. Every other party has abandoned the political work once they get into office.
Yeah, I think again, boy, I don't know if I should touch that. Even when the crisis in 1983 was really a piggybacking of failure of the party work, right?
Exactly.
Was declining.
It was the party work.
I think party work was falling apart, and the architect who of the party work was recalled. Hey, come back. We need you to fix this. Let us do this together. Let's nurture this and let's assist them in doing that. And that was construed for power.
Yeah.
When the architect of the Green Revolution, the real architect of the Green Revolution, was called back to put back some structure in place, because the economy was doing well. That was his rule. He was doing that well, and the person that the leader was getting all the credit for it, but his work that he was assigned to was falling apart. And to tell people that they say, what are you talking about, John? But his work was falling apart. Every party member will tell you, and even some of the people who criticizing Beaman now for it, was the ones suggesting that if he doesn't pick up your work, put him out. And they don't say it in public, but that's what they did. They said in party meeting. If the leader wasn't work, didn't pick up, vote him out as the leader of the party. But they wouldn't say that in public. They would give Beaman all the blame for it. And talking about he had power. He had power. He controlled the economy. He controlled everything that was going on. He didn't want to be in front. Moise was in front. He's the front man. He's the face. He had all the power he wanted. He didn't need power. He had it. He's the authority and the economy of Grenada. He run the thing, and Moise was just the poster boy for the revolution, and that's what it was. But his area of expertise, his area of responsibility was falling apart, and he wasn't able to maintain that. So that is the thing that we're talking about. I mean, even in this construct, in this new party, now, we need somebody who understands politics on the ground level, with boots on the ground, going house to house, continue campaigning, never stop campaigning, finding resources to get people involved in the process and to encourage and empower young people. You're not having that. You have people who just support and love the NDC. They work in the NDC because they love Deacon. Let Deacon remove from the equation, the party fall apart. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm serious. If Deacon remove himself from that government right now, the NDC in trouble.
Big trouble.
There has no other, trust me, there is no other person right now, right, to take up and run NDC. I mean, there is people there. I mean, we see who they are and what it was going on, right? They come to this point. Deacon is the man.
He has a very weak team.
Yeah, we because I mean, let us be real, right? Without Deacon right now, NDC will be in trouble. Serious trouble, right? So that have to be corrected. And the party have to do their work, and they have to do the work on the ground, not on social media. Okay, it can be done on social media. You have to find that space and time to hit to meet. You do a Gary thing. Meet the people too. Go out and meet the people.
No. The Prime Minister is very good at that. At especially with his constituency, where he has the ultimate responsibility. But he travels the country and visits people. And
that's what I'm saying. It's not just him. Not him. Just that's what I'm saying. If he come out of the equation, you need somebody to step up and pull out and pull the rest of the cars. The train, the engine. They need the cars to be pulled into place. In Christendom, we talk about putting the flesh in alignment with the spirit. You need to pull people in line. You know what I mean? In alignment, there's out of alignment, and you need the alignment to happen to sustain that thing.
You could see there's no real political work going on because everything is sort of very disjointed. So while they're making progress and they're doing a lot of good things, and you don't hear anything. Okay, so the people who are on the political grievance who would accuse them, if $1 was misspent or somebody couldn't have come for $5, they act like it's corruption. You have that in government.
Yes.
I saw a post this morning or yesterday, I think, last night or whenever, that talked about the allocation in the budget for 200 homes at $50,000, and that's $10 million, I think. But the allocation in the budget is for 15 million. And it was Cassandra, and she was questioning, well, like there's some sinister plot behind having an allocation in a budget for $15 million, but you're saying, because it's construction, you're saying that you're going to build 200 homes at about $50,000 a piece. All right? Anybody who understands construction knows that your costs, even the best estimates, okay, even done with AI software, even done with the best engineers, the best quantitative surveyors, construction costs runs about 40% above what your best estimate. So you can't say you're going to build 200 homes because you believe it's going to cost $50,000 and just budget that amount. You have to budget more because there are going to be contingencies. When you add because that's something that we have in Grenada. People don't like to talk about it, but we have a terrible work ethic in Grenada.
Very much so.
People don't show up to work on time. People show up to work inebriated. People show up to work. They have a funeral to go to. People show up to work. They aren't dead. People show up to work. Their cousin's sick in the hospital. I mean, it's just okay. So when you build that factor into it, it's probably even going to be more than 40%. So there's absolutely zero sinister, as the post was made to appear, that that somebody is going to siphon that money out on the side. That's nonsense. You always have to budget more when you're doing construction projects. And the typical number in the industry is budget about 40%.
I think there is always this tendency to discredit, right? Party or government when you're not in favor. You'll always look for the minute thing to magnify it. All right. So that is understood. So you give less audience to that, and you die natural death. Right. The focus is really on building and transforming right now. And given the present state, I think all hands should be on deck to help rebuild Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And again, the economy need a boost as it is. So again, that money that came in, whatever it is for, you have to give it time to dispense in as the needs arises. You cannot get throw it out there. We get all this money, let's throw it out there and get things done. without a
No,
plan.
because the money would be lost and you wouldn't know what happened.
Exactly. I remember when I was the president of Grenada's Union of Cooperative, we got $500,000 from Heroes, and we had a budget for a yearly budget. But this secretary eventually get a peak as to how much money we receive and the allocation for different projects and the office management and stuff like that, right? And she felt she had to get the allotted budgeted amount for a secretary, right? And we paying at the time, 1988, 89, paying $1,000. But because the allocation was for $1,500, she felt she had to get it $1,500. You know that? So she was making a whole think about it and carrying on. I said, look, you can't do that. We budgeting doesn't mean that you have to get what it's budgeted for. That's our budget for contingency. That's not what you will get it. There's a value, a market value for your job in Grenada, right? Yeah. And we operating within that construct. I cannot give you more than what the market value is for the same work you're doing at Secretariat at Huggins or for example, in the Rural Transformation at Grand Coda. We have to keep it relevant within that structure, right? Because you're not doing anything superly different to them. You're doing the same thing, just a different organization. So why should I pay you beyond that for the same work? I mean, yeah, we value you for what you do, but there's rules to the game. You know what I mean? And there's value for work, and you're doing a good job, yes. And you're getting like she was still getting more than what the Grand Coda secretary was getting for work. You know what I'm saying? She was getting more than what the Lorna was getting at that. You know what I'm saying? So to make fight for what you see in the budget, to me, doesn't make sense. It's like Bonner Johnson making a whole fuss about money and stuff like that. We give him a whole van, give him everything, and he go and run the van off and mash it up. And I mean, brand new vehicle, twin cab Toyota 4Runner, right? He goes drink and smoke, and then when we call him to meeting, talk about all you communist guys and all kinds of that, you know, all this stuff, you know, just put him in his place, you know. But what I'm saying here is this, man. Look, we need governance that work and work effectively, not just one man pulling the whole bus up the hill. You know, everybody should come out and push. They have to push it and let it get over the hill. And I think now
one of the things that continue to I don't know if it's, I would say, bother me or concerns me about Grenada is that we seem to be offering up the same solutions that we were offering up 50, 60, 70 years ago. You know, the world has changed, and we have to come up with new solutions for these long-standing problems that we have not been able to solve. And there seems to be always a willingness and a readiness to just, like, we can't get out of the you know, okay, so Grenada need a ministry. You know, I know I'm going to rub people the long way, but there is no way we should have no Ministry of Religious Affairs. Most governments don't know how to fill a pothole. I certainly don't want them to be responsible for my salvation. Okay, we don't need no Ministry of Religious Affairs. We don't. Okay, we absolutely don't. Government should have nothing to do with that whatsoever. But what we need is a Ministry of Future Affairs, a sort of think tank within the ministry that looks at, takes into consideration where we are as a country, where we are as a people, where we are as a nation. What are the problems that are confronting us in housing, in healthcare, in agriculture, in fishing, in tourism, in the banking and insurance industry? All these main areas that government has to execute on every single day. We look at other countries around the world, especially countries, difficult to find anybody our size because we're one of the smallest. But we look at countries with similar history to us and try to see what are they doing right. How have they been able to bring better healthcare to their people? How have they been able to better educate their people in a way that's more conducive for the jobs of the future? How are they able to, whether it's through diet, whether it's through health education, to improve health outcomes throughout the country? What are we doing with tourism? Are we selling? Do we have an appropriate tourism product? What are we doing with housing and construction? What kind of houses are we building? Are these houses going to be around for the next 75 to 100 years? And you have this ministry who looks at these things every single day of the year and makes recommendations to the Prime Minister and other ministers in terms of what we should be doing, how we should be doing it, and whether or not we can be as cost effective as possible. We need that. We don't have that right now. So we need a think tank within the government, to help us move that in the direction.
We talk about you don't need a Ministry of Religious Affairs, and I don't have no problem having a Ministry of Religious Affairs. The question is, you can't have it dominating the main function of government. Okay, you need to address every aspect of life in our country. When you have it totally dominating the conversation, that's a different story. But you need to address, because religious, believe it or not, have voters, and that will influence the religion will influence how people vote a lot of times. Because if the pastor go on the pulpit there, and the Catholic Church is very good at doing that, right? If they get on their pulpit and start putting your government in the doghouse.
Yeah, but what does a Ministry of Religious Affairs do?
Yeah, but that's what you need to know. What do they do? What they haven't said to us what it does, and that's why you question it, because whatever it does is to facilitate, in my view, probably facilitate religious studies, religious organization, to make sure that we have a balance in government, a balance in society, to look over the religious affairs of the state. But because everything we do, believe it or not, as politicians, we call the church to pray for us. We call the church to do something else. When we are Christ, we call the church. We don't go to the devil. We don't go to other people to ask. We go to the church for prayer. We call for prayer. We call for this. So again, I mean, I'm not a religious person. I say it all the time. People might say, John, you know, you're a religious person. Religion is people searching for stuff, searching for truth. I don't looking for anything. I know what I'm looking for. I have it already. And I'm looking for it anymore. Right? I'm more spiritual than religious. Okay, and I say it all the time to people, and boldfacedness. You know what I mean? I don't even consider myself a Christian, because when I understand the concept of Christianity, how it was, why they was called Christians, and the Bible never mentioned anybody becoming Christian. Talk about disciples and sonship.
Exactly.
And sonship. That's what the Bible talk about. You say you have to be an ambassador, a disciple. Go and make disciples of men. It's the pagan who start calling the Christian the disciple. It stated right in the very Bible that the Christians, the disciples, was called Christian first in Antioch. Right? So think about that. Then you assimilate that. You take a big trophy and walk around, I'm a Christian. People degrading you. They call you a Garrett and you know, I'm a Garrett, I'm going, you know.
Well,
the Apostle Peter said,
America has certainly destroyed what Christianity is supposed to mean to the world. They have certainly destroyed it, because the Christians in America are the worst people. They are the absolute worst, you know, so...
You know, and that's the thing, because once you continue to maintain that philosophy of religiosity within a construct of wanting and discovery, you'll continue becoming part of that kind of a fill me up, yeah, and do it. But you have to have religious in part of it, because let me tell you something, Delbert, and I am coming from where I'm coming from, understand what I understand about religion and politics and church and everything like that, right? In the early years, before we have the Roman Inquisition and all kinds of that happening, religious leaders ruled the world. He was overthrown by the pagans. They came into the system and destroyed.
But that's the problem. The world is 300 to 400 years behind where it should be because of religion. Right. That's why I don't want religion in my government.
And that's what the pagan religious people came in and overthrew what was running well. They destroyed, and that's the Bible said it was taken by force, and you have to take it back somehow. But again, you have
we need a think tank within the government, putting our best minds together, the best and brightest, to look at what Grenada should look at 50, 60 years down the road, because we're just making too many mistakes. We're spending too much money on projects that do not have the multiplying effect that it should have. Take, for instance, and I was critical of that project, right? The new sort of whatever we call market in Grenville, all right? If government is going to invest in a structure like this now, it should be a structure that looks at what Grenville should be like 50, 60 years down the road, and you build to accommodate that. We built a new market, whatever you want to call it, that was straight out of the 1940s. Okay? How do you grow? How do you grow?
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, like I said, and I applaud I think Toro said it best, that the PRG had laid a blueprint for economic development in Grenada. But I even send people Revo Economics 101. Yeah. And I think if we aren't about building Grenada, if we feel about doing what needs to be done for the economic and social development of Grenada, we will take an introspective look of where we are right now, where we want to go, like I said, 10, 50 years from now. Hey, Margaret, my long lost friend and compadre, how you doing?
I'm fine.
I hope I didn't take away from your laundry.
No, I was just getting ready. I was just getting ready to go run stuff, but you know what? I have to join here to side with Delbert.
Okay.
On this whole religion issue.
All right.
Government has no business in religion. Religion is a personal matter.
Yes.
Very personal. It's about belief. You cannot tell somebody what to believe. And once you start putting government inside of there, it's a recipe for disaster. You referred to religion ruling the world. But that was the reason why you had all the wars that you did, because nobody could agree on what was right and who was right and who was wrong. Christians are not the only religions in town. No, you do not know that you as a Christian or one that supports Christianity, you do not know for a fact that you are right. What happens to Islam? What happens to Judaism? What happens to Hinduism? What happened to Zoroastrianism? What happens to all the other religions in the world?
That's what I'm saying. The religion is searching for
fine, and that is a personal thing. A government cannot regulate that. A government cannot tell you what to believe. They cannot tell you who to serve. They don't know. That is personal. You can't tell a person what to think.
But Margaret, I don't think the government trying to tell you what to think.
That is exactly what they try to do. Once you hear they set up ministries of religion. Ministries of religion are designed to do exactly that. To dictate to people how they should eat, drink, feel, think, love, everything. That's what those things are designed to do. Is one group of people who sit there and decide that they want to dictate to somebody else how they should live. That's exactly what they want to do.
If that's the mandate, is a bad mandate. It shouldn't be like that.
And right? It doesn't matter whether it's Christianity, because let's take a look at the world. Let's take a look at the world. Let's look at what happens in Islamic countries, seriously conservative Islamic countries. Let's look at what is happening in Israel today. Vis-a-vis the regular Israelis versus a lot of Israel's problems today. It doesn't have to do with regular Israelis. It has to do with those conservative religious types, and they sit down there and control it. They are creating the problem. When you look at Islamic countries, they are the ones that are creating the problem. When you look at other places where you have problems with religion, it's the fundamental people that are creating problems for people. You do not need that in government. You just don't. They cannot reach any agreement in Israel today. You know why? Not because the majority of Israelis don't want an agreement. It's because that religious conservative Zionists in the corner there controlling the government. That's why you don't need religion in public life like that.
Yeah, I think that is right, and I think that my point is that you cannot dictate to people how to worship and how to think. But like I said, that small grouping of people who want to dictate to how things should roll. Look, for example, you talk about the Israel-Gaza thing. It's a small segment of people that want to control the whole area. They want to control the whole region. Want to change the whole trajectory of the region, and that is not just the
a mass religious idea. Is again a small grouping of people with the support of the United States, England, and Germany and France that want to control that thing, and they're using religion to achieve that. To make me feel
but hold it, and don't get it twisted, because there are people on the other side who are just as fundamentalist in their thinking.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So it's not simply that group. It's not simply the conservative group in Israel. Don't get it twisted. There are people on the Palestinian side whose religious dogma and belief as well
as strong as that.
Holding the same position.
Yeah.
So when you have these groups of people, that's why you don't need religion.
Yeah.
If you go back at the history of 99.9% of world wars and world conflict are based on religion.
Well,
you go to India, you have a problem there.
Yeah.
You have a problem between Muslims, Hindus, who is the Dalai Lama and the Sikhs, correct?
The Sikh, yeah,
I mean, so everywhere you turn, you look at where this woman was. Again, it's a problem between Buddhists and
Myanmar.
So where you turn, the problem is once you introduce religion into the life like that, you have a problem.
But what are the parties and what are the parties or not? There's always that fight between the religious sectors. Okay, look at what happened with Gandhi. Right, there was not power yet. There was still the division of religion to who should rule and who should control the functioning of the country, which religion should be dominant over everybody else. So when we look at religion, and I say this is to the rising up and to claim that authority over a sect of people. And you like I say, you don't really want that. You want people to become godly in sense without having to kill over it.
But
right?
who says that people have to be godly? Okay,
no.
let's just look at it from your religious perspective and your Bible, if you want to choose that, right? Didn't the Lord tell you that you have a right to choose?
Yes, I have a right to choose.
Is there any? You point to me any point in that Bible where God has said that you have to love Him, or you have to worship Him, or you have to serve Him?
You have free will.
Tell me.
You have free will.
Where?
Yes,
Thank you.
Will,
so why,
right?
if the God that you serve has given you free will, why do you figure that you as a human being must come and take away my free will? Who are you to come and take it away? Isn't that what a government ministry of religion is designed to do? Take away my free will?
Not only that, Margaret, even in politics, your free will has been taken away a lot of times. With so-called democracy, you don't have it. It's a pretense.
So that justifies. So
no.
Me that justifies your taking away.
No. All of that is one of the same. It's just people in power want to control other people. That's what it is.
I'm not hearing you.
Delbert, we're not hearing you. You touched the wrong button, Delbert. Well, Mark, make you get nervous or what?
I had to beat him up on another issue, but that's all right.
Delbert, speak. I can't hear you, Delbert. What's going on? I think Margaret, what you do to Delbert?
I didn't do anything.
Oh my God. Delbert been here all good, all talking, and all you come, you just disrupt Delbert.
I know, right?
What happened? Delbert, we're not hearing you now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's like he's gotten,
Okay, go and come again. Go and come again.
Back in. Yeah.
So Margaret, how you doing otherwise?
I'm here, just hanging in.
I've been begging you, I've been calling you.
Boy, listen.
I feel busy.
6 million things going on at the same time.
Okay.
No live guests. Here he is. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. So yeah, but politics is the organization of society. So we can't equate it to religion. I mean, it has its destructive effects or its negative effects, but you need society to be organized, and you organize that through the political, different political processes. So, I am sure, and I have no way of guaranteeing it right here now, but that all the different religions in Grenada are not represented in the Ministry of Religious Affairs.
Correct.
How does what my mother was the most religious. I used to laugh with her and tell her, she must get a chair right next to the Pope because she was so committed, to the Catholic Church. But one of the things, as committed as she was to her church, she was opposed to go and listen, this is not wasn't a modern woman. My mother would, if she was alive today, she would be 103 years old, right? So she was opposed to government funding religious schools in Grenada. Okay, she was always opposed to that. She always hated that. I don't know where that came from, and especially for somebody who was so committed to her church. Okay, she didn't like it. She didn't like this church. This school's been given Roman Catholic names because she said it is government money. And I remember in particular our village school, which and she had the complete history on it. Started construction in 1957 by the Grenada government with a grant from the Canadian Agency for International Development. The school was completed, I think, in 1958 and opened up. But because the church at that time had so much power over what happened in these communities, the school became named as Shantimel RC School when it's actually a government school. The church was never involved in the construction of that school. They didn't own the land, they didn't put up money or anything like that. And that's where you see that oversized influence of the church. Okay, so in the early days, you had brilliant young teachers who were fired, were not employed because they had children out of so-called wedlock.
Yeah, that was a big problem. I always,
and I can tell you, I can speak from the personal experience of having an aunt. She started out as a teacher. She was teaching in Monjulu Roman Catholic School. You know why she lost her job back in the day? She got pregnant and she was not there.
Yeah, I know a lot of people who got pregnant and you put them out. I mean, come on, why would you want to do that though?
But Margaret, there's another side to that. Because if a man was in the church and he got somebody pregnant and he was a teacher, he didn't lose his job.
Exactly. Well, and that's my problem though.
And Delbert, I'm glad you raised that point.
Yeah.
Because that also happened within churches as well.
It happened today. It happened today, Margaret.
So a woman gets pregnant, right? The church reads out the woman, but the man remains in church. She didn't get pregnant on her own.
Margaret, watch something. I see something happen. I see something happen in the church I used to go to, right? So this girl get pregnant. Okay? What will happen? The pastor call her up in front of the church to apologize to the church. I mean, the guy wasn't coming to church, but he thought I was pregnant too. He make sure that she get married to the guy who get her pregnant. But the guy was not, he was just banging. He was not in love. You understand? So before long, he gone. Right? And she still left with a child. So that making her come in front of them, making them married making them stay together. Right? So the whole facade of forcing people to get married because they get pregnant. And somebody asked me a question last time, because that came up in a conversation I had. So you happened to get pregnant out of wedlock. I said, so be it. What's wrong? You should not be the first person. You know what I mean? I'll put up my daughter because she get pregnant. I'll force her to get married to somebody because she get pregnant because of the church. No, you're not gonna happen on my watch. You know what I mean? So people have to leave people alone, you know? And this whole idea of marrying when you get pregnant, the damage already done if you call it a damage. If you try to, what are you trying to protect?
Yeah, it's always a bad idea when you do that. Particularly, I mean, for me personally, the only way I would side with such a marriage is if the two people had already planned to get married.
Yeah.
You know, they were committed to each other. They had planned to get married. There was nothing at a certain minute, and they want to bring up the date for whatever reason.
Yeah.
In that situation, I could understand.
But
if
Margaret,
two people had no intentions of being married, forcing them to get married does not solve a problem. It creates resentment in most cases. And then, you know, it affects the children. And and inevitably, you know, they fall out. It comes along, you hear them say, oh, I want to marry to her if she didn't get pregnant. Or, you know, this kind of stuff. And it stays with the child. Oh, really and truly. So you only married to my mother because, or you married to my father because,
you know, Margaret, let me share something with you guys. After my wife passed away, right? So there's so much, I was like, the what do you call it, Bachelor? yeah, that the most wanted bachelor kind of thing, right? So you had this situation where women were just left, right, and center. They was there. I had a Joseph moment, right? We had to walk away and run away from himself. And one day, my wife now and I started dating now, right? I call it dating. And the pastor came to me and said, when is the wedding? I said, let me tell you something, okay? Nobody, I don't care who it is, going to force me into something that I'm not ready for. Okay?
Yeah.
And then we see two people talking in church. Right away, want them to get married. Because what they fear? They're gonna have sex. People having sex anyways.
Exactly.
They're having sex anyways. It doesn't mark on your forehead. They have sex today. This is the 655th time. People having sex, whether they like it or not. Right? So to get them to get married, to avoid so-called fornication, it doesn't stop it. And for me, I tell people all the time, look, what the pastor trying to protect is already out of the gate already. Don't close the door. It's already happening. Okay? So you cannot close the gate and the sheep already left the barn. Yeah, it's gone. So what's the point? Let people be. And, you could try to teach people, and I will say this here, and I said before, me and our sister in church had this conversation about marriage. What we consider the marriage is a far cry from what marriage really is. This certification and all the kind of nonsense you have in white dresses and all kind of thing and ring changing. If you read scripture very well, there was no real evidence of ring exchanges. A man meet a woman, he have sex with her, that's his wife. You know what I mean? Even look at Joseph's situation. He went out, get the wife for his father's son, and immediately took her into his mother's chamber, had sex with her, and she became his wife. There was no exchange of vows. Right? A number of cases. Look at Jacob. Jacob being in his uncle's house. He married 4 women. Has 4 women in the same household. We have the 12 tribes of Israel coming out of that. And when the one sister gets jealous of the other one, she say, "Hey, have sex with my maid." You know what I mean? So all of this stuff, and then we're talking about men having 4 wives in one house. And today we kind of want to say, hey, the Americanization, the Westernization of marriage should be such and such. Should be such and such. And the society set up these things for us to follow as rules. But who say we have to follow that? Right? But that's the law of the land. And we are assimilate to it and become part of the genre in terms of the marriage culture. But again, my views may not work with other people. They call it marriage.
I just personally want to see them religion out of the government.
Yeah.
Because I think it just takes away.
But they could stay out. I mean, personally, like I said, I have no qualms in that not being there. All I'm saying is the religious people, the influence that they have over the people in the church that they go to, right? That level of influence will resonate within the politics of Grenada. Everything is politics. I don't care what people say. Whether you're religious or not, everything is politics. And you will filter down because people who go to church are involved in politics one way or the other.
Yeah, I like the politics. I don't mind the politics.
Yeah.
Look at me. I'm a very political person, more than a religious person. And people might know that already. Even in church, they know my politics. I don't, you know what I mean?
No, but I mean, I think this notion that because somebody is in church that they shouldn't be in politics is totally ridiculous. You remember the society in which you live.
Exactly.
Religion is just a part of your life. Mm-hmm. It's a belief system. I mean, it's the same thing as whatever political party you choose to subscribe to. You choose to subscribe to them because you believe in whatever that party is advocating. You hope for the most part, right? It's the same thing. I mean, religious people pay taxes, so obviously they need to benefit from whatever their tax money, produces. That is just normal. So I don't see why sometimes people have this notion. I think it's a cop-out on a lot of people to say, well, religious people should be involved in politics. Politics is everybody's business. It affects your life every single day, in every single thing that you do, whether you eat, how you sleep, where you live, where you go to school, where you get health care, what kind of roads you ride on. I mean, it affects everything
you do
of your life.
Everything you do.
So whether you like it or not, you can't sit out there and you just have a responsibility as a citizen.
But they vote too. They do vote. They do vote. So they're part of the process. To say I'm not part of it, I'm not a politician, I'm not involved in politics. You are involved in it, whether you like it or not. You participate in the process. You claim taxes. You do things. You know what I mean. That's politics. 101.
And for the Christians who want to use that cop out, I mean, they need to remember that Christ did tell them, render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's and unto God the things that are God.
Exactly.
So whether you like it or not, because I mean? They were trying to find a way not to pay taxes, basically.
Exactly.
But they were trying
they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay. You know.
Yes, because typical.
But it's true, Margaret. That's true.
That is a typical thing of these religious folks. They always want a free ride. You know?
Amen.
They never want to pay their fair share of anything. And that's all of
Margaret, let me tell you something I found right? I have this radio station, right? And you ask religious people to support it. They won't. You go to church on Sunday and say, give a tithe for something to build church. They find all the money they have in the wallet to put up there to do that, right? They'll do it.
But John, that's based on fear.
Exactly. Fear religion. You know, I know I heard a preacher said, I went to a church one time. He said, if you don't give your tithes, you know, you affect 3 or 4 generations of yours. You know what I mean? Blessing. People go up and they start giving money because they're fearful that the generation will be affected.
No.
And that never.
Let me tell you something.
That is not scriptural. It is pure nonsense.
You know,
right?
Listen. I sit down and I've been down that road and all of that stuff and listen to all of that crap. And you know, I remember saying to one person once, and they quoted that text for me about bringing all the tithes into the storehouse.
Yeah.
And I turned to the person and I said, you know what? Yeah, the Bible may have said bringing all the tithes into the storehouse, but you know something? The Bible never defined what that storehouse was. Exactly.
But not only that, Margaret. Let me show you another thing. Right? Who was he referring to then in that dispensation?
But
hold on. The dispensation is important, right? Of who are you referring to, and what was expected to bring wasn't money.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to dispute that. I mean, in those days you had a certain thing, and you have other things now. So I'm not going to get into whether it was money or whether it was produce. But there's another part of that whole chapter that you don't hear. All these ministers and they who preach and all these churches that preach about that 1/10, and I have nothing about the 1/10. I have nothing against the 1/10 or you know, paying tithes or whatever. But there's also a part of that says that in the 7th year, was it that all that tithe that you collected in that 7th year was supposed to be given to the widow and the orphan?
Orphans. Exactly.
You don't hear that being preached at
all. No, you don't hear it. But even in Numbers chapter 22, verse 14, something like that, right? It was every 3 years too, right? You go up and you
so even the Bible that they quote,
they don't use it.
There's always been a responsibility that you were supposed to take care of the neediest
of the needy. Exactly.
Right? And it says, okay, fine. So you collect the tithe and offering, yes, for the priest and whoever and whatever, but in the 7th year or in whatever year, the money that you collected in that year was for the widows and the orphans. You don't hear that sermon at all.
No. I had the same conversation one time with a lady, right? So I brought her to the scripture to show her. See, but they never talk about that.
And it's in the same chapter.
Yes,
talks about bringing in that 10.
Yes.
Same chapter.
But they don't go beyond that.
They don't go beyond. They don't go beyond bringing all the tithes into the storehouse.
It's like
they don't go beyond that.
It's like reading the Lord's Prayer, right? We read the Lord's Prayer. But what he said before the Lord's Prayer, they don't talk about that. The hypocrites in the church, the hypocrites in this, you know, and being trying to speak for you much speaking to hear, and all this kind of stuff for that, right? And how you should be doing what you do. We don't talk about that. So there is, even within the Book of Solomon, there's certain things that is written there that we try to evade. You don't go on here Sunday morning service and the Book of Solomon because it's too sexual to speak on a Sunday morning. It's too much to be. No, it's true, Margaret. It's serious. They don't want to talk about that because you go show like, oh my goodness, Solomon did that. He said that. It's right there. So we don't touch those stuff. We want to touch stuff that kind of a.
Yeah, I guess, and it goes back to it comes full circle back. It's about control. Ultimately, it's about control. So you will literally pick all the things that lets you control. Similarly, during slavery, when they forced Christianity on the enslaved, they never there were certain parts of the Bible that they just never taught them.
Exactly.
They never taught them.
And you know what, Margaret? okay, so they're not part of the Bible. I always say to quote it, right? Servant, be obedient to your masters, right? But they never continue to read where the master must give and be nice, treat your slave nice, reward them with it. They don't go beyond that.
You know, my first encounter was that, you know, I had my book, and when I left Grenada, I'd probably leaving Grenada and leaving your stuff with people who don't really value certain things, right? And I always say one of the best books coming out of the Caribbean when it comes to West Indian history and Caribbean history was The Making of the West Indies.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I never read it. Never read it.
How could you not have done that when you went to high school? That was the history book by the time you got to Form 5.
That was okay. I know that part of the Western making of the West
that
Indian
was the history book that we used from Form 2 to Form 5 in preparation for O-levels.
O-levels.
So remember we had Nelson West Indian readers in primary school, right?
Right, Nelson West Indian reader, and you had yes.
All right. So Making of the West Indies was high school.
Yes, high school. Yes. I did my history.
That was required reading.
Yeah, that was required. It was required.
Yeah. Logie taught me history in that at that time. Logie and
it's later, just a couple of years ago, I learned that the person who wrote that book is either St. Lucia or Dominican, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
It's either from Dominica or St. Lucia, yes. Yes, the guy who wrote it, he's either from St. Lucia or Dominica.
Wow. I didn't know that. Wow.
But I remember that was the first time I remember reading about what they taught the slaves when it came to Christianity and stuff, what they taught them. So they never taught them about, for example, Moses leading the children of Israel out of that. No, you couldn't teach them that.
No, they don't do that. That's rebellious.
You couldn't do that.
That's rebellious. That's rebellious.
No, you can't teach rebellion. No. You could teach
you see, they still want the control. Like if we teach you how to be free and how to rise up against me, you know, because even there was poor white slaves too, right? So
of course.
They had to pull them upside and say, look, we are one. See us? We are one. We are white. So these are black people. We can be with them. So we give the white a little bit of power and more authority over them too, right? So they separate all the slaves, black and white. You know, while they on the top eating, animal farm, right? They pull the animal farm on the slaves and the white and black slaves. You know, and that's what they do to us. And I often says this, that unless you come to the knowledge of emancipating yourself by reading to free yourself, you would always be at the mercies of people who learn and try to manipulate you. And you have to find a way of not having that happen, right? Because if we continue not to read as a people and not to explore for ourselves, we all be at the mercy of somebody else. And you have to know who you are, where you're from, why you're here, where you're going, and so on. That and my 5 whys, what, when, how, where, who. This is the question to ask yourself. So you don't want to get lost in translation. So once you understand you and discover who you are as a person, to me, that is key. So then no other outside influence will change your direction of your destiny. Because once you understand that person of who you are, what you want, why you're here, where you're going, you're set. But once you have people determined for you, their why, impose their why on you, you're in trouble. And that's where sometimes leadership fails, because they never really discover who they really are, but they want to control everybody else around them, right? And we see that happening, and we talked about earlier on that, like Deborah was saying, and I say it all the time, to when you become a leader, the first thing to identify who could replace you, identify your replacement, to convert followers into effective leaders. But you have a situation now, Margaret, where we were talking about the opposition leader, where he failed to identify a leader, a successor. So because of that, the party is suffering and disintegrating and falling apart. And that's we come with that whole thing.
Well,
by the way, John, you guys saw the reports this week of possible continued soil slippage in that project.
Yeah. And well, hold on.
Where you mean on the?
Yeah, on the western side.
The Molineux
project.
Okay, I'm not surprised. I didn't see it because you know what? To be very honest with you, I've been kind of like, you kind of like get to that stage where you just don't have a kind of low tolerance for stupidity.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for the best day that the country don't have to do that project over, but I'm on record for having said that the engineering was flawed there from day
From day
one.
one. Yeah, I remember you said that.
We discussed this over and over. This is not how this road should have been reconstructed.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just not, you know, and but I'm hoping it's not. But whenever you see cracks that are very straight in nature, it is foundational. It's structural. It's not surface.
So what? So the road is staying already?
The slippage is happening. The slippage is happening.
It was scheduled to be opened up for December, for the month of December.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you look at the current state of the work, that didn't seem like it would be ready for December. And now that situation has happened there, the explanation that the project manager gave was not convincing, and it was not based on any engineering principles. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that he's right, but I'm not. I'm very concerned.
I don't know. I don't know, but just anecdotally, and you guys have traveled certainly coming down on that side of the island more frequently than I did. But the little that I know of that side of the island is that side of the island seemed to be always slipping.
But but I think Dr. Nuss,
not just there, the whole, all of the western side.
The western side had that problem. Yeah.
But Dr. Nuss, in one of his reports many years ago, and he was on this show, but I don't remember, Dr. Nuss in Germany right now, he spoke of this same thing that would happen and happen rapidly, right? If the corrective measures are not taken. It's a sort of a belt that causes a shift from St. Vincent right down to Grenada, right?
Yeah.
That will change will cause a shift in the soil if the corrective measure wasn't taken. And I think now he probably looking at it and say, look, I told them to fix it before, and they never did.
I've always known.
He said that they drove piles into the foundation.
Yeah.
And I might be wrong here, but I know when we have done construction in New York, the area where we building on piles is because it's waterlogged. Okay, so you have where we have situation where we can't find solid ground, so we drive piles and then we build on top of the pile, which is very different from if you have soil slippage and land movement. The first thing that you have to do is that you have to resupport you have to get to a point and start preventing any further slippage. And the way to do that was to go down to the sea coast and build from there. And what was suggested was the distance between the end of the road and the sea coast was probably about 100 to 200 feet. 150 to 200 feet. And what was suggested is that right at the sea coast, you first dump there. You dig this huge drain and you dump it with very, very, very heavy boulders. So you're not going to have any movement. And then you bind that. And then about 20 to 30 or maybe even 40 feet up, you put in your first wall, you tilt it into the mountainside. About 25 to 30 degrees. And then you fill that area up with sand so you continue to have drainage. Because one of the things that results in a lot of land slippage is when the water has nowhere to go. So
yes.
So when the water has nowhere to go, it's going to take the land with it. So as you rebuild, you have to put in gravel, different level of gravel. A very coarse one at the bottom, then you come up with lighter levels. And then another 40 to 50 feet up until you get to the road. So they estimate with somebody that I took pictures of the area and showed it to an engineer here. And that's what he had suggested to me also. But when I saw what was done there, I was very concerned about it. And a lot of money have been spent on it. The project has been going on forever. It's less than a mile of road and it's been going on for 2 years. I mean, this is crazy.
I think there's a blame shifting now. But I put up the post, the page here. I hope Margaret could have seeing a little bit of it.
And recently somebody died on the site.
Project, yeah. So the slippage happening, and I think they should put the basket wide net with stones in it.
With stones
I think that should have been what should have done on the other side first before you put the road out.
No. That's the concept you need, but you need more than baskets.
Yeah. But yeah, so the same idea, something like that. Yeah.
You need solid reinforced concrete.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need that, and that wasn't done in the bottom side. You could see that. You could see that happening. You see that there now. So whoever the engineer was, they dropped the ball.
You know, and that's kind of like one of us, because when they did my mom's house, right? There's a crack that started on one side and went literally straight across the house.
Yeah.
And now that mommy and you know, my cousins and they who looked at it after said that they figured they hadn't gone down deep enough with the bedrock in terms of putting the pillars for the house, because you know that it did. Actually, now that mommy wants to do the downstairs, they have to dig deeper and lengthen and go further down.
Right.
And lengthen the pillars and stuff and find solid things to take.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
So Margaret,
hitting rock bottom.
One of the problems that you see it over and over in Grenada. We like to build on columns, and I understand people want probably just what your mom did. They build upstairs and then they hope to put the downstairs later on, right?
Well, that was, I mean, what happened is I don't think we had ever really thought about doing the downstairs. I think if I had to do it all over again, I would have just dug out everything and do, level, because
exactly.
The only reason why now that she wants it downstairs is because her knees are giving her problems. So going up the stairs is a problem and stuff.
Exactly.
So that has to get done. Yeah. So in retrospect, I mean, I had done a lot of stuff upstairs when I was, when we did it initially, taking into consideration that, things like making the bathroom right enough. So she had to go in with a wheelchair, that kind of stuff, put certain things there without thinking that, what happens if this person has to go upstairs or downstairs or whatever. And
and then one of the problems with many of the builders in Grenada is that when they build in these columns, they don't build a footing for them. So even though if they're using, typical in Grenada 12-inch to 14-inch columns, they just dig a hole and they cast a 14-inch column. At the bottom of that column, supposed to be about 3 feet wide. So you have a base of about 12 to 14 inches of concrete, 36 inches square. And then you build your column in it. And what's happened is that base, you have to cast it and leave it there for about, 4 or 5 days. Let it cure first. Before you build the column into it.
Yeah. So
and that doesn't happen. So what you see, there's some movement.
Yeah. I mean, if you went to my mom's house now, I mean, literally, you'd see that straight crack right across. I mean, it cracked. It went straight across.
Yeah.
But so the guy who I got to do the downstairs, now that's basically what they did. I mean, they dug around, and they had to, but because you say, don't worry, we've done this before, so they did it. I mean, yeah, because I'm like thinking, how the hell are you gonna do this? But they actually, they did it, and what Delbert is saying with them putting that extra ring of concrete around as they lengthen them.
You have to tie the columns,
So then, and after they did that, they left it. They had like poured water on it and all that stuff, and left it there. After I don't know all them things, whatever. But yeah, those are some of the things that they had to do in order.
Well, guys, today there are a lot of activities happening in Toronto. They have the breadfruit. They have the All Down Fest happening, starting on 2:00 today. The Grenada Day Cultural Association having that happening today. The church have a second annual conference starting today and at 1:00 until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Also, I have to go. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to that one. The Caribbean Tale Film Festival is happening today again, and tomorrow, the close of tomorrow from 7:30, they have the award ceremony going on. So this weekend, this whole last 2 weeks have been a really busy one for us, covering the film festival, TIFF, and a little bit of TIFF, not much of it, but most of the Caribbean Tale Film Festival is happening, finishing off this Sunday. So we have to be part of that, and I have to go, I don't know, speed up myself today. I have so much. I have to go. The president called me last night. John, are you going to be coming to cover this thing today? You know, I said, yeah. And then he's about to see you also have your church have something going on today too. And you wouldn't be there, you know. And then the Caribbean Tales they have a show tonight, movie night. I think Garvey's Ghost is being showed tonight too as well. So there's a new movie by Frances Ann Solomon. She is the producer director of Garvey's Ghost. So I don't want to miss that. And then they have, I think before that, they have the LGBTQ night as well. They have a movie on that happening. Every year they have that LGBTQ night. So we want to cover all the bases, everything, right? So I have to I have two other people that were there, but they say, I'm not going down. I have too much things to do. I need to take some rest because we've been going all the time, you know what I mean? So, and they're not like me. They don't have this soldier trooper mentality, right? Oh God, I'm tired. I can't go again.
I'm learning to pace myself and just take time off now.
Yeah. I'm literally, defining what's important. And I just can't do everything.
Last week Sunday morning, we had a meeting, the pitch day, right, where different movie producers and directors pitching their movies to get, and they had to talk about the movie and stuff and do a presentation. And we had a breakfast with Tiff and Caribbean Tales, right? So get to meet all the stars. And my daughter wake up in the morning and say, Daddy, I gotta drop me to church. I'm running late, 5:45. So I gotta go to drop the child to church and I say, okay, I'll take a 5 minutes rest. I woke up 9:30. I mean, the thing is almost done. I got down there and it was done.
I find out when I'm in Grenada that if I stay in St. George's, I'm way too busy. Okay, right. There's always something doing, right? Yeah. When I'm up in the country, I have 1 or 2 things on my schedule for the day, and then I just get so much pleasure of not having to do anything, not having to be running around, not having to be doing anything strange. So there is some definite correlation between staying in the urban center and living and staying in the countryside. And I'll pick the countryside every day, man. Yeah. Plus long-standing roots in the village. I get all my fresh fruits and vegetables that I can't pass.
Whatever.
I can't
Margaret, you trying to tell us that, that makes us feel jealous, eh?
I know.
About his country life.
No, I'm just saying that if for some, I don't even want to think about it, that this man wins the election, I'll be doing this program from Grenada.
Something ain't nothing going to happen. Listen, Delbert, you know as well as I do, there are some fundamentals of this country that never changes regardless of who's sitting in that White House.
That's true.
Understand?
Yeah.
And yes, Delbert, there are a lot of people who are undecided. I happen to be one of those people. No. Delbert, I don't know is an answer that is as valid as yes and no. And when I see people say things like that, because you need to realize that human beings are not binary. And people may be undecided for different reasons. I mean, I know there is no way in hell that I could cast a vote for this guy. But at the same time, there are other things that matter to me. I mean, to tell me that I should sit here and watch the indiscriminating killing of people and making excuses for them and then tell me that I should know not what happens to my conscience.
No, I'm on the same page with you on that.
And yes, you can be undecided about things because you may see, and too often we find ourselves voting, and I think we're doing the same thing again. You're voting for the least of 2 evils. That's basically what it is.
That is often the case.
It what it is. You're voting. Yes. And there are some people who are in that valley of decision for whatever reason, and they're finding it really difficult. I mean, really difficult to make the decision.
Listen, make no mistake, if she wins, she's going to be very militaristic.
Of course.
Yes. Very.
Yeah, because and for a number of reasons, because she figures she'd have to prove a point because she's a woman.
Exactly. She's going to be very, very militaristic.
And then you find this out, people sit down and say, well, you only have 2 choices. No, you don't have 2 choices. There are multiple choices. Life is not binary. It's not black and white. The distance between black and white is a million shades of gray.
Yep.
And you know where the mess is? The mess is in the gray. It's not in the black and it's not in the white. The mess is in the gray. That's where it is. And the other thing is too that, and that's why you see I sort of like stay out of things, because sometimes I think that we are our own worst enemies. You cannot go outside there attacking somebody and at the same time you want the person to vote for you. I mean, really? Come on. You're trying to win the person over, but you want to tell them they're stupid? Come on. I mean, the minute time you approach a person and say, well, you know, you stupid, is a reason to back them up against the wall and put them in a defensive position. And you know what? That's you come across somebody like me that want to be a big stone, and I could be very good at being a big stone. I have no problems with cutting off my nose to spoil my face if it means I'm proving a bigger point.
Yeah, I mean, there's some unique challenges. Biden is going to be remembered for whatever good that he may have done, but he's going to be remembered for overseeing genocide.
Correct. Yeah. And whether people want to admit that or not, I mean, you know, as any reasonable, because I'm not saying that I didn't. I mean, I think anybody expected. I don't think any reasonable person, whether you agree with the policy or not, did not expect one person to strike back. I mean, come on, then, but somebody will walk up to you and slap you, and you go slap them back. But I mean, one needs to ask: is it in proportion?
Yes.
So what happened? And that is the question.
But you know something, Margaret, but I think there's not enough honest conversation.
Correct. And anytime you try to have an honest conversation, you have these people who are ready to jump up and say, you can't just see it isn't simply about a Trump thing, you know. It ain't gonna change nothing.
No, it's not gonna change.
It's not gonna change anything. This is not about I mean, I think most people have accepted that this man is a buffoon. I mean, so I mean, you know it's a buffoon, right?
The great danger, well, not danger, but the problem that we face every time is that when we call out Israel for the genocidal behavior, is that we get labeled as being anti-Semitic.
Yes. And I think that's where I think the honesty is not.
It's not happening.
Pronounced, right? So it did not happen. The media, the media.
I have no responsibility to be honest with them. They have never been honest with the world.
Yeah, but that's where the media, the mass media, comes in. And they're not being honest. They're not being truthful to the people. They're pushing the agenda of the Zionists. They're doing that, right? And they're not allowing the ordinary and the people to get the truth of what
I have long been suspect of mainstream media. In this cycle, I have completely lost hope. They're never going to get me back. They're never going to get me back.
And that's why
the quality of reporting is so bad. And you can definitely see it's not about reporting anymore. It's just about creating doubt and sensationalism to drive their marketing and ad budgets. That's all that's
true. There's that, and there's also who control the media and who is shaping what people think and whatever. And you see, the problem is most people still get their news from mainstream sources. So I am not knocking mainstream, because I mean, I will defend mainstream, but I also know that is not the only voice.
Yes.
I mean, I do not, but again, I'm outside of the average person. I'm a journalism major. I know that. I sit down and I listen to alternative voices. I read alternative voices. And I find that. And the other thing too is not simply getting your news from mainstream media, but what type of media. I'm not knocking television, but the reality is that television can only do so much.
Yeah.
You know? You can only do so much.
But Margaret,
and you're right there, Margaret, because
most people don't read, and which is where you will get a lot more from reading than you will get from television.
I was specifically referring to television.
But Margaret, we also understand, and you know that sometimes the narrative that want to be pushed is who have the most money to push the narrative that they want out there, right? So the whole thing is not the level of dishonesty and the one-sidedness of what they want you to hear. Like, for example, look at what happened with the Iraq war, right? They push the weapon of mass destruction all over every media, right? And even though the journalists are reporting it, no, it's not true. They are forced to report it because that's what they're given from the news director and production crew. That's what they sit down and say, look, this is what they want us to push. Just push it. And they quit pushing it, and they know people are going to listen to them. And if you come from them, you got to be true. But it's not always that. Right?
Yeah, that's a factor. I mean, there's also another major thing in that news budgets have been cut and cut seriously. So
especially for local news.
Right. And even so, yes. And yeah. So I mean, so even in the news organizations where they maintained bureaus abroad many years ago, which would give you a better sense, because a reporter who is based in an area over a certain period of time will certainly know more about the nuances of the society, what people are thinking, what may be driving, and so will be better able to give you a more comprehensive report.
Right.
But when you have a helicopter report, I mean, you just pick up somebody and you drop them inside of there, they're just going 2 minutes to do a story and come back out.
That is so profound, Margaret, because even now, I mean, I'm a newspaper guy, so I'm back. I mean, I never really gave up on it, but I'm more heavily dependent on it.
Yeah, I read a lot more now than I look at.
When you look at the guys, the really quality reporters now, today, who writing for this major publication, they hone their craft in foreign bureaus.
Yeah.
You can see the quality of their writing and their perspective very differently from what
from the person who is here. So when you see that's one of the advantages of being there. I mean, and this is where too local news becomes pretty important in certain things. So like, for example, sometimes and because of the internet too, you're able to now go to other countries and read what they are writing. So you don't necessarily have to sit here and listen to what's coming on your local television station, for example, because I can go online and pull up any number of newspapers out of Israel and see what the thinking is. Pull up any number of papers from somewhere else and see what it is. And so sometimes when you see people talking and stuff, I'll be wondering, I'll be like, you really don't know what the hell you're talking about. Where these people are and what they're saying and what they're thinking is a totally different thing. And I'm inclined to give them more credence because they're there, they're experiencing it. It's like I say to somebody,
I saw this clip. I don't remember if it was in TikTok or wherever I saw it, but it was, this guy is from Norway, and his thing was for Americans who were saying that if Harris wins, they live in America, and he said, "Live in America to go where? In any other country, Harris would be considered a center-right. Her views are center-right. Her views are not very on the left side." And he identified about 12 other countries that he said, well, maybe you as an American would be comfortable living here. But here is the government here. Here's what we do. Here's what, and it was factual, but he did it in a sort of funny way. But you hear people say that all the time. I'm leaving the country.
Yeah, but you know what? But you know what? At the end of the day, they're not leaving to go anywhere.
Exactly. But you see what I'm saying? And again, the pressure that America put on countries around the world to accept what they do. You're either with me or against me, right? So they use the media also to propagate their belief and their system on other countries. So you can run as far as you want, you have to face the same consequences when they impose their will on other countries.
Yeah, and the reality is, look, at the end of the day, right, the United States is not a perfect place. The United States has a lot of problems. Let's not fool ourselves about that.
Yeah.
And barring the exception of very few other countries around the world, when you think of all the evils everywhere else, this is the evil that you know.
Yeah, yes. I mean, America evil is propagated everywhere. It's not self-contained. You know what I mean? It's everywhere. They impose it on other people. They do regime changes. They assassinate people. If you don't toe the line, So they police the world. They manipulate everything that happens outside of their domain, outside of the United States, so quote unquote, the national security interests of the United States in a foreign country. You know what I mean? So leaders who are not towing the line, they go after them too.
And one of the things is that you have a lot of people in senior leadership position and political position in the United States who have never lived outside of the United States, doesn't understand how people in the rest of the world live, don't understand how people think. Okay,
right.
I remember this guy. He used to be managing editor of Time magazine, Stingle, Richard Stingle. He wrote a really good biography on Nelson Mandela and moved to South Africa and spent, almost 2 years in South Africa writing the autobiography. And he took his children out of school here to live in South Africa with him. And it said for almost a year, they did not actually go to school. They just traveled with him to all the villages, talking to people. When they came back into the U.S., they were light years ahead of their U.S. students. So when I heard that, I was like, dang. So after one of the years, I took my daughter. We were in Grenada for about 6 weeks, and we sort of turned it into a project based on that reporting. And I wanted her to document her time in Grenada, real documented, and then put it together for me to read. And later on, when she was ready to graduate high school, they had to write something, and she reproduced that. Okay? And all of a sudden, her teachers wanted to, how come she knows so much about this country? Okay? So sometimes the best education we can give to these young people doesn't always come from the classroom. Travel.
The classroom is confined to unlimited to what you know, and most of what you read is history, in that present time. Okay, there are very few history teachers that will take you on a present day journey to what happened in a country compared to what had happened many years ago. So that child in a history class is learning what was, not what is presently, to be able to better understand the dispensation in which they live. So again, we have to get out of the classroom and take them into an environment.
I remember this teacher in high school, right? I did not know her when I was in the lower form because she left this teaching in the school maybe about a year or two before I entered. And when I went to school, everybody had she had a reputation as being tough, no nonsense, that kind of way. And she came back to teach after having returned from university in the US. So I got her in Form 5 for English and literature. And I'm like, what are they talking about? This woman is amazing. Because now she had the experience of coming in the US, studying, probably on campus with, tens of other thousands of people from different walks of life. Her entire perspective must have changed, how she dealt with people. To this day, I communicate with her. And I always tell her, Ms. Ferrara, you didn't just teach us English and literature. You actually taught us how to be young men. Okay, you taught us how to behave, how to react to the girls in the school, how to be helpful, None of the students who she taught before she traveled had that experience with her. None of them, because when we started talking about students who, I remember there was a teacher there he had been her student in the early years, and then later on taught there also, and he was telling us that he didn't even recognize her because he said, he said, man, this woman gave us hell, And he said, I don't understand why you guys go over to a house and you guys are sitting on the plum tree there and she's reading books for you and telling you all this story. She was never like that. She now had so much worldly experience that she was able to impact on us. That made a difference for us. And that's why travel,
Travel is great, and I think the other thing about travel, though, I'm not talking about the travel where people go and they sit in these all-in-one places. Or they go to the tourist destinations and they sit on the beach and they pull out their whatever and they drink.
Yes,
that doesn't teach you about people.
Yes, no.
If you're serious about travel and learning about people, you have to go and interact with the local culture. To people, sample their foods, understand what they believe, and you also have to go with an open mind. There are a number of us who, I travel with a group of people from time to time, and sometimes I'm so frustrated. There's one who is always making these comments when she sees it as though she figures that this country is the only country in the world. When I step into another person's country, I'm stepping in because I want to learn. I didn't just come here because I want to sit on some beach. I want to go and do something. I want to learn. What makes you different.
And you want to be respectful of their culture.
Correct. And there's always a reason why people do things. I mean, things evolve and practices evolve based on whatever is available and local cultures and influences and stuff and everything else. People do things out of necessity. There's, so many times, I think one of the things that has quickly come to mind, when people talk, and it comes up with Trump talking about people eating cats and dogs. But, so yeah, people in China and in South Korea and countries, they do eat dogs. And yes, maybe on this side of town, you're like, well, they eat dogs. Well, here's what, you eat cows. Hindus don't eat cows.
Exactly.
You understand? So what is your point? People, food and all of that evolve and become part of whatever it is because of what is available in a particular place.
Culture,
Right.
I remember.
So you eat breadfruit in Grenada and the Caribbean. Granted that breadfruit was not native to you, but they brought that over there to feed the enslaved.
Yes.
So that's how you got to eat it. If they didn't bring it there, it would remain in the South Pacific where it came from. Right? That's where it would be. A person in the United States doesn't eat breadfruit because it just was not brought here. They may have rice, they may have something else. So you eat whatever is there. And this is the things that people need to understand. So you don't go there. Like I remember many years ago when I was just come here, we had done a trip to Europe, and people were talking about like, oh, where's McDonald's? Well, what the hell? You left the United States to go and eat McDonald's, fries and potatoes? You wanted that to stay here?
Yeah, it's always available.
Exactly.
Margaret, something you said about the dog eating thing, right? We eat, some people in Guyana eat monkeys. I don't know if you know that, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
We eat a possum, right? Now, just a bigger version of the small rat, right? We eat it, right?
Yeah.
And we love it. What is the along with a manikou in it? You know what I mean?
I'm not a meat guy, and I will not pass up on a manikou.
You know what I'm saying? We see our delicacies.
Right? People in Dominica and stuff, and I think at one time they used to eat it in Grenada too, mountain chicken.
Monkey chicken.
But
Exactly.
monkey is a damn frog.
Yeah, it's a frog.
Trinidadians love iguana. What is an iguana?
Yeah. Because
yes.
And we eat both manikou and iguanas. We eat tattoos, and all those stuff on them. Right? Crab, we do all this stuff.
Exactly. People like their wild meat. Somebody like me, I'm not eating it because to me personally, I mean, outside of the fact that I grew up not eating it religiously, but outside of that, there's a gross factor to me. I mean, culturally, it was not something that I ate. Even when I was as a kid in Trinidad, I didn't eat that, right? The only meats that was eaten in my house basically was pork, beef, the standards.
And
pork,
chicken,
beef, lamb, chicken, fish.
Right.
Yeah. So I never ate tattoo in my life. I never ate manikou in my life. I never ate iguana in my life. I never ate none of those things. And for me, there's an ick factor. So I know I ain't gonna be eating it. I ain't eating it. All right. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying that I was not raised to eat any of those things.
I think they're going to fix you a real good iguana.
Just be careful of the bone in the manikou. It's really sharp.
Listen, let me tell you something. But in the spirit of saying that, when I came to Grenada, my grandmother had a sister who Christmas for them was no Christmas if they didn't have manikou. It didn't matter how much chicken, beef, pork, whatever you brought for Auntie Louise and they, if that manikou was not on the table for Christmas, they didn't have Christmas.
You want a manikou? You understand? So that's the kind of thing that we have to understand. People love what they love and they eat what they like to eat. I mean, like, why would I want to live here? And I mean, if I go to Grenada looking for a good oil long, I mean, I make oil long here, but I only go for Tiger Jones. Tiger Jones is the oil long king in Grenada, right? So
I ate so much rabbit growing up, and I know for some people.
God.
I had rabbit already. I had rabbit.
Oh, rabbit is nice.
I had rabbit.
I love it.
Hold on. Let me tell you something. My daughter recently, she said, "Daddy, I have a pet. I'll bring it home." I say, "What pet?" I say, "I want no pet in my house. I don't have no farm in my house. Okay? Please don't think about it." So I say, if you come a rabbit, there will come a point in time when there will be a food. It will be a meal. So don't bring it here. I'm gonna kill it and eat it. I'm telling you straight up. Okay?
Yeah, rabbit is a good meat.
So she brought the rabbit in and said, "I want to kill that rabbit. Trust me, I will kill it." So she and my big daughter, my little one, they had a secret. So the rabbit was already in the house unknowing to me. Okay? So The rabbit end up dying. She said, "You have a good news and a bad news." She said, which one you want for? See, it doesn't matter. Just news. Just give it to me, right? Don't tell me good news, bad news. Just tell me the news, all of them. She said that I had the rabbit in the house. I said, excuse me, but he died. But he died. I said, great. How big it was? She said, just a little thing. So she had in a box, a little shoe box. They had to have a burial. I said, you hide the rabbit. So he suffered and dead. He's a little rabbit. He's a little baby. So in his space, you can't confine.
Rabbit is a free spirit animal.
You can't confine rabbit. You have to put them on little thing. So the fact that you hide the rabbit in that little box, he die. So I said, so let me know. Did Abby know about it? She said, oh yeah, Abby know. I said, Abby's like a great man. She keep a secret, She keep the secret. She never tell daddy, not zip. Yeah. What happened in the room stays in the room. Abby never come out and tell to mom and me.
The meat is very expensive in Grenada now. It's almost $20.
Oh, yeah. There's a guy.
Here's that too. As you're all talking about oil, I had my grandmother around me. I learned to make oil a certain way, a simple way. Right? Me ain't no oil with no chicken, and ain't no none of them things. Just as how them old people used to make it. That's exactly
well, it's only now people put in chicken oil.
All them kind of thing. My grandmother and they raised me to make oil. The only thing my mommy and they always say, but maybe because they were poor, but mommy and they always say that as kids growing up and her grandmother and how she saw her grandmother do it and stuff, all they had in it was turmeric and fresh turmeric at that. Right?
No curry.
No curry. Fresh turmeric, the coconut milk, and she says sometimes they would have a piece of salt beef or salt fish or something like that. And other that it was cooking on the fireside, and the best oil is oil that cook on the fireside.
Oh yeah,
I don't care what you cook on the pot or whatever, it don't taste good.
Yeah.
Smoke just add a flavor, right? And they cover it down with the banana leaves and they put it to thing. That's how they think. When I cook oil, I don't put no chicken and nothing and all of that. I don't want that.
Chicken just become part of the menu.
Yeah. I don't want
never.
No, sir. Just as how them old people used to do. That's exactly how I want.
Chicken is a crab in it. They put chicken in oil long. They put crab in the oil long.
From the descriptions from my grandmother and it was a simple meal. It's a complex meal, but still a simple meal.
People that some people who are really good at that oil long. I have a friend from Mount Morris, Osman Griffith. Osman could cook a mean oil dog. And he cooks it the old-fashioned, exactly what Margaret is talking, the traditional way,
Yeah. When I see the debating and they're going on, I don't really bother. I'm a Trinidadian, but I don't want to.
But hold on, Margaret. Margaret, I see there's some Trinidad now making them all long stew. They call it. They say it's all long.
No.
Right?
Here's the thing.
That'll stop that.
No, for me, here's what. If that's how Trinidadians do it, that's how they do it. I feel the same way as how West Africans feel. That's why I was saying as how they feel about jollof. Right? Yeah. If you go up and down West Africa, they will debate and let me. When I'm around my Nigerian, my Nigerian and Ghanaian friends, and I tease them. When I was in Ghana and I saw them and they talked to me together, I say, so yes, tell me who are the best jollof? Nigeria or Ghana? And of course, they're like Ghana, right?
Right.
Nigerians is going to say Nigerians. Senegalese are going to say Senegalese.
I think Senegal has the best jollof though.
Right?
Well,
I've been the thing with it, the thing with it is that they have embraced the differences. And what they do is that they have their competitions, and there's actually a competition in Williamsburg today. So they embrace it. But for us in the Caribbean, the crabs and the barrel mentality is like, okay, we do this and we do that and we have it. But here's what? Jamaicans do the same dish. They just call it rundown. You're not the only person who cook breadfruit and coconut milk.
Yeah. And
you remember John Diabo?
Yes.
Okay, his son, I'm still friendly with the family. His son's wife, Ghanaian, cooks one of the best jollof rice. Even though if I give Senegal the best, because I've had the Senegalese own, but she cooks a mean jollof rice. I mean, you don't want to eat anything. You don't need anything else with it. That's it. Just it. It's a complete meal
that's the thing, and that's the thing with jollof is that it's a rice you could just sit and just eat like that.
And I'm not even a rice eater, but jollof rice.
But jollof rice is the bomb. Yeah, it's the bomb. But this is what I'm saying though. But they take it, you know, they don't denigrate the other.
No, they don't.
They're competitive about it.
Yeah.
They're very competitive. But you don't hear them stripping this person. What is that? You don't see them going on in that. And that's the irony of it, is that I sit down and I look, you know, I look at the conversations that go on all the time, and I just leave it alone. I don't even get involved.
Well, you know, you would think that people, especially who have traveled, I'm a foodie, so I like to sample different foods when I go different places. I'm not going to buy the same thing. If there's some exotic thing that those people having, I'm trying it out too, you know.
Right.
So I don't criticize people food. I don't criticize.
You know, like for me right now, my restaurant thing there, there's a stew pork that is done, right? And I tell you, whenever I go there, no matter what they have, once stew pork is in the menu, I say, you know what, give me this stew pork anytime. You know, it just tastes right for me. You know what I mean? When I said, Ola, where is stew pork? He said, he's having a bowl over there. There's I said, that's what I want with my rice. I don't like white rice. So I love to have my, if I buy white rice, there's no rice and peas, make sure that my rice is colored. I don't care what color, pink, blue, so just color my rice for me.
Hey, the only thing that goes with curry goat is white rice.
Yeah, but
yes,
but you have,
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
But
I agree.
I don't like white rice, but you have to color my white rice with the sauce. You understand?
So I'm gonna I'm gonna give you guys a joke. Listen to this. And well, it's actually not a joke. It actually happened. I mean, I'm pretty handy around the kitchen, but I always thought that my mother made the best cuckoo I ever had. But everybody feels their mother did that, right? Cuckoo. But she made a really good one. For years, guys, I'm trying to cook it. Make mine never comes out good. It's either too hard, it's either too soft. I picked the wrong corn, the wrong grade. You know what happened? The first time I cooked cuckoo after my mother passed away, it came out perfect, almost like hers. And to this day, I cannot explain that phenomenon. Right. In my mind, I didn't do anything differently. I don't know what happened. I can't explain it. But the first time I cooked it, you know, after she passed away, all of a sudden my cuckoo is good. And I'm like,
I think there's a spiritual component to that. You can't transfer it over.
But you know, it's funny you said.
That's the only conclusion I could have come to.
Right. So as a kid, I mean, my mom was a working mom in Trinidad, so I was coming home to my grandmother. My grandmother, you know, was a person who was cooking and doing all of that stuff. So I was around her and saw a lot of the stuff that she did. And it's funny, sometimes if I do certain things and it come out and it tastes, I say, yeah. That tastes like my grandmother today. When it tastes like hers, I know I get it right.
Yes.
You know,
no, because there's sometimes, and I'm telling you, there's sometimes you cook and everything just fall into place and it tastes really good. And there's sometimes, again, listen, run from that place because forget about
that. You know, that my experience was the same. I'm trying to cook everything and never comes that good. And all of a sudden now I become the bomb in cooking cooker that if there's a family function, everybody asking me if you're going to bring cuckoo. And I had to share the experience with other members of my family, and they was like, really? You know?
Well, yeah, like, she probably passed it on to you when she was going. She was saying, that's for you. So from here on, the tradition continues through you.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, but I you know, one of the things I find happen a lot with food, for example, my wife, right, she cooking and she doing better, and as she cook, because you know, you come into a new role, a new wife, new thing happening, right? And you find that your food starts getting better, you know?
Yeah.
As she cook over and over, because she wasn't that this big cook, because mommy always cook, always there, but now she had to cook. And I remember one time I said, Daddy, I don't like this food, I don't like this food. I don't like this food, It don't taste like my mom food, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But after a while, I just say, just eat, and just eat. You go, And then eventually my wife started getting more creative and more things in the kitchen and stuff like that. And today I realized that there's a chicken that she cooked, tastes like my mom's. I said, so it never come and I smell from outside, I go straight in the pot. I say, Daddy, you know, I always find my hand in the pot to grab some piece of that chicken to eat. I mean, it tastes like what I grew up on. You know?
Yeah.
So
No,
now,
that familiarity with your childhood is something that you just never really get over.
But then again, you know, the other thing with that though is that, you know, you also need to realize that no two people are going to be the same. And you also need to come into situations understanding that you know, it's not your parent, for example. You know, I had a cousin, and I remember I was talking to her once, and I had just come up here and I'd gone to see her, and she was cooking soup, and she was saying that, you know, the husband wanted it done exactly as his mother did it. And I looked at her and I said that, you know what, he should have married to his mother.
Yeah, exactly.
And I did not apologize for that.
Yeah.
No.
Married to mommy instead.
Yeah.
Bring mommy along with you.
No, I mean, you can't come in expecting your wife to duplicate your mother's cooking.
You know,
a concession that I would make, but hold on, a concession that I would make, and I would say, I mean, everybody has a dish that their parent made that they liked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you may concede and say, well, you know, maybe I should try to learn to make this particular dish.
Yeah.
But the expectation that your wife or your husband, whoever is doing the cooking, should duplicate your parents' efforts or somebody else's efforts is an unfair expectation.
You know, Margaret and but you know, something I said to and one of the marriage shows, there is some mother-in-laws that go to the son's house and go and taste the food and say, "Oh, my son don't eat that. That's not what I cook for my son." Your son is not your husband.
Correct.
Okay? So I always say, my house.
Yeah, but that.
Hold on, my house is my wife right to cook for me.
Yeah.
I had to like what she cooked, whether I like it or not. She cooked the food. I know cooking a meal don't take 1 hour. It take almost 24 hours to really prepare a meal.
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
So for me,
that's the failure on the son's part. Though.
Exactly. So my mother will come into my space and criticize my wife cooking. It ain't gonna happen. You ain't come in and just go and open the pot and say, what kind of thing you cooking for my son? It ain't gonna happen. When you come in, you ask, no, I'm serious. You're not gonna open my wife's pot. You're not gonna happen in my house. You know what I'm saying? You're not going allowed to go and open my wife's fridge. I'm gonna see. No, you can't go and open my fridge without my wife's permission. You can't just go and say, no, you can't.
I'm glad I never had to experience that, because my mother is a force by herself. But I don't think she would have ever done that, because my mother always had she kind of always knew where to draw the line, you know. So
it's not gonna happen.
It's not a fair, it's not a right thing to do.
No.
I've heard of those situations. Yeah,
I heard about these things, and I said you guys straight with my mom and them long ago. Just when I started dating, I remember one time my sister would give my wife some troubles, and I went home and I said, "Look, I brought one lady to this house, and that one is gonna be the wife, and nobody changing that. I get what you feel, what you believe in. She is who I'm gonna marry to." Right? So you got to get used to it. Mama, father, brother, and sister, get used to it, because I ain't changing nothing. Right? And years go by, and, you know, people, my mom never really assimilate, they not really get into this thing, because they want to, again, another thing what people do, when they go to church, you want to marry somebody in church, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That was the kind of problem I had, because I grew up in the church, but I wasn't that church going person after I get out. Once I leave, at 14, I stopped going to church. You know what I mean? I go in the army when I was 16, and I did not really maintain that whole religious thing. And nobody can tell me to I had to marry somebody in church. A woman in church could be a Jezebel for you know. You know what I mean? There could be some kind of weirdo. You understand?
You could be unequally yoked right in that church.
Exactly. So I found somebody who I compatible with, who could laugh with, who I could have fun with, and you tell me I to marry to somebody in church? No, it ain't gonna happen. I know what I want. No, it's not gonna happen. So I never make them decide for me who I want to marry to. I marry to who I love, you know, and that was it. Whether like it or not, it happened. So, but I think families get involved in relationship and mess it up big time for people.
Yeah, for people.
You know? Yeah, you can't let your son or your daughter choose who they want to be with, and not time to put your mouth and your foot and your hand and everything in people's business. Just stay out of it.
No, that's serious stuff there.
Yeah, that's serious stuff. I don't subscribe to that. You know what I
mean? I'm lucky. I never went through this. My mom was a character anyway, because I remember after the revolution collapsed, I was living in St. George's. I was living with my girlfriend. I didn't tell my mom that. And but they know, because all of a sudden I'm not coming home on the weekends, so she's figuring out something is going on. Anyway, after the revolution collapsed, I don't know, they came looking for me a couple of times. I was getting in trouble. I was getting arrested. I was just so angry at everything.
Yeah, I know.
So my mom told me, she said, listen, you need to move back in home. Okay. And I'm like, I can't move back in here. A couple of weeks, she's telling me, okay, yes, that's what you really need to do. I need to keep an eye on you. I'm not happy. I'm hearing stuff. Anyway, so finally I said, Mom, I can't. She said, why? I said, Mom, I live with my girlfriend. She said, oh, I know. I said, well, how did you know? She said,
They know that, but you're not showing up.
She said, I know. Don't worry how I know. I know. She said she can come too. Okay. Yeah. I said, okay, all right, fine. So now I have to convince this girl that we're moving. She's not from she's from St. George's. I have to convince her that we're going to move up to the country. And fine, she said okay, because she had met my mom. They had kind of gotten along. Now I moved back home. I'm assuming business as usual. My mom comes down with her rules. Since you guys are not married, you guys cannot sleep together in my room.
Exactly.
Yes, you can't sleep in the same room there.
I got so pissed at my mom that first night. I'm like, I said, why did I move back? She said, listen, you can say whatever you want. She said, let's go upstairs. He's sleeping downstairs. I'm like, wow, So, I when it comes to relationship and my mother, I had a very, very, very good experience. She was always very, very supportive, never got involved. If she didn't like somebody, she would just say, you better be careful, but other than that, she never really got involved. She didn't want to.
I think in my family it's like that too. They generally, old people had sayings, right? So my grandmother and I heard it from her sisters and they as well. It seems as though there was some things just pervades in some families, right?
Yeah.
And they would always say they ain't make no match, they ain't breaking no match.
Exactly, yeah.
Those were their words. I ain't make no match, I ain't breaking no match.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of good when you have that support structure. My mom was pretty good at that,
Even if they ain't like somebody, they probably sit down, among themselves and gossip about it. Yeah, but
keep it to herself, yeah,
They just leave, right? And they just do what they have to do. Well, guys, the time is now 1:15. I got to get out of here. I'm late for one.
All right, man.
Yeah, so I need to go run some errands.
Margaret, it's a real pleasure to have you today with us. You always bring a different spin, a different perspective to things, and I really appreciate that. I've been accused of being a sexist, not having enough women on my show.
Yeah, well, we know. Yeah, and you have that Delbert there backing you up too.
We need you, Margaret. We need you more than ever in the show.
When she gets a new president, she's definitely going to have to show up a little bit more often to
represent. We need you. Actually,
don't get me in trouble here.
The Saturday night show have to come back on again. I just want to get my space because I probably have Delbert do the shows when I can.
I'm so confident right now, Margaret, that I'm getting ready to handicap the next cabinet. I just hope that 2% of the population doesn't constitute 60% of the cabinet.
Well, you gotta get me to come out and vote in the midterm elections.
If you wonder why Biden has the policy he has, 60% of Biden's cabinet is Jewish.
Right.
60%.
We'll figure that out. But meanwhile, I think Americans don't go and vote in the midterm elections. And there's not much emphasis put on the midterm elections as on the presidential election.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to make that shift.
That changed a little in 22, though.
Yeah, but you're not enough.
I think another thing that people need to realize too is that the down ballot races are just as important.
Yeah, of course.
Your congressional and your Senate and stuff.
It's very important.
Those races are important, very important, because the reality is, and this is what people don't understand when some people go on about, we want the president, but here You could have a president inside of there, as Delbert can tell you, and anybody who knows, who has just a rudimentary knowledge of how the government of this country runs. He could be there, and he has a Congress against him. He can't get nothing done.
Exactly.
Nothing can be done.
Exactly.
People sit there and they say, "Oh well, the president can do that." Yes, he can do executive orders. Those things are only valid for the period that he is in office.
Not only that too, but Margaret, I don't know if you remember that. You remember when we just came here, when Reagan and the first Bush and them, when they did executive orders, they were never really contested in court.
No.
Every executive order Obama issued was challenged in court.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it takes months, sometimes a whole year before that executive order
becomes correct.
Before it becomes effective. So,
but it just wrote blocks. It just wrote blocks to have things happen.
And this is why your Senate races are important, and your congressional races are also important.
Here's the two main things. I mean, who gets elected president maybe this time will matter, but I'm looking for two things for this election. I'm looking to see where Texas and where Florida ends up.
They're going to end up exactly where you expect them to end up. There ain't going to be no change.
No. When I say that, okay, so Obama lost Texas by 16 points. Clinton lost it by 12.
Oh, okay, got you.
Biden lost it by 6.
Right. Oh, okay, I got you.
Texas is going to become a purple state.
Okay.
Probably by 2028, not this cycle. But if you look at the polls in Florida now, it's 2%. He's running 2 points ahead of her. So,
but yeah, she was able to narrow the gap.
If Florida becomes competitive, the next cycle could be. And one of the things is that historically, a lot of the elder people who voted Republicans moved to Florida. In the last decade or so, a lot of young people are moving to Florida,
right?
Because so much of that, especially who work in the healthcare field, because the older folks needed people to take care of them. Because I know about 5 or 6 nurses from my own village that I grew up with, that left New York and now work in big hospitals in Florida. So there's a real movement there. So if at any time Florida and Texas becomes competitive, you're probably going to see a change in how the Republicans because right now I sit back and I'm thinking, how could this be the greatest country in the world when you have so much clowns in office? Sometimes I go on C-SPAN to listen to speeches and I'm not knowing which country.
But you realize, that and it's not just here though. I mean, I think there's a global shift towards stupidity.
It is.
There's really a global shift towards stupidity. It seems to me that
because I said somebody that last time that the level of stupidity that exists in our world today is like you can't.
People don't think. People are intolerant. They're just and the masses are just following behind because the masses are just as dumb.
I always say that when I came of age with people like O.A.T. Rayburn and them, right? I didn't share his politics. As a matter of fact, I don't even know, because O.A.T. Rayburn came from a GNP family and had been a long-standing GNP. And then Gary just made him that offer that he took, right? But this man was a well-respected people. He was the principal of Samaritan School. Families used to send their children as far as River Sally to come to school in Samaritan because of his reputation. They would walk, get a ride, but you have to make sure you are there by 9 o'clock.
Right.
Because so when he got into politics, even the fact that I disagreed with him, he had stature in the community. People respected him. And on Sundays, people would go to Mr. Raybon's house for advice on this and that and whatever. I don't know. We don't have these things anymore.
Well, and I mean, it's not just greed. I mean, look at here. I mean, even if you didn't agree with a Republican, I mean, I'm on the left side of things, but at least, once upon a time, at least when I first came here and certainly before that, you could have sit down and listen to an intelligent Republican argument. I mean, you may not buy all the points that the person made, but you could agree with it. But I mean, look, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, seriously?
I'm one of the Republicans that I've always been fond of, because I so interested in the foreign policy space, was Richard Lugar. When you sit down, this guy made serious, credible argument. And in his how much years in politics, I never heard him say anything nasty or derogatory towards his Democratic thing. There was another Republican out of New Mexico named Pete Domenici. Mm-hmm. These guys in them had stature, but like you said, now I have to listen to Marjorie Taylor Greene and Chip Roy and
you could sit down and listen to these people argue a point, because I mean, yes, it may have been a conservative point, but it was an intelligent point, and because for me personally, I mean, whether I agree with you philosophically or ideologically, I mean, I want to see the logic in your reasoning when you're making your case. If I can see the logic in the reasoning when you're making the case, I could respect the argument, even if I disagree with the argument. So, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There was some
the other idiot that you had from Alaska. What was her name again? Sarah Palin.
Oh gosh.
I mean, where did they get these people from? I mean, if that isn't the epitome of stupidity, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it is clearly.
I think when you deck it not well stacked, you pull anything out and use it, right? You don't have the Jack, King, Queen, Aces. They take the 97.
Well, I don't know how they get elected. Who are elected?
They get elected because they're taking advantage of an electorate who may see themselves as being disadvantaged. And I mean, I'm not knocking anybody, for where they are and all that. And some things, they are legitimate gripes. Some people feel that they don't have a voice. And, I mean, on all fronts, and they see things slipping away from them. And when you have to deal with the unknown, it places you in a situation of reacting a certain way. We all do that. Stepping into the unknown is a big step for anybody, right? Yeah. And I mean, when you get used to something and you're comfortable with something, this is what change is a hard thing for a lot of people, and this country is changing in a lot of ways that a lot of people are not comfortable with, they're not used to, and there's that fear. So I think there's a lot of fear that is there, and sometimes we don't recognize that for what it is. And these people, I mean, which is not to say that you don't have bigots, but I don't believe that every single person is a bigot. Some people may just be reacting out of sheer fear of the unknown. They're scared of losing what they know. You don't have to lose anything.
One of the phenomenons that I've never been able to wrap my head around is how poor white people vote against their own self-interest.
Yeah.
That's one I don't get at all. But then when you look deeper, their vote is usually rooted in some social or religious issue.
Correct.
And or it could be guns, it could be religion, it could be gay rights, it could be about abortion. And for them, on that singular issue, they wouldn't care anything about anything
it's
else.
A thing, and sometimes it means just having a conversation with somebody to bring them over, and not necessarily to disparage the person, which is what a lot of people are inclined to do when you don't share their viewpoint.
Yes.
I don't have to agree with your viewpoint, but I can respect your viewpoint. I mean, it's your right to have. That's a right for you to have. You have a right to think what you want to think. You have a right to believe what you want to believe. It doesn't mean that what you think or believe is correct, but you do have a right to have it. You have a right to be wrong, in other words.
Yeah. And I think I had this saying, Margaret, everyone has a right to their own opinion, right? But nobody has the right to be wrong about the truth, right? And sometimes I go for and see people of integrity expected to be believed, and when they're not believed, they're allowed time to prove them right. And so I leave that to people, I give them that. When I say something, I'll do something. If you don't believe me, it's fine, but let time prove me right.
Yeah, I think another thing that bugs me about people too is that people who want to dog somebody for changing positions. Yes, that do some people change positions for political expediency? Yes, they do. I think, for example, a classic one that comes to mind is the congestion prices that they wanted to introduce in New York that the governor decided that she would put on pause, but she can't tell me that she put that on pause for any other reason than politics. All right?
Right.
So that I have a problem with. But the reality is the only constant in life is change.
Yes,
and the reality is you will make a decision. Sometimes you make a decision, and generally we make decisions and we make choices based on the evidence and the information that we have at the point in time.
Exactly.
But since the one constant in life is change, new information may come to light.
Exactly.
New facts, change in circumstances may come to light that may force you to reevaluate what you held there before and change that position. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person for changing it. It's just that circumstances, evidence, and everything else force you to change. People expect you to sit down in the same space all the time. No, you can't sit in the same space.
You know something, and I like that because one of the things I always say, as a soldier, you're trained to get a battle plan in the room. You're up in the room, right? What's going to be happening here? And you go on the battlefield, and the enemy have a different strategy than what you learn in the class in the war room, right? So you had to start. You had to improvise on the spot, right there and then. Situation change.
That's why Mike Tyson said everybody have a plan until they get punched in the face.
Exactly.
You have to come something different.
That's exactly it.
Yeah, you have to change.
I mean, and I think what is important is that if you're in a situation and you believe a certain thing and you get into a situation where things are different, is how quickly you're able to spin it so that you're able to bounce back. But some people are just not, and they're just stuck in that space and they expect you to be stuck in the same space with them. My thing is, you can stay there, but
I'm moving.
I'm only going one place. I'm moving on.
I'm moving on. I would not be held in a space where I have to just adjust to just your way of thinking. No, it's not gonna happen. I have to be a free thinker, and my free thinking should not allow you to dominate and to control the way I move. I have to be free to move the way I want to move in any given situation.
Exactly.
I think Bruce Lee says you have to be like water. You know what I mean? Whatever you put yourself in, you could become that, but you have to change. Because I can say, Margaret, change is constant. The only real situation in life is change. And if you're not changing, and you want to stay the same, but people do change. When I say they like change or not, they change or not, they change because they just want to go with you or they want to believe in what you believe in, but they still change. Right? And sometimes a guy said, well, I don't know what to choose. I'm sitting here. But if you get off on the wrong side, you'll find out that you're on the wrong side as soon as you get off. You understand? So get back on the right side. So just move. Don't stay and say I'm not doing anything. You have to
keep, things change, circumstances change, events change, evidence come to light,
Yeah.
Once upon a time, you used to use things to, you put animals on people to suck their blood out and whatnot, So, but you think you put them and leave them, let them forever, you put them out and stuff. We've discovered, people didn't used to wash their hands and they go and they treat patients. Patients would die. Then they discover, you know what? Wash your hands.
Wash your hands.
And it's important. Guess what? Patients started to live. So guess what? Then you can practice change. Clean your hands before you touch patients. It's them kind of things,
Just little things. Yeah. And somebody just like a discovery, somebody do a study, say, well, why when Tom go inside, did Tom wash his hands? Realize, oh, that's the problem. So everybody died under Tom watch. Why is everybody under Tom watch? So let's investigate. Let's watch Tom from 10 wake up in the morning. Follow Tom right through and see what Tom did that everybody was not doing. And whereas Tom, hey, you have to wash your hands before
you have to change.
Yeah, come. And if you don't monitor it and you don't see it and study it, you will never fix the problem.
No.
So that's hence the reason why you need to study every day. You have to study people around you. And what's suddenly happening? Why is this person doing that? Why is this happening? And last night in our show, we're talking about leadership, and one of the things that often happen when somebody coming to work late, right? It may be a number of factors, right? That cause the person to be that. So you don't want to write them a person just because writing up sick because they lost it, they write them up, they come late 3 times. But have you sat down with Bob and said, Dog, I noticed you're coming late. What's the problem here? You know what I mean? How can we adjust you? Because sometimes the work says come for 7, but Bob have an issue that he can't reach for 7, it could be for 8. So he always reaching 8. Then just make Bob time 8 o'clock. Yep. Because Bob's a productive person.
It's very funny with that. I don't know. You remember Alexander? He was. I remember he did a principal of a number of schools, but he ended up in McDonald College, and became he was a well-respected principal. And he was telling me a story during the pandemic. He said he had this young man from Montcraven who every day was late for school, but he did very well in school. And this is still in the days when the headmaster would stand in the gap and you get a few strokes
for being late.
So he said he didn't understand. He said because generally somebody who was always late like that would not be doing well in school. He said, but this kid was an A student. And he said then he started feeling guilty about having to hit him, beat him. So one weekend he decided to visit his home. To find out what's going on. Why is he always late? What's the situation? And he told me when he found out, when he got into, what was happening with the family and his responsibility every morning before he leaves to come to school, what he had to do just before he can leave home. He said he never felt so guilty.
Yeah.
Okay, so he said now he had to reorganize for this kid. So he told him, okay, classes start at 8, 8:30, be here. Try and make it for 8:30. Okay? And all of a sudden now, the kid is more encouraged now, right?
Yeah.
So he realized that the principal is paying particular attention to him. So he's redoubling his own efforts.
Right.
Because now he wants to do good by the principal.
Exactly.
So now all of a sudden he's making it on time now. A few times he might be late, but he's making it because he's getting up early. He's doing whatever. He has to help his little brothers and sisters get them to school because the mother is, and he's doing everything and he's making an effort, right? And that's the difference that teachers make in young people's lives,
Yeah.
So and it happens in a work situation too. If you have a worker who comes in there and on their shift they give you the best shift possible, but for some reason that person, because somebody who comes in and probably works in that very diligent manner is not just going to turn around and be totally irresponsible about time. So there must be something else going on in their life that's preventing them from there. And you have to, that's what the difference between being a manager and being a leader is, because a leader would try to understand and figure out what's going on. A manager is only care about that you punch in at 8 o'clock or 6 o'clock or whatever, and
exactly.
It does make a difference.
Exactly.
It does make a difference. So
very much so.
It has been a really good conversation. Margaret came and put the icing on the cake, it wasn't a buns with a black cake, you just missing the icing. And she came in and she put that icing there and it tastes really good. I hope that she don't stay away from the kitchen. Come back and,
well, good. I have to bake an oatmeal cake today. I have this new recipe that I want to try out that a friend said. Yeah, Margaret, I'm a big cake baker.
Really?
Yes.
I can make a cake for the life of me. So
so my mom made wedding cakes growing up, so I was always around her and I picked it up. So to this day, I'm always trying a recipe. And one of my friends all the way from London sent me a recipe during the week, telling me, she tried this oatmeal. And she said, you got to try it. I know you're a cake lover. Try this one. So that's what's on my Saturday schedule. I have to try this. No sugar.
Nah, I'm not yet. So
I bake all the time.
My mom had my
no
mom had
sugar,
2 of us, but
no sugar, no flour. She does no sugar, no flour. It's just oatmeal with crushed apples, and I just found it interesting. I say I have to try it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can make cake for the life of me. And my mom had 2 of us. My brother was a cake maker. My brother made a mean cake. Bread is my thing. My brother was cake. If I make a cake for you, go knock you down. I'm telling you.
No, I grew up in a bakery. My grandparents are bakers.
Well,
So
yes, I know you did. I know you did.
And then my late wife she do everything in the kitchen. So when it comes to Christmas time, she food since January for December.
Right.
And she also, and then when she baking, I'm right there. So John passed me that, John, I need this and that. Wait this flour for me, sieve this flour for me, do this. So I watch everything. I'm making a black cake now, and people will say, wow, you haven't lost a touch. But when they tell me, don't touch the lady current road, you can't be current road as your wife, don't do that.
No.
I couldn't make a current roll.
Because you know what it is? You know what it is? And I think because I see people debating this thing all the time, there is another thing. A current roll is a pastry.
Yeah.
It's not just any pastry, it's a flaky pastry.
Let
me tell you something. If you can't do flaky pastry, leave the pastry alone. Flaky pastry is a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
You have to put the shortening or fat, butter, whatever you're using, roll it, put it on the fridge, re-roll it again, because each time you put the butter and stuff on it, you're creating a layer. That's how the layers are created. And the problem is, people just figure that they just take flour and they mix it with water and stick something in it and
No.
If you can't make a flaky pastry, leave the people thing alone.
Forget it.
Alone.
Because it's really it's true. Layers. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. I ain't even attempting to do that. I pass in that straight. Who made the people come and buy it?
So Christmas gone, there was somebody was making black cake for somebody, and she run a shot. She buy 3 or 4 cakes, right? Black cakes, and she said, John, I know that you could make black cake. Can you make me 4? You're getting paid for it. So I made it. I brought it in, and I give her a sample first. She said, oh my God, and that's the person who asked me to make it for. So the person, they got it, and they say, tell her that was our mean black cake. You know what I mean? Because I put my wife recipes together and I put it down inside there. I remember I had a foreign student living here with me. We do the exchange student thing all the time. And so Christmas time, we had the black cake as dessert, And she ate it. And she said, does Genesis eat that? I said, no. She said, no, this is an adult cake. It's not much.
You were heavy on
yes,
the liquor,
he had everything.
Wow.
Like, it was nice. I mean, she said, can I have the recipe? Because my parents own a bakery and they sell cakes and things in Korea. So can I have the recipe for that? So she called her mom. She said, Mom, I'm eating a cake and you have to learn to make that. this is, I never taste anything like that nowhere in the world. This is it. You have to get it.
Black cake is something that Caribbean people have perfected.
Oh my God.
Let me tell you something. Some of the finest black cake I've had is from Jamaicans. It's a Jamaican that makes a cake.
Oh man.
And that thing is so smooth when you get that.
The Jamaicans are really good.
I can't eat black cake with some black wine or some red wine. I have to have wine alongside my cake, my black cake.
There's a Jamaican lady between Carol between Troy and Albany, or Troy and Schenectady, one of them. Christmas time, they cause full blocks picking up cake from this lady.
Wow.
Okay. She had to get a special permit from the city to extend her house, because the back of her house became her bakery.
Wow.
Right.
All right. So she got a special permit. So she extended the house to the full extent of the lot, which they don't generally do in the city. So she has this bakery, and it's become a family business. And she makes a mean black cake.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like. I've never been a black cake person. I mean, at most I would take like a little sliver, really. But I've had black cake from Jamaicans, and that's the only time that I really did eat. A substantial piece from it, because I'm my sponge cake. I'm a sponge cake, true and true. Give me my sponge cake.
All right. Well, John will talk. Margaret, great seeing you.
You too. I gotta run out, do some errands, and come back inside.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
all right,
Margaret, I'm looking forward to see you next Saturday morning.
Listen, that's my chores. I gotta get my chores.
I know. But I'm hoping I will start back the night shows. Right. So because I need to relax during the morning and do the Caribbean show and finish off do the early morning politics and stuff like that, but then get back onto the night show and do the bring in a guest and do this stuff. And Michael B. at least been asking since after NDC win election, I don't have him on my show anymore.
My cousin is crazy.
I heard that he said do anything to this right. It's allegedly he said that he do anything to this to discredit Dickon Mitchell. So I don't know what he and Dickon.
Yeah, I don't know what's the personal thing, because Michael is a serious, mature person.
Yeah, so I don't understand why he want to go there.
He does understand politics, and he's a big advocate for expanding the rural economy, and I think he should focus on that. He did make an offer which I thought the government should have taken him up on, where he offered to train some young people electrical. He's a master electrician. He has a master electrician.
He had a business here.
Yeah, and he offered to train them for free. Let the government bear the cost. They don't need to pay him. And I thought that was something that they should have taken him up on. But he says these crazy things on Facebook, so they might not want. My good cousin is crazy. I don't know what happened, because this is somebody that went through so much victimization on the
and that's what I mean. Imagine man have two vehicles rotting in paws because of the previous administration, and now you kind of like.
I don't understand.
I don't get it.
You just never know what's going on with people. Private.
I try to say politics.
Again, it comes back to that thing. Change. You just don't know what has changed. That has made the guy, take a 360 and
degrees turn. Yeah, it happens in politics, man. And people might just because they didn't find favor or something like that, they find something else to do, and they just change their mind and do what they want to do and criticize what they want to criticize.
Yeah.
But that's life. All right, guys.
All right.
Have a good one.
Have a great afternoon. Yes.
All right.
Hold on. One thing I want to do, you guys to do for me, to share my website, because I'm registering to work with my Jam FM Genesis Magazine registered as we have this journalism thing going, but I want to get into the ethnic media association in Toronto. So they want to see how much people I have visiting my website.
Oh, okay.
So the guy said you don't think have a problem admitting as a member, but I want to be able to get to access the funding, get all the stuff.
Okay.
I not only for myself, I intend to move my operation outward. I have a new business plan being drafted up, a new media kit being put together, and I need to monetize Jam FM, in a big way going forward. Because I gotta make this thing work for me and my family and everything and everybody else. So I want to get more involved in the media, the mainstream media, right? So I want to get more involved in that, get the official media passes to go to events, and I have my people train and go to the events and to report back and stuff like that. So the government have money for those things, but I have to you have to meet
a certain threshold.
So I'm not just want to do it like me doing it. I have there's people in school studying journalism, and they don't have a job when they come out, because the big media place you have experience. So for me, it's a breaking ground for those new students that are coming out. Even though they start here, right? They could end up in the bigger media afterwards. But I want to give them a place to start, and Jam FM get the recognition for being the dominating the greenhouse for new journalists to branch out from. I don't want to keep them, but make a transition point for them as well, to get the training and to move on. And the government provide training for young journalists as well, and for media houses like mine. So I want to tap into those kind of resources, those financial resources and training. So I need that. So share the website. And guys, also, I have a GoFundMe to help me buy some new equipment. So go check it out. And if you want to do it to me, do it to jamfm.ca at gmail.com. Make a donation. Folks, if you listen to us, we need to help us. And don't forget, we have our Christmas dinner coming up on the 30th of November. And we have a number of awardees and who have done some work in the Caribbean, in the community here. we are awarding them for the work and the contribution in the community. All right. So we have for media, we have for theater, we have for culture, and the community work. And the biggest award is the one in my wife's honor, Media Kai's Award of Excellence for Community Service. So we have persons already. We have all the people nominated and selected for the event already. The poster will be up shortly, everybody. So again, lend your support and encourage your friends in Canada to buy tickets to come to the event. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much, guys. So share the website. I'm going to do some work on the website as well. So to improve it, to have more of our event put on it. And another big thing we want to do is to broadcast from our website, like CNN and all the other stuff. We have everything in place already. As a matter of fact, we have our own server. We don't do an external server. So we don't have to pay for server service. We have our own server. All we need to do is to set up so we can broadcast directly from our website and stuff, instead of using Facebook alone. Because share out on Facebook, we do our basic from in-house. We have our own server already, and I could do a lot of different things, but I just need some of the they say money answered all things, right, Margaret? The Bible say that. It's just not love in me and love I do. Money do answer a lot of the questions and ills that we have in our society. Money.
That's why Mugabe had said that the only people who are affected by evil spirits were poor people.
Yeah.
He said he never saw a rich man.
It's true. But can money answer money? This is a whole different topic, eh? But the truth about it is, money answered everything. Trust me. If you have money, when you think about it, Margaret, when you go to a restaurant and have money, do you look at the price or look at the menu?
Now I look at the menu.
Look at it. Yes, I look at the menu.
But the thing is, I look at both.
Yeah, but again, if you have real money and you know what you want, you go to the fancy restaurant. That's my point.
Yes.
You can get good quality food. But if you don't have money, you go to McDonald's and eat all the junk.
No, when I have money, I just stay home.
Exactly.
No, I'm serious. When I have money, I stay home.
Exactly.
I'm going to look in the fridge. I'm going to look in the fridge and see what they and say, okay,
yes.
I can make that.
I can always whip up something in 20 minutes.
Hold on. I saw somebody put something there. Have any one of you have coconut tea?
Coconut tea?
Yeah, I just a friend from Carriacou on the live. Just check it out. She said that.
What is coconut tea?
I don't know. She's from Carriacou. I don't know if it's a typo or what, but she's a coconut tea. She loves coconut tea. So I said I never had that.
No, I never did.
He said back cake. You say I never. So I said I never had it. I don't know if it's a typo, but I think he says here. Where is it? Cocoa tea is and she have coconut tea is nice. I know she corrected by saying cocoa tea and coconut tea. So perhaps an error. But, yeah. I hope if it's a real thing, I'd like to taste it. I'm a foodie. Anything new I try.
Yeah, what I find very good is mango leaves, especially mango long.
Oh yeah. Mango leaf tea is good.
Really?
Yeah. Just mango leaf tea. Just boil it and drink it. Yeah.
Okay, I never had that.
I have a Rasta friend.
Very.
Every mango tree.
There's even some research. There's even some research on it that it helps regulate blood pressure and everything. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All fruit bearing tree that you eat, the leaf could make tea out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've learned that, and you could make tea with any fruit bearing tree. Yeah.
I didn't know, but it was a
Well, yeah. I mean, I get that, but yeah.
Yeah. But I didn't know that. You
say what you want. You didn't get me to drink Sarasa bush tea at all. You don't like
really?
That.
I love it.
I don't like.
I love it. I hate lemongrass. I hate lemongrass, Margaret.
Oh, lemongrass is the bomb.
No.
I love
it. But you could also use lemongrass to season chicken.
Yeah.
Well, and back to your wild meat conversation. You can't cook things like tattoo and stuff and not put lemongrass in it.
No, exactly.
You have to be precise seasoning process.
I don't eat it, but I know how to cook it.
That's what cuts the freshness.
Correct.
Yeah. You most definitely have that.
That's what happens when you grow up with old people.
Oh boy. We could go on for the rest of the day. Thank you guys so much. Have a blessed evening.
Later.
All right. You too.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Okay. One love. Bye. Yeah. All right. Patricia, good night. Good evening to you again. Patricia, is all the time for you. Your day just began. Yeah, Peter Bishop, good night. Good evening to you as well. Patrice James, good night to you. All our listeners on the radio, please. Somebody said it wasn't hearing the radio, so I think it's up. Yeah, it's up now. So yeah, the radio is up and running. I don't know what happened. It was off air. I don't know why it went off air. But again, you can still go ahead and listen to the radio, www.gemfm.ca. Please check it out and let us know what you think about the radio station, guys. Don't only wait for Facebook, because we do have shows on the radio, and you could please listen to the radio station during the day as well. Take a trip to it and on the radio and check it out. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the radio is active and live. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. More music, more love, more fun coming up right after this. I'm out of Facebook, but we on the radio. So I'm going to the Greater Day All Down Fest. I have to go to that, then go to my church conference. So I have a lot of stuff to do today. And then later on downtown, I hoping I can make it downtown today. I'm not sure about that, but it's happening today. The LGBTQ or CTFF is happening this afternoon from 7:30 to 10 o'clock. So again, if you're in Toronto and go around and check out the Caribbean Tale Film Festival, it's happening at 837 Dundas Street West. Go check it out. Tomorrow again, the closing night and awards. So check it out at the Caribbean Tale Film Festival. All right. So so Patricia, stay and listen to the radio station. There'll be motivational pieces, religious song, gospel, soca, everything happening from now until I go live at the park or at the church. You can watch it live. But we on. So go on the website at www.gemfm.ca. Even though we are available on Radio Gardens, I still want to encourage you to go to the website and click the listen button and listen to us there. All right. And those of you in Toronto, don't forget, you can come out our culture night on the 21st of September. It's next week, Saturday evening, 6 o'clock. And all the foods of all the different Caribbean countries will be on display. The cultural part of it, the dance and the music of the different countries in the Caribbean and any other country that is in the church, they have a table with the foods on it and the displays of the culture and stuff and the heritage. So all of that will be happening. And on the 30th of November would be our Red and White Affair and award ceremony. So we invite you to come along and be part of that. All right. We'll try, but at work here. Okay, at work. All right. So happy working next day. Happy work day. Also on the 18th and 19th of November, I'll be hosting the men's conference and the theme, Husband, Love Your Wives. So again, that will be another big thing happening for us too. For me, oh my God, my schedule is big and busy. I got to pace myself between times. So that is big happening. So again, today's All Down Fest happening at Caledonia and Lawrence Avenue. Come on out, guys, and support and be part of the movement. Yes, it's a good place to be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege to be here with you. I would love to kick my chair to the rear and get out of here. Have a wonderful afternoon, guys. Blessings. Yeah. Music. Get to gospel. Let me see that. I think I love this song I started off with this morning. I'll go back to that song. Where is it? And and also coming up on the 1st of November to the 20th of November, get the book. It's called 30 Days in the Word, with Shauna Knowles. All right, that book, it talks about, it's a devotional book, okay? So you get a devotional and Shauna Knowles. Let me just put this stuff up there so you get to know and to assimilate, to take part, to become part, or be in part with her and Gem FM. Yeah, 30 Days in the Word. Author Shauna Knowles. 30 Days in the Word. Daily devotional time with author Shauna Knowles. Start your morning with purpose. Join Shauna Knowles for a month-long devotional journey through the book. 30 Days in the Word. Deepens your faith with daily scriptures and prayer. Again, you can get a copy of the book at ShaunaKnowles.com. As SHARNAKNOWLES. Those who know Beyonce Knowles, yes, the last name. Yeah, so ShaunaKnowles.com, you could get your book from there. I prefer you go there to get your book, then you go to the other stores and stuff. Although you can get it on Amazon and Indigo and stuff, and Barnes and Noble, Kindle and stuff like that. You have the all different Apple books and stuff. But support her by going directly to her website, ShaunaKnowles.com, and get a copy of the book. So you could join in with the on the Zoom with her. And once you buy the book, you'll get the Zoom information to start the devotion at 5 a.m. Eastern time every morning from November 1st to the 30th. You want to be part of that. So Shauna Knowles is the author of the book, 30 Days in the Word. Very inspirational book. So get your copy and be part of the change, be part of the process, be part of the 30 Days in the Word conversation and devotional every morning from November 1st to the 30th. Again, that's my birth month, the 11th of November. So the whole month I'll start celebrating from the 1st right down to the 30th. So join her and myself on the morning with that. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I gotta get out of here because so much things to do, not enough time to finish them. See you later, guys. Those of you on YouTube, again, God bless you and make you a blessing. I'm out of here, folks. So love you know. All right. Yeah. Yep. Blessings, guys. I'm out of here.
Close to you. Please don't let me go. I lay it on stomach to hear you say you are my desire. Nothing else you do. Lord, nothing else can take your place. To feel the warmth of your embrace. Help me find my way and bring me back to you. Oh, help me know you. Close to you. I don't want you to let me go. You see, I lay it on, I lay it down again. I need to hear you say, you're my friend. You were my desire. Lord, nothing else you do. Nothing else can take your place. Feel the warmth of your embrace. So help me find my way and bring me back to you. Father, I just thank you right now. I thank you for your love, for your mercy, for your compassion. I thank you for healing. I thank you for cleansing. I thank you for your precious blood that flowed down on Calvary's cross for this whole wide world. Father, you're all that I want. In Jesus' name, amen.
You're thinking from appearances and how things look and how other people view me. Okay? Because every time you find yourself upset in life about anything that anyone else has said, what you're really saying is what you think of me is more important than what I think of me. All right? So you change from appearances to what I call quality thinking. Quality. What is the quality of my life? Rather than how does it appear to others? Now, do you tell yourself that because my friends don't like me, that means there's something wrong with me? No, that's what you have to learn, that another person's opinion is just that. It's their opinion, and that's all it is. Every time you are upset, or your children are upset, because of what somebody else says about them, including their peers, what you are really saying in that moment, and this is really important, what you're saying is, what you think of me is more important than what I think of myself. And you must never give anybody that kind of power and control over you, because they will always have it. The funny part about approval, for those of you who really want it, now I'm here to tell you that I like approval. I enjoy it. I find it one of the most exciting things in the world. I like it when people read my books. I love it when people applaud. I like it when people tell me nice things and all. I like approval. I'm the first one to admit it. What I don't do is I don't need approval. There's a big difference between wanting approval and needing approval. When you need approval, it means you become immobilized when you don't get it from making other people's opinions more important. Now, for those of you who say, yeah, but I want approval and I need it, and if I don't get it and so on, then understand this. The people who get the most approval in life are the ones who care the least about it. And the ones who get the least approval are the ones who are always going after it. So if you want approval in this paradoxical way that I'm talking about it, stop needing it. Stop concerning yourself about it. Ask yourself, who gets the most approval in life? Think of the person that gets the most approval, and you'll see that that person couldn't care less what other people are thinking. They're so busy being, they don't have time to notice what their neighbors are doing. Thoreau said this. He said, if you advance confidently in the direction of your own dreams and endeavor to live the life which you have imagined, you will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. What that means is that success is not something that you can get in life. Success is an inner process. Success is something that you bring to everything you do in your life. It isn't something you get out of what you do. And when you get that, and you learn how to get the junk out and advance confidently, doing what makes the most amount of sense to you based on your inner signals and the one issue of morality, which is you never interfere with anybody else's right to do the same. Each person has their own right to advance confidently in the direction of their own dream. And when you violate that, you're violating the principle of the universe, the essence of the universe, which is cooperation and harmony. Then success will begin to chase you. And it will come into your life and arrive in your life in amounts that you never dreamt of before, that you never dreamt of. Things will start happening to you that you would never imagine before. I'm working on a book right now that's going to be called You'll See It When You Believe It. And when you start believing in some of these principles, you'll start seeing things that you were blind to for so long. When you were back here in the 2 and the 3 and the 4 and the 5, when you were moving away from yourself, as long as you're moving back towards your universal essence, your harmony with yourself, your cooperation with the rest, things will start happening in ways that you never dreamt of. Jung called it synchronicity. And it's a term that we use to explain how unexplainable coincidences sort of happen in our life and how come these things happen. I'm going to share a couple of those with you before we leave. The quality versus appearance in your life means that you get that inner candle flame working in a way that gives you quality, independent of what other people think of you. Maslow, in defining self-actualizing, no-limit people, said they are independent of the good opinion of other people. Of the good opinion of other people, independent of it. They're so busy advancing confidently, doing the things that make sense, and bringing success to changing their baby's diaper, and bringing success to weeding their garden, and bringing it to the job. They bring it on the airplane so that when they run into somebody who is rude to them, a stewardess that is rude, they don't see it as an attack on them. It's just where they are, and they send them love. Help them a little bit, you know? They're kind. When somebody wants to get in on the freeway and they're one old temptation when they were on the 1 to the 6 side was to say, oh yeah, nobody's getting in front of me. I'm getting there first. It's like they slow down a little bit. They don't have all that type A stuff of having to beat somebody else and having to defeat somebody. It's a new way of being. It's a way of quality where your harmony allows you to cooperate and you are a part of what this whole thing is about. New way of being, quality rather than appearances. Another new way of being, very important. Living your life on ethics rather than rules. Ethics rather than rules. All these rules, all these ways of having to do things, somebody else dictates to them. Do you know that some of the most immoral acts in the world have been perpetrated in the name of the rules? These are the laws. What do you think Nazi Germany was all about? Everybody doing all these horrible things to other people. I'm only doing my job was the defense we all heard at Nuremberg. I was just doing my job. If it's an immoral rule, it's immoral to obey it. And self-actualizing people, as Maslow tells us, have rules inside of them that they could never obey, never disobey, ever. And they have to do with ethics, how you treat people. How do you think we get to where we are now? You know who Rosa Parks was? The woman in the South, the black woman in the South who said, not today. I'm not going to the back today. No way. I know what the rules are. The rules were all over the place. If you needed a reminder, there were signs every place, colored in the back, white in the front. And she said, no, I'm sitting here. And that made all the difference. Ethics, not rules. When your children start disobeying rules that need to be disobeyed, don't be surprised. When I was in the service, They had a policy on Guam, where I was stationed, which would not allow the Guamanian civilians to shop in the PXs and the Navy exchanges. But they did allow all other civilians to shop in the Navy exchanges and PXs. But if you were Guamanian, that is, if your skin was dark and your eyes were shaped a little different, then you couldn't. A clear, outright violation. I was a serviceman. I was in the Navy, the communications cryptographer. They had a newspaper in the Guam Daily News, and it said, "An invitation to speak your mind." And it was a letter writing contest. And they offered $75 to the first prize winner. $75. This was 1961. That was a fortune to me. That was a month's pay in the Navy at that time, almost. So I entered the contest, and I knew I would win it. I had already written a novel at that time. A whole novel I'd written while I was on Guam. I knew it wasn't going to be a contest. I felt sorry for the other people entering it. I knew I was going to win this. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that when you're in the service and you have an opinion and you don't submit it to the chain of command, that you can be court-martialed for that. So the headlines on next week's Guam Daily News were U.S. sailor assails policy of discrimination. Big, hot stuff, all right? And I was called before a vice admiral, Commander Naval Forces Marianas Islands, and threatened with a court-martial because I had disobeyed the rules, even though the rule was immoral. There are lots of them like that. And when I went in and they threatened me with a court-martial, I told them this was my battle plan. They didn't have Xerox machines in those days, so I had to get a lot of carbon paper. I wrote a letter to President John F. Kennedy, and I wrote a letter to the Secretary of the Navy, and I wrote a letter. My hometown was Detroit. I wrote a letter to the Detroit News and a letter to the Detroit Free Press, telling them what was happening to me as a result of just expressing my opinion about an immoral act that was going on over here on Guam. And I showed the naval vice admiral my letters right there. I said, I've only sent the one to the president and the Secretary of the Navy. These letters go to the newspapers across the country. There was one there to the New York Times as well, and the Los Angeles Times. It was, and I just spread them out before him. I said, if you court-martial me or punish me in any way for this, then what's going to happen is the world is going to find out about this policy. And I'm prepared. I'm ready. I can handle it. And I was 20 years old at the time, or 21. Not only did I get a blessing from that, because all things come in blessings for you, I got out 90 days early. And they stamped on my record, PI, because the president took it up and sent it to the secretary. Must have. And I never heard from him, but the PI on your record means political influence. And they don't like anybody with political influence in the military. And as soon as they saw that, they said, this is somebody we probably will be giving a discharge real soon. There was no court-martial. And in September of 1962, a brand new policy was initiated on Guam, which allowed any civilian to shop in the Navy exchanges. And it came about as a result of someone saying, these rules are immoral, and therefore it's immoral to obey them. New ways of being, ethics rather than rules. And when your kids want to know why, how come these rules are so stupid? How come we have to do this? Encourage them to change them. My mother always did that. She would have to help me get out of the messes that I got myself into, because I did it in my impetuous youth. I would just, when they would say to me, what's more important, your job or school? I was just honest. It's my job, of course. That's how I felt in those days. But what you do put out in the world is exactly what's coming back to you. And if you find things coming back to you that you don't like and don't understand, don't ask yourself why these things are coming to you. Ask yourself what you're doing to make them come back to you. And when you start putting the responsibility on yourself, you'll start seeing dramatic changes. Dramatic changes. A new way of being. Instead of rules, ethics. Another new way of being. Instead of looking all your life for achievements and externals, try living your life on knowledge for the sake of knowledge. Knowledge instead of achievement. for the sake of knowledge, being in a context in which you don't have to collect a lot of merit badges. You don't have to collect a lot of awards and other people's value judgment. That you go to school or you go out into the world or you read or whatever it is you do because it makes sense to you, not because of what somebody else is going to put on a transcript or where you're going to appear in a class list. We need to help our children to understand and value the importance of knowledge for the sake of knowledge and doing things that make sense rather than taking the easy way. Knowledge rather than always trying to achieve. We're in an achievement-oriented society, which tells us that we evaluate and judge a human being based upon how many achievements he has. But most of the people who get caught up in that trap and are always in this circle of trying to get ahead, trying to always get ahead, their reward for that almost always is higher blood pressure, ulcers, early deaths, and even things like cancer, we're beginning to find out, are related to the kinds of stresses that we have. And remember, it's a perfect universe. There's no stress in it. There's only people thinking stressful thoughts. And when you put that pressure on yourself to always achieve and get ahead of the other guy, you miss what it's really all about. There's nothing wrong with goals. It's falling in love with them that's the problem. It's not being able to be flexible and alter them. If you have a goal to get here, to get $100,000 in the bank, to get to this promotion, to get 2 cars in your garage, whatever it is that your goal is, and you're on your way to that, and you're always working at the goal, all of this stuff on your way to the goal is called striving. And that's what you learn, striving. And striving is a very low-level place to be. When you get to your goal, because all you've ever known is striving, you will just always suffer from this disease called more. You will just upgrade your goal to $200,000, 4 cars and 2 houses and another wife and a younger one and all of these kinds of things. If you have a goal and you understand that every step along the way is a present moment to enjoy and to live, then the goal won't become any obsession. I don't have any goals in my life. People ask me, where are you going to be 5 years from now? What are you going to be doing? What's next for you? I remember what Lincoln said, who to me was like the greatest person who ever sat in that White House. He said, I never had a policy. He said, I just tried to do what made the greatest amount of sense each and every day of my life as I sat there as the president of the United States. And I think there's something really significant in that you don't have to get it all planned out and follow a certain pattern and do it a certain way. If you just sort of trust your inner instincts and go with that and live each moment, the goal stuff will all take care of itself. But if you're sacrificing and pushing your life aside and suffering on your way to trying to get someplace, you'll never get there. It will always elude you because once you get there, you'll just have to upgrade it. And that's because that's all you'll know. Nowness is that purest form of sanity, living in this moment.
And strangers on earth, people who say such things show that they are looking for a country of their own. If they had been thinking of the country they had left, they would have had opportunity to return. Instead, they were longing for a better country, a heavenly one. Therefore, God is not ashamed to be called their God, for He has prepared a city for them. Jermaine said, on my road to God's destiny, world is just come before me, keeping my mind on you daily. Cannot get lost on the journey. Burning struggles try to tame me, don't wanna let me see your glory, but I'm fighting to be holy. So I hide and be lonely. Jesus will be my company. I'm at least your Lord, please tell me. I know I asked you before, but I'm feeling insecure. And getting enough of you so long. Expecting you more. You brought me from so far, and I just can't go right now. My friends, no one come pumpkin, but no one pick up the gun thing. Some young girl, but them want pumpkin. When me and you know that I don't think, I don't know mind pumpkin. That's why so much death on a flunking. To the wrong rhythm on a thumping, to the wrong beat on a hard pumping. Christian, stop on the crumbling. Oh, Jesus, type on a bunting. Stop putting my back and up front him. Start seek him like you are hunting. Every day when you get up and you need him. Give thanks in life when you're reading. Can't call enough to be leading. Or maybe turn me back when him go through the crucifixion and bleeding. I'm not ashamed to tell the world that I am what I am. I am a son of the Most High. I am that I am. I choose not to stand alone because I'm not an island. I'm representing the King, the King, Caribbean. In my soul, I won't become you. Satan had me bound for so long, and now I am you. Baba, destiny desire. Carnal behavior. Enjoy that life because no my body will be that pleasure. For you, wanna for you, Jesus. Found my Jesus. I found my Lord. It wasn't all the mountain. But it was on my knees. I found my Lord. So I was blind. I could not see the glory of Jesus. So rich and free. I've heard about him. When I Galilee, right at Lord, oh help me please. Down on my knees, I found my Jesus. Down on my knees, I found my Lord. It wasn't on the mountain. But it was on my feet. I found my Lord. He took my hand. I held up high, and he saw the tears that I had cried. Oh, he came down and held me tight, and he said, my child, oh my, I went down on my knees, and I asked the Lord, have mercy, please. He had compassion. He showed me love. Now I praise the Lord above. Down on my knees, I found my Jesus. Down on my knees,
I found my Lord. It wasn't on the mountain, not in the valley, but it was on my knees. I found my Lord, but it was on my knees. I found my Lord, oh, but it was on my knees. I found my Lord. Who reigns of all living things. King of all kings, who thou things. I divine strength. Oh, and I know that I can. To live all the breath of the day. Divine strength. Oh, Jah, divine strength. Oh, and I know that I can. To live all the breath of the day. Divine strength. Yeah. I say, but I'm not afraid. They are looking for what they can say. Coming outside, appearing all shape. Lord, give us the vision to differentiate. Yeah, we shall escape. God who protect is greater than great. In all that we do, we also have faith. Such a divine strength. Yeah. Never look like that. Only power to bless. Divine strength. Oh, Jah. Divine strength. Yeah. I never look like that. Only power to bless. Divine strength. Yeah. And I don't want to be unhappy. Let me live till I'm great. I work hard to get it. Out of tears, fear, and back, that's way. Never let the seed of education decay, no way. As I keep on saying, yeah. Never nobody play. All the great. Winning the crown of victory in the end. The hour is near, rise and defend all the our freedom we have. And I don't wanna be unhappy, so let me live till I'm great. Work hard to get rest. Out of fear and backbiters way. Never let the seed of education decay, no way. As I think of strength, yeah. And never let I fail.
You know, I can still remember when it was just me and you. Totally, you and your queen. We get everything about your book. I wish you would have treat me like your black. I would have love it if you keep it from cock. I wish you would have treat me like your yacht. Keep me wet while the waves them are rock. Why you can't stay up from me like the Ghana? And keep your lips warm like your marijuana. I would love it if you treat me like the club. Stay up in on me whole night, just a bump and grind and rock. You don't understand what your woman needs from her man. Why you run the street all the time? These streets don't love you like I do. Did you know that you wanna keep you that you did for sure that the love we have with it takes so much effort to build. You are going to blow that. But just like a plate of jersey, you are going to get trouble. I wish you would treat me like a own. But know you're not like that when you're bound. You should have the woman not like your Tim. Need to act older than the size of your ring. I wish you would have stayed from me like your phone man. And never leave the house without me like your poor man. Why I wish you would have treat me like your wish. Your girl's a perfect 10, but your pins them are only a 5 and a 6. You don't understand what your woman needs from her man. I get them on the street all the time. These streets don't love you like I do. Need to know that you wanna keep your that you did for sure that the love we have when it takes so much effort to build. You are going to blow that. But just like a plate of jersey, you are going to get over. Now the feds of them skates and they give a phone. Me look for you for me, the face, me no see none around. When you call me collector, give me a run to do. Me not see no hot girl, me not see none of your crew. Government cheese everything, that cheese everything. And another ball I don't take over this spot. I run trees everything, that cheese everything. And 10,000 more is all you got saying. Now you understand what I was trying to say to my man. Why you didn't dip on the grind? You should have been in my side. The street them up the down, bang the bang, I just the place where you pay the bond. But stuck with the corner. You can't see me never want ya. Now, you know the streets don't love you. Down the streets can't hold you. You know the streets don't love you. Like God do. You know the streets don't love you. Oh, like God do. You like God do. You know the streets don't love you. Like God do.
Right? Prove it. Like, what's the metric? Give me the number that helps me know, right? Because when you met her, you didn't love her, right? Now you love her, right? Tell me the day the love happened. It's an impossible question, right? But it's not that it doesn't exist. It's that it's much easier to prove over time, right? So all leadership is the same thing. It's about transitions. So if you were to go to the gym, right? It's like exercise, right? If you go to the gym and you work out and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing. And if you go to the gym the next day and you come back and you look in the mirror, you will see nothing, right? So clearly there's no results, can't be measured, it must not be effective. So we quit, right? Or if you fundamentally believe that this is the right course of action and you stick with it, like in a relationship, I bought her flowers and I wished her happy birthday and she doesn't love me. Clearly I'll give up. You know, that's not what happens. If you believe there's something there, you commit yourself to an act of service. You commit yourself to the regime, the exercise. You can screw it up. You can eat chocolate cake one day. You can skip a day or two. You know, it allows for that. But if you stick with it consistently, I'm not exactly sure what day, but I know you'll start getting into shape. I know it. And the same with the relationship. It's not about the events. It's not about intensity. It's about consistency, right? You go to the dentist twice a year, your teeth will fall out. You have to brush your teeth every day for 2 minutes. What does brushing your teeth twice a day for 2 minutes do? Nothing. Unless you do it every day, twice a day for 2 minutes, right? It's the consistency. Going to the gym for 9 hours does not get you into shape. Working out every day for 20 minutes gets you into shape. So the problem is we treat leadership with intensity. We have a 2-day offsite. We invite a bunch of speakers. We give everybody a certificate. You're a leader, right? Those things are like going to the dentist. They're very important. They're good for reminding us or getting us back on track, learning new lessons. But it's the daily practice of all the monotonous, little, boring things like brushing your teeth that matter the most. She didn't fall in love with you because you remembered her birthday and bought her flowers on Valentine's Day. She fell in love with you because when you woke up in the morning, you said good morning to her before you checked your phone. She fell in love with you because when you went to the fridge to get yourself a drink, you got her one without even asking. She fell in love with you because when you had an amazing day at work and she came home and she had a terrible day at work, you didn't say, yeah, but let me tell you about my day. You sat and listened to her awful day and you didn't say a thing about your amazing day. This is why she fell in love with you. I can't tell you exactly what day, and it was no particular thing you did. It was the accumulation of all of those little things that she woke up one day and as if she pressed a button, she goes, I love him, right? Leadership is exactly the same. There's no event. There's no thing I can tell you you have to do that your people will trust you. It just doesn't work that way. It's an accumulation of lots and lots of little things that anyone by themselves is innocuous and useless. Literally pointless by themselves. People will look at little things that are good leadership practices and say, that won't work. And you're absolutely right. But if you do it consistently and you do it in combination with lots of other little things, like saying good morning to someone, that looking them in the eye. My friend George, who's a 3-star general in the Marine Corps, he says his test for leadership, and I love this, he goes, his test for a good leader is if you ask somebody how their day is going, you actually care about the answer. Right? The number of times we're walking to a meeting, we're rushing, we go, how are you? Not good, I got to get to you later, I'm late for a meeting. Right. If you ask the question, you were standing there and you were listening to the answer. It's those little innocuous things that you do over and over and over and over that people will say, I love my job. Not I like my job. I like my job means, yeah, the challenge is great, they pay me well, I like the people. I love my job means I don't want to work anywhere else. I don't care how much somebody else is willing to pay me. I'm devoted to the people here, and I care desperately about the people here as if they were my family. In business, we have colleagues and coworkers. In the military, they have brothers and sisters. That's how they think of each other, right? If you really have a strong corporate culture, the people will think of each other like brothers and sisters. It's like a family, right? No, brothers and sisters. Deep love. Fight, but the love doesn't go away, right? Bicker, the love doesn't go away. And I'll fight with my sister, but if you threaten my sister, you're going to have to deal with me, right? We'll fight internally, we'll bicker with each other, but nobody's going to hurt each other. And if anything from the outside shows up, you're looking at a unified front. Brothers and sisters. Now, how do you create brothers and sisters out of strangers? Common beliefs, common values, parents, in other words, executives who care about their children's success, who care to raise their children, teach them skills, discipline them when necessary, help them build their self-confidence so that they can go on and achieve something more than you could have ever imagined achieving for yourself. That's leadership. An absolute love and devotion for the people who've committed their lives to this enterprise.
That's such a brilliant reframe. It's so simple and so beautiful and
unbelievably hard work.
It is and it isn't. Here's why it is. You said it. It's hard to measure, right? It's hard for me to show.
It's hard to measure in the short term. It's very easy to measure in the long term. Over the long term, the traditional metrics will go up. All your revenues, profits, market share, the traditional metrics will go up, and more importantly, they'll go up more stably, right? You will be able to weather hard times better because the people will come together, they won't abandon ship, right? Over the long term, the traditional metrics are just fine. But also over the long term, your churn will go down, right? You won't be going through employees as much, right? Over the long term, you'll find that loyalty is much higher, that people will turn down better paying jobs, right? Over the long term, all the traditional metrics are just fine, and then some. It's only the short term that it's hard to measure. I mean, it's a human thing. So just as you know how your body feels after a good workout, and you know how your body feels after a big greasy meal, you know that one is good for you and one is not, despite what it may taste like. And that's the problem with short-term gains, right? They feel really good in the short term. So it's like we're highly trained social animals. We're highly adapted social animals. You know, we can feel social awkwardness, and we can feel when things are going well. You know, you can sense it. You say you have this sense of laughter, you know, around the office. Like we don't walk around with blinders. We're like I said, we're made to do this. You know, that's why we can assess if somebody's trustworthy or not. You know, that's why we keep our walls and we're like, oh, yeah, his results are great, but I wouldn't trust him, right? You know, as opposed to letting down your, like, I trust her with anything. I trust her with my kids, my money, anything, you know? So we're highly attuned animals, and so we're good at sensing it. But I will say there is a caveat to your metric of laughter, which is a decent one, is that scale breaks things. Right? In human beings. As I said before, we're not made for populations bigger than about 150-ish. It's called Dunbar's number. Robin Dunbar, a professor from Cambridge University, theorized that we cannot maintain more than about 150 close relationships. And the way he defined a close relationship is, if you're at a bar with a bunch of friends and somebody comes in, would you ask that person to join you or not? And it's about 150 that we would ask them to come join us. And if you think about the reason, that actually makes perfect sense, which is there's two limiting factors. One is time. If you only gave 2 minutes to every person you know, you'd make no close friends. And the other one is memory. You just can't remember everybody. And so this is where leadership becomes very, very interesting, because if you have a company that has a lot of people, 5, 6, 7, 800 people, 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people, clearly you can't know everyone. And clearly as a CEO, like, I care about every single one of my people. You don't even know. Some of the people you work for are real, who work for you are bastards. You don't care about them, right? So it's a nonsense statement, right? But what you can say is, I desperately care about the people whose names I know and whose faces I recognize. And I care desperately about my leadership, and I instill in them every day that I will give them the tools and I will take care of them with one purpose and one purpose only, that they will take care of the people in their charge. And I want those people to take care of the people and instill in them that they take care of the people in their charge. And then by the time you get down to the masses, where the actual 1,000 exist, because of the seniors, it's like 20, right? Where the real 1,000 exist, they feel about 150 of them can look to one of their direct leaders, to one of their direct managers, and say, that person cares about me. That's our boss. That's my boss. That's my leader. Not the leader. It's the CEO. That's my manager, my boss, my leader. Sometimes you get fired. Sometimes you get in trouble. Sometimes you'll lose your job and the next guy will get all the credit. It's all true. And the courage to do the right thing in the face of overwhelming pressure, only the best leaders have that courage. Only the best leaders. And here's the folly. Courage is not some deep internal fortitude. You don't dig down deep and find the courage, right? It just doesn't exist. Courage is external. Our courage comes from the support we feel from others. In other words, when you feel that someone has your back, when you know that the day that you admit you can't do it, someone will be there and say, I got you. You can do this. That's what gives you the courage to do the difficult thing. It's not going off to an ashram by yourself somewhere for 4 weeks and coming back and finding the courage. It's not what happens. It's the relationships that we foster. It's the people around us who love us and care about us and believe in us. And when we have those relationships, we will find the courage to do the right thing. And when you act with courage, that in turn will inspire those in your organization to also act with courage. In other words, it's still an external thing. That's what inspiration is, right? I'm inspired to follow your example. But those relationships that we foster over the course of a lifetime will not only make us into the leaders we need to be and hope we can be, but they'll often save your life. They'll save you from depression. They'll save you from giving up. They'll save you from any matter of,
Emancipation, Trinidad is look like Africa. Everybody wearing African clothes, they tell me that is with culture. And when it's back time, you're bound to be having soca. Music playing everywhere and people in this Savannah. But when it's Christmas time up, they can't understand. People get so busy, forget the purpose of this season. They forget how Jesus, the man who come here to save us. They forget all about the prophecy that the people of God this Christmas. Don't forget your Jesus. God this Christmas. Don't forget your Jesus. Give thanks. Jesus, so together. When it's Christmas time, I see them people fixing them out. Then they go down my thoughts and see what them to spread it out. When it's Christmas time, see them putting up Christmas tree. Then they go on by them plastic, Santa what it going. All of this tonight, children, all of this night. But all you forget your Jesus, the man who really come pay the price. What important needed for you and living for this Christmas. Don't forget your Jesus for this Christmas. Don't forget your Jesus. For this Christmas, don't forget your Jesus. For this Christmas, don't forget your Jesus. Don't forget your Jesus, because you know he's the one who take your life. God is my king. Have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, no. Just remember that God is standing by. Hold on, yeah. When you have heartaches, don't cry. Oh no, oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. Sometime when you're burning it down, just remember. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry. No, no. When you have trouble, don't cry. Oh no, oh no. Just remember that God is standing by. When you stop running over, just remember. Thank you, Lord. So there's no need to cry.
Forget about your trouble. Forget about your pain. You're talking about
The human race has been comprised of the haves and the have-nots. When I was a kid back during the Great Depression, I was obsessed with a desire to know what invisible something separated the haves from the have-nots, being a have-not. I wanted to know why so few managed to be well off financially in a country where success is available to everyone. For example, in checking the Statistical Abstract of the United States, published by the Bureau of the Census, I discovered, just lately, that only 10% of the men in this country, 65 years of age and older, have incomes of $6,000 or more a year. More than 80% of all men 65 or older have incomes under $4,000 a year. Only 7.6% have incomes between $7,000 and $10,000 a year, and only 3.7% have incomes of $10,000 a year or more. A man starts his working career in his 20s, often earlier. He's fortunate in that he lives in the free world. He has better than 40 years to make the grade financially in the richest country on earth. Yet, according to the statistics, only about 10 out of 100 will be financially secure by the time 65 rolls around, and only about 4 men out of 100 will be financially comfortable. Now, why? Let me tell you how to find out for yourself. Conduct your own survey. Start down the street in your neighborhood on any Saturday or Sunday and ask the man of every house 2 questions. The first question is, what are you doing at the present time to increase your income now? That is, how much do you want to earn? And when you've evaluated the blank stare you get in response to that question, ask question number 2, which goes, how much money are you planning to be worth at age 65? Now, when the silence becomes too unnerving, thank him and move on to the next house. Ask 50 men, 100, 1,000, until you're completely convinced that the reason men don't make more money during their working lives and the reason men aren't financially independent by the time they're 65 is simply that they seldom, if ever, do any constructive thinking on either subject. It's that simple, unfortunately. The reason it's so easy to earn far more money than the average man earns in this country is that so very few are going about it the right way. This is a race without enough contestants to bother about. The few who are really in the race can all be winners. Some will finish ahead of the others, but even the man who finishes last in this race will be financially secure. Most people, more than 90%, aren't even in the race. To prove it, ask yourself the 2 survey questions. Up until the time you started listening to this message, what were your plans for increasing your income? How much do you want to earn? And how much money had you decided to be worth by the time you're 65? You see, people who earn large incomes aren't lucky, and they're not crooks as those without money are so fond of pretending, nor are they endowed with more brains or talent necessarily than their friends and neighbors, nor are they privy to occult secrets, and only a very few were lucky enough to have had rich fathers or grandfathers. Most of the people earning the big incomes today started the same way you and I did, and most other people. The only difference between the men who earn big incomes and those who earn small incomes is that those earning big incomes decided to earn more. They're the people who made it their business to earn more. You see, a woman who does not think about baking an apple pie for dinner tonight will never think of looking up the recipe for apple pie. Without the decision for pie, there's no motivation for checking out the recipe. A man who does not think about driving his car to St. Louis, Missouri or Nacogdoches, Texas will never get road maps which show how to get to St. Louis or Nacogdoches. And a man who never decides to earn more money will never think of learning how, of looking up the rules for earning more money. You see, people do what they make up their minds to do. So get rid of the ancient superstition once and for all that people who earn big money are special people, are lucky, or get the breaks, or had money to begin with, or knew someone, or are smarter, or anything else. These are alibis. They can all be disproved 1,000 times. The reason there are so many of these alibis around is that men who fail to make the grade financially are seldom honest enough to just admit that they really didn't try and keep trying. So in order to justify their failure, in order to remain seated, they dream up and pass along these old alibis. We're all self-made, but only the successful will admit it. I once had occasion to visit Charleston, South Carolina. I'd never been there before, so I hired a taxi to drive me around the historic old town. I particularly wanted to see the battery where that famous shot was fired on Fort Sumter. Along this beautiful drive, some of Charleston's oldest and finest homes look out over the bay. I commented to my cab driver on what lovely homes they were, and he said, yes, some of those homes have 40 rooms. And then he thought a moment and he said, and every one of them is owned by a crook. This is how the have-nots justify themselves and their lot in life. I didn't say anything because I didn't feel I was entitled to advise him or try to straighten out his thinking. This is a free country where as long as he doesn't hurt others, everyone has the unalienable right to be just as wrong as he wants to be. As Thomas R. Lounsbury, the American scholar and educator, put it, we must view with profound respect the infinite capacity of the human mind to resist the inroads of useful knowledge. My taxi driver and men and women like him all over the world have been kidding themselves and holding themselves down and refusing the bounty and abundance of the world for centuries. Knowledge is available to everyone. We can either listen to those qualified to teach us, or we can go along with those ancient stumbling blocks we get from people who don't know any more than we do. The truth, incidentally, about those homes along that beautiful drive is that they were built by the men and women who made the largest contribution to the city of Charleston. In just a moment, I'm going to give you the formula for getting rich. But before I do, I want to remind you of something. Before a jet pilot begins his takeoff from an airport, he carefully goes over a checklist, item by item. He does this not only because it's required by law, but because he cannot afford to trust so important a job to his memory alone. He has another checklist that he goes over just as carefully before he begins his letdown at his destination. He does this without fail every time he takes off and every time he lands. Well, I think living successfully is as important as flying an airplane. And because of this, I think each of us needs a checklist too. And that's why there's one included with this cassette. We need a checklist to go over item by item before we take off in the morning and before we drop off to sleep every night. So I want to recommend that you affix the checklist to your bathroom mirror. Stare at it as you brush your teeth in the morning and stare at it again as you prepare for bed at night. Go over each item, and as you do, think of what each item represents. Now here's number one. It's the formula for getting rich. It also explains why you're in your present position, whether you're earning $6,000 a year or $16,000 or $60,000 or $600,000. It applies to every adult, whether he's employed or unemployed. It applies to the richest man and to the poorest and every person in between. And here it is. Our rewards in life will always be in exact proportion to our contribution, our service. Now that's what the formula means as the first item on your checklist. Memorize it. Our rewards in life will always be in exact proportion to our contribution, our service. Listen to it, think about it until you know it emotionally as well as intellectually. It might give you some slight feeling of superiority to realize that there's probably not another man within a mile of where you live who knows it. You can add it as a question on your survey if you want proof of that. If you want it in another form, here it is as it applies to a man's job. It's the same thing really, the same thing applies, but you can express it differently. The money you're paid by the company you work for will always be in direct ratio to the need for what you do, your ability to do it, and the degree of difficulty involved in replacing you. Maybe you want to write the formula down in both of its forms and think about it until it's as much a part of you as your name. The reason it isn't spelled out on your checklist is because you might not want everyone to know what you're up to. The checklist is valuable only to a person who knows what the words really indicate. All right, you've got the formula. As you think about it, its meaning will become clearer to you. With the formula, there are 2 rules which must be applied to properly use it. This formula, together with the 2 rules, is your recipe or your roadmap to earning all the money you really want. Now let's take a look at item number 2 on your checklist. And I'm serious about your putting this checklist on your mirror. You'll notice it's pressure sensitive. Item number 2, the gold mine. The Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright Archibald MacLeish in his play The Secret of Freedom wrote, "The only thing about a man that is a man is his mind. Everything else you can find in a pig or a horse." Strong words, aren't they? But as long as you live, you'll never hear a truer statement. The key to every human being's success lies in his mind, the gold mine between his ears. One idea can make you rich. A lot of good ideas can move you steadily upward in the work you do, and ideas are free. Now just think, there's nothing now being done commercially that will not be done better, much better in the years ahead. Next year's homes and most of what's in them will be better than this year's. Next year's cars will be better. Next year's manufacturing, distributing, marketing, and selling and advertising should be better. Nothing is now being done as well as it must be done in the future, and every innovation, every new improvement will be somebody's brainchild. Now, what's your specialty? How many good ideas have you come up with during the past year? If you continue on as you have in the past, where will you be and what will you be earning, say, a year from now, 5 years from now? Every day of our lives, we walk or drive by more opportunity than we could develop in a lifetime, in 50 lifetimes. Back in the 20s, Sinclair Lewis wrote that you can kidnap a man, blindfold him, take him to any city in the country with a couple of notable exceptions, put him in a chair in the downtown area, take off his blindfold, and he could sit there a week and not be able to tell you what town he's in. The streets are all alike. The buildings are all alike. The businesses all look alike. This is still largely true today. The reason for this being that most businessmen in this country are playing a game called follow the follower. If a man goes into business, no matter what line it happens to be, the first thing he does is make certain that his place of business, outside and inside, looks exactly like every other place of business of that type in the country. You know why? It's because he's been playing copycat since he was a year old and does it without thinking about it. For the same reason kids dress alike in school. He wants to be one of the gang. He doesn't necessarily examine all the business establishments in his field and pattern his on the one outstanding example, the one that inspires him, the one that he can really believe in. He just does what everybody else in his business is doing, and by this simple process, he guarantees his own mediocrity. Whose drum are you marching to, if indeed you're marching to anyone's, and why? Remember, whatever you now do for a living will be done differently, quite differently a few years from now. Never in the history of mankind have the opportunities for all of us been so great. But the great majority of people will be the beneficiaries of progress, not those who bring it about. Which group are you going to belong to? If you want to be a contributor, not just a beneficiary, here's the first rule. It appears on your checklist as the gold mine. So, think. Think deliberately and with a purpose. Use the gold mine between your ears. Begin by thinking at a special time every day. Back during the Depression, a New York lumber dealer was growing rich while other lumber dealers were going broke. When asked how he did it, he said, "Every evening when I get home, I close myself up in a quiet room, sit in a comfortable chair, and ask myself, how will my business be conducted 10 years from now? Then I try to do it now." Instead of competing with every other lumber dealer, which is what they were doing, he was creating. He was doing the very thing man was designed to do, the very thing man does best. A company growing at the rate of 10% a year will double its size in less than 8 years. But a man can improve his effectiveness 50% or 100% a year or more. The experts tell us that every one of us has within him deep reservoirs of ability, even genius, that he habitually fails to use. Well, let's begin now to reach into these deep, rich areas of pure net profit and use more of our real abilities. Let's think. Here's the best way I've found to make yourself think. Start getting up a little earlier than you're accustomed to. Right off the bat, this gives you extra time that 95% of the men in this country are not using at all. 1 hour earlier a day gives you 6.5 extra 40-hour weeks a year. But at this time in the morning, take a refreshing shower, dress, get yourself a fresh hot cup of coffee if you're a coffee man, and then sit down to a clean sheet of paper. At the top of the paper, write your financial goal. Now, this is the amount of money per year you intend to earn soon. Incidentally, you might like to keep this to yourself too. It's nobody's business but yours. Then, start to think. Think about your goal and what it'll mean to you and your family. Then see how many ideas you can come up with to help you reach that goal. Ideas to improve what you now do for a living. Ways of increasing your contribution to match your income goal. You know, jobs don't have futures. People do. No matter what line of work you may be in, there is within it more than enough opportunity to last a lifetime. You don't have to think of brand new ideas or revolutionary new ways of doing things, although you well might come up with some. Think of ways of improving what is now being done. If you're to increase your income by the amount you specified, you must find ways of increasing your contribution, your service. And the key to this is to be found in your mind, in that gold mine between your ears. Try for 5 ideas every morning and write them down, and save those sheets of paper in a special idea file. Many, perhaps most of your ideas will be worthless, but some of them will be very good. A few will be excellent, and every once in a while you will come up with something really outstanding. You see, 5 ideas a day is 25 a week if you don't think on weekends. Now that's more than 1,000 ideas a year. One idea can get you to that income you're shooting for. The law of averages swings so far in your favor you just can't miss. Try to develop a sense of expectancy. That is, try to hold the feeling that the goal you're shooting for is a sure thing, and that it's only a matter of time before it's realized. You know, Henry Ford didn't start making cars until he was 45. A friend of mine started a new company at 65. He's still going strong, and his new company has sales of better than $300 million a year. It's almost never too late. Try not to think of things outside of your own line of work or whatever it is you're most interested in. To think well and profitably, you must discipline your thinking. Keep it on course, controlled, keep it in one field, specialize. Now for the final item on your checklist. It appears as the word. And the word is attitude. Attitude has been called the most important word in the language. William James put it this way. He said, "The greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind." Now, this is something to think about. Can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. It's another way of saying we become what we think about. Look at it this way. Your total environment, if you've been an adult for any appreciable period of time, your total environment is a reflection of you as a person. The house and the neighborhood in which you live, the car you drive, the clothes you wear, the job you do, the people with whom you regularly associate. Your total environment is an exact and merciless mirror of you as a human being. Now, if you feel your environment can stand some improvement, you have only to improve your attitude, and your world will gradually change to reflect the changing person. Here's how to change your attitude. Beginning now, begin to act as would the person you most want to become. Now, that is, if you were already in possession of the goal you're shooting for, how would you conduct yourself in all of your affairs? Well, do it now, and tomorrow, and the next day. Begin now to act the part of the person you most want to become, and you'll end by becoming that person. Subtly, in little ways, in the way you dress, in the way you talk, in the unfailing courtesy you show to every person with whom you come in contact. Begin to act the part of the person who has already achieved that which you're shooting for. The German philosopher Goethe gave us the secret when he said, before you can do something, you must first be something. When you behave like the person you most want to become, the things that person would have will tend to come to you. It's simply cause and effect. Don't be in too big a hurry. It takes longer to build a skyscraper than a chicken coop. Build slowly, steadily, and well. Then when you make it, you'll keep it. You'll stay on top. Always be suspicious of the so-called get-rich-quick scheme or sudden success. Never forget that word, attitude. It's your attitude toward the people with whom you come in contact that will determine their attitudes toward you. The person with a great attitude toward life and the world is the person other people call lucky. He's not lucky. He's just using our old friend, cause and effect. His causes are excellent, and his effects have to be just as good. Well, that's it. 3 things to remember. 3 things to practice every day. If you spent 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, practicing your golf swing, in a relatively short time, you'd have a grooved, beautiful swing like the pros. So practice your new attitude every day, every waking hour. Practice thinking a few minutes every morning, and you'll find yourself thinking all day long. And remember the formula. Our rewards in life will always be in exact proportion to our contribution, our service. Go over the ideas in this message every day until they're as much a part of you as your name and your temporary address. You'll notice that each time you listen, you'll hear something new. You'll get a new idea you failed to get before. This is Earl Mann.
I want you. Give me vision. See things like you do. That I look to you. You're where my help comes from. Give me wisdom. You know just what to do. I won't be alone. Give me vision. Oh, to see things like you do. God, I look to you. You're where my help comes from. Give me wisdom. You know just what to do. Trust him because this is true. Hallelujah. We're on the wrong days. Oh, hallelujah. My strength, and I will love you, my mercy. You're my rock, forever all my days. I will love you, God, forever all my days. I will love you, God. Come out, every blessing, tune my heart to sing thy praise. Streams of mercy never ceasing. It calls for songs of loudest praise. So teach me praise the mountain, fix the throne. By this, women found in his grace today. Oh, to grace, how great a debt daily I'm constrained to be. So let thy goodness, like a feather, bind my wandering Lord to thee. Yes, let thy goodness, like a feather, bind my wandering Lord to thee. Yes, I'm running to here's my heart. Take and see it for God's above. Yes, here's my heart, Lord. Take and seal it for God's above.
Where there seems to be no way, He works in ways we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my God. Hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. He will make a way. Oh God, make a way. Where there can be no way. in ways we cannot see. He will make a way. Be my God, hold me closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, we'll make a way. We will make a way. I will bring the wilderness to me. In the will I see. Heaven and earth will fade. Will remain. And it will do something new today. Oh God, in the way, in ways we cannot see, He will make be my always closely to His side. With love and strength for each new day, He will make a way. Make a way. Love and strength for each new day, He will make strength for each new day, He will make Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, ungangishilana. Jerusalem, ikayalami, ilondoloze, uhambe nami, ungangishilana. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, uhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana. Ilondoloze, uhambe nami. Dawo yami ayikholana, buso wami awukholana.
Y no lo sé. Tú, Hamdena, ya voy a ver. Ay, hola, na. Mundo a mí. Ay, hola, na. Y no lo sé. Tú, Hamdena. Jerusalem, Israel, no lo sé. Hamdena, Manishilana, Jerusalem, Israel, no lo sé. Hamdena, Manishilana, Yahweh, Ayolana, Mutoami, Ayolana, no lo sé. Moving on, yes, I'm moving on, no, Lord. On the cradle to the grave, little by little, stage by stage, I never get weary, I never get weary. Sorrows and laughter, time of fear, good and bad, I had my share. I never get weary, I never get weary. Just like the breeze that blows high on the mountain top, I can't stand still, I better keep moving. Just can't afford to stop. Why should I? Why should I? Lord, until I'm gonna do the best I can. I'm gonna be up with my song. That is when I let me down. Tell me why should I? I still gonna find some time. I never get weary. Last I never get weary. Temptation comes on strong. I got to face it like a man. I never get weary. I never get weary. Cause in this time, with pleasure and danger walking side by side, I don't stay still, I gotta keep moving. There ain't no place to hide. Oh my God, I gotta move on. I'm gonna do the best I can. I'm gonna be up to date and strong. That is when I let you down. Nothing more. Yes, I'm moving on. Yes, I'm moving on. Lord. Me as I walk, persecutors on my back. I never get weary. I never get weary. Some say that's what I deserve. So they reward hatred for my love. I never get weary. I never get weary. What's my Father, it's what's keeping me alive. I don't know it's coming, but I know we'll survive. In my father, I'm a yes. That is when I lay me down. Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. Yeah. I'm gonna do the best I can. I'm gonna be up with it right now. That is when I let you down. That is when I'll cry out. Oh, yes. That is when I'll my father say, my father say, taking place in a high place. In the beginning, there was but one concept, and that's the concept of I. Then I wrote the Napoleon the devil, claiming that it's you and I. And from that day on, there's trouble. From that day on, we've got wars and rumors of wars. Nation rising up against daughters, father against son, little children having children. In this way, they go. The armor is gone. Taking place in iration. It's the armor is gone. Taking place in iration. I see light fighting against darkness. Righteousness against evil. Right, battling against wrong. Here comes bondage, struggling for freedom. But have patience, I do not patience. Don't be burdened by reasons of tribulation. Have patience, I do not patience. Remember the call of redemption. It says, blessed art the poor in shall inherit. Blessed art the meek that shall inherit. Them that hunger and thirst after righteousness, them alone shall be called blessed. In this Yahweh, it's the Armageddon. taking place in iration. It's the Amapion taking place in iration. Walk beyond the castle that my spirit. Everyone shall get his say. All the gates of hell just could never prevail. I like to say, Babylon fail. There is one like unto a flames of fire. His name I can tell. He is conquering and to conquer the gates of doom and hell. And life, long life, is his reward to them that are good. As for the heathen, in their heart, his name is terrible and dreadful. In this Yahweh, it's the Amapion taking place in iration. 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 The night is sad, the day is come. The earth is alive, and I give thanks for the fullness within the firmaments. His golden days and blossoming nights, his gently hands. Made I man, son of him, life was divided. In sweet harmony cometh woman and children, a real warrior. Are we a warrior? Cupid, it's too big. Let not your arrow from your bow. It is the mountain, so silent and filled, fountains of water. For us, all his loving creatures, he gave us wisdom. And knowledge, understand his love. Glory to one. Oh, Cupid, it's too bad. Let it go from your bow, so
and never let it go. What cause you have a pistol in your enemy's love? Is it fun to shut after a storm? I can't will become like a lamb. Not love. It's not only when there's a small confusion. It is the one. There are the ways as well. Sometimes being confused within your own head because the time thoughts get evident. Oh, we, oh, are we are walking? Are we are walking? Oh, baby, it's too bad. Let go from your bow, so hold it low, and never let it go. Take a look at sad children, and they laugh and through stories. It should be one of stories. The shower has down, and still I can't see the love. It's so hard for food, clothes, and shelter, and crying out my mother. Are we the one we are? Are we the one we are? Oh, baby, it's you, baby. Let you see you now, revealing. The Son of Man won't the earth is giving up. My life is taken in a sudden shock. The crying to people multiplying all over. I will give an answer to every Rastafari. Oh, we are it's you, baby.
The house was out there with everybody scrambling to get a share. Working cheap clothing, put up waiting to swoop down on you. And there's no telling what they'll do. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. When you're walking, what you say when you're talking. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. For fear the challenges of life without fear. jealousy, hatred, and envy. Man, you have to move with care in that jungle out there. Have to be careful. You gotta be careful. Direction you're going. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Looks for happiness. You gotta leave a little room for loneliness. More things could happen all of a sudden before you realize it's only just a sky. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful with what you do and how you're doing it. You do when you're doing it. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Fight and corruption that's going on. Not that try to survive. That is how it is today. So what you go along the way, you have to be careful. Say when you're talking, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
yeah, sing and say, I'm taking my wife to party. People that like hell for the same wife and not their beauty. So the next weekend on the paper, them boys start writing. Yes, it's time to tell the world it's what not the black man singing. So before them report, I'll put my career in more jeopardy. And not me to sing nothing again about party. But when the fans and them around the world listen to what I have to say. Anyway that I go, anyway that I pass, they keep falling out. No way, no, this party is done. Black man, you're fun. Black man, jam another one. This party can't run, this party can't run. You can't want the party. Some party song. We just want to roll back home. You can't want to shake up. Well, my party song. It's you make me boogie, woogie, oh yeah. The fans and them that turn and say that it's so make it. They say we love your jam, so just keep on jamming. Don't stop, black man, yes, we love your music. Don't let no reporter man come in here now and stop it. Just to sing and try to bring the whole Caribbean together. Just to try and try to bring a better life for the elder. Yes, you sing and try to make so much other people dream come true. It's time that you realize that party people is people too. So no, this party having fun. Black man jam another one. This party can't understand. You can't want to shake up. Build my party song. If you make me party hardy all night long. You can't want to shake up. Jam my party song. If you make me boogie, woogie, oh yeah. I tell me fans, a pretty reporter. Anytime they want them reporter, put the car in danger. So before them fellas put the pen and paper against me. Yes, I'm making sure I won't be singing politics and history. But my fans and them who write my record the world all over. Then me Stalin at this time we forget the foolish reporter. If they don't know the difference in social commentary and party, then it's time that you start writing for party people exclusively. No, Black man jam another one. This party can't. Want to take up. Will my party song. It will make me party happy all night long. Want to sing, you want party song. We just want the boogie woogie, oh yeah. All I think this year, one thing I hear, look at the people coming out and saying, look, thank you, darling. This is the song I sing for them this year, make them feel so happy. That with all their age, it still make them feel to come out and party. They say, keep on, man, I just keep on singing. I'm to tell what them fellas and all the damn things they're saying. Just sing, don't care what they have to say. It's nice of you to understand that party people must get a break. No, this party can't run. Black man, your party fun. Black man, jam another one. This party can't run, this party can't run. You can't want the party. Jam my soca song. If you make me party happy all night long. You can't want to shake up. Well, my soca song. We just want the boogie all night. You can't want to shake up. Jam the party song. We just want the party happy. Your past want to party, feel my party song. We just want to take up all night long. We just want to move you with you all night. Want to take up we just want to party hard. Whoa, 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 sailing, sailing. Say when I'm ready, you must hold on steady. We're moving up at lightning speed. Take a seat and wait till I'm ready. I'm coming, so hold on steady, yeah. Big ship sailing on the ocean. You don't need no commotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Oh, oh, yeah. Say big ship sailing on the ocean. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Whoa, 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 yeah. There's a time when the sea gets rough, the wind is blowing and the fishes keep moving. What are you doing, Mr. Man? Sit down, hold on tight, get ready, cause you're sailing. Big ship sailing on the ocean. We don't need no commotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Get ready, cause we're moving. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Whoa, 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 yeah. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Oh, yeah. Say when I'm ready, you must hold on steady. We're moving up at lightning speed, yeah. Take a seat and just wait till I'm ready. I'm coming, hold on steady, cause big ship sailing on the ocean. We don't need no commotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. We got to come over. Big ship sailing on the ocean. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, we're sailing on the ocean. Yeah. There's a time when the sea gets rough, the wind is blowing and the fishes keep moving. What are you doing, Mr. Man? Sit down, hold on tight, get ready, cause you're sailing. Big ship sailing on the ocean. We don't need no commotion. Big ship sailing on the ocean. We got to come over. Big ship sailing on the ocean. A word from the wise, don't try to make life on your own. Remember that God just by your side. For I was a soul of love, and my life was in dismay. For among evil forces in which I stay, guns and ammunition were my chosen way of life. With God-fearing people like those who strive for all of them taken, they can never be replaced. But still that I chose to remember my faith. Wanted, I'm still mindful of what he taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knee. God, Father, you rescued me. I've got the soul So nearly made a long life's road. Cause when my life got dark, you was the only part. You was the light at the end of the road. When I was a young boy, growing up in Augustin, we ate from the same pot. We were engines all around. From gold up to color, from rock up to jungle to fire, right here to dread ice and river all around. And then the football ground became a battlefield, and my life seemed so surreal. Would Jah help me to stand my ground? Oh, only Jah would have helped me to stand my ground. So I wanted, I was mindful of what He taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knee. Cause Father, you rescue me. And I so barely made it a long life road. But when my life got dark, you were the only spark. The light at the end of the road. Oh, never lived like I should. Oh, I've lived and I've learned. I've made mistakes along the way. No, I beg for forgiveness each day as I try to pray. So take it from me, son. You can change the world today. And I'm living proof that crime doesn't pay. But I never let you want it. I was mindful of what He taught me. So now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knee. Cause Father, He rescued me. And I so nearly made it a long life road. Cause when my life got dark, You was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I was mindful of what He taught me. And now I beg and plead, I'm on my bending knee. Cause Father, You rescued me. And I'm so really made a long life road. Cause when my life got dark, You was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. So I wanted, I was mindful of what He taught me. I'm on my bending knee. I ask the Father, please, Father, You rescued me. And I so really made a long life road. As my life got dark, You was the only spark, the light at the end of the road. I never lived where He wanted me to. I never lived. No, I don't live.
I'm doing nothing of the world over. Just a freeloader. Problems every day. You have nothing to say. You rather run and hide before you take a side. I tell you, stand up for something or you will die. In your whole lifespan, you never make one stand. And something or you will die. People dying every day, and you have nothing to say. Stand up for something or you will die. Stand up, stand up. And something or you will die. So striking, black cat protesting. Before you join the fight, you rather break the strike. You like the condition for the fight in the election. Before you sympathize, you rather break the side. I tell you, stand up for something or you will die. Or up that down with road, till you will not vote. Why? Stand up for something or you will die. Killing going on every day. You have nothing to say. Stand up for something or you will die. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up for something or you will die. Talking the talk, people walking the walk, happy as ever, don't be a friends watcher. Life's a precious thing, for you to be with him. Stand up and play your part, and play it from your heart. I tell you, stand up for something, or you will die. Get up, my friend, your life soon will end. I tell you, stand up for something, or you will die. So your grandchildren too would be proud of you. I tell you, stand up for something, or you will die. Stand up, stand up. Stand up for something, or you will die. Song again. It's a sing the same song, I'm like, going there. Because in that small thing I hear it. Anyhow, that I look around, I see the whole world heading for destruction. People committing crimes and for their escape. They're doing all that for the children too. The lion and the lion and the lion. Because we dying and dying and the lion. But workers on strike or workers don't choose. So the children can get bus to go to school.
The elected people, they are not free. Do not like for your child to plan for GC. Because the big man can't sit down like man and try to resolve a situation. The power hungry look like carrying on and losing the little children at gone. $6 million for schools and 30 for guns. 8 million for house and 6 for guns. Get ready for this better day. We're coming. 18-year-old joining up military to kill 18-year-old that they never see. That is the type of preparation it takes to live in this beautiful promised land. The coming and the lion. But I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm looking. It's a better world in only gesture. I don't want it in words, I want it in action. My son must live in no bomb and fall through destruction. Remember that what is not told to the fool and taken would be revealed unto faith and suffering. Keep on lying and doing you do, but one day the truth will pick up with you. Get the bus and wait. Get the and here. Come in. Come in. Come in around this corner, man. Just sit down and wait, man. Just play the subscription and wait. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming, man. on the big of star from all the cities of praise, the land of the head, that north of the light. I would enjoy for our friends in his country. That I'm a faith execution. Oh, friends against human. Once you commit that wrong, you got to pay the penalty. Well, if that's before you, why so much people all the massacre in Western Kansas. Nobody else suffered. He resents that atrocity against the Lebanese. Nobody else suffered. Somebody to be responsible when you never up in Vietnam. Nobody else suffered. When you declare for war in heroship. Nobody else suffered. Somebody responsible. Somebody had a computer. A genocide in Rwanda. What did I like in the days that it played? Who said them, who to lead us? What tried and convicted in the head? Now we just chat, for crimes in Africa. Justice must be subdued. But too much partiality. Only genocide in the days of apartheid. Nobody else suffered. And so you remember the Sharpeville massacre. Nobody else suffered. But somebody to be responsible. He ran not terror. Tomorrow is here. Nobody else suffered. And there's a one planter. For Africa, nobody else suffered. But somebody to be responsible. Somebody to come together. Although you're talking about human justice, about international law, check the history book, you will notice there's nothing the world great open that. In the imperialist quest, tens of millions they distress, men who should be indicted, one I did and over 3 centuries of African slavery. Nobody else responsible for the blood they spill. You know that life they kill. Nobody else suffered. When they get my hope, if I'm down the outside door, nobody else suffered. Somebody to be responsible. Somebody. together and see it all right. Hear the children crying, hear the children crying. They thank the Lord, and I will be all right. Let's get together and be all right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let them have back all the dirty remarks. Everyone's questions I'd really love to ask. Children of faith, for God, who bless sinners, who have heard all the time. Just David don't believe one and I feel all right. I get together and feel all right. Let's get together to fight this holy Gideon. When the man comes, there will be no doom. As people don't look and sit broken, there ain't nothing from the Father of creation. Yeah, yeah. One the one together and be all right. Please, and I will be all right. Stand up, stand up, stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your life. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't tell me heaven is on this earth. You know you don't know what life is really worth. It's not hard to see the gold. Story has never been told without the thing of life. Your life. Stand up. Stand up for your right. Stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. See, only mistake. Wake up, come from the sky. Take away everything. Make everybody feel high. But you know, you would just sure the man of the big life. Never give up the fight. Never give up the fight. We're sick and tired of the kissing. Dying to the heaven and the we don't know how to understand. God is living, and you can go down people sometimes. But you came too hard to be all that. Now you see the light. For your life. Got to have Kayano. Got to have Kayano. Got to have all the praises, all the I've been too high, I even touched the sky above the falling rain. I feel so good in the neighborhood. Here I come again. Got to have, I've got to have, for the rolling is hard. I can touch the sky above the falling rain. Girl, I feel so good in the neighborhood. So I got to have, I got to have, for the rain is on. Get up and turn nights. Wake up and turn. Wake up and turn. For the rain is on. Sing. So won't you judge your actions to make sure that it's us? It's your own conscience that is gonna remind you that it's your heart and nobody else's that is gonna judge. Be not selfish in your dream. Sit on your breast. We're not here to judge what's good from bad, but to do the things that are right. On a hot sunny day, every shadows for rescue. But as the day grows old, I know the sun is gonna find you. So come on. greatest ambition, yeah, but we will survive in this world of competition. Cause no matter what they do, won't come to through. And no matter what they say, from the mystics of tomorrow, we will rise again. Have no pain, have no sorrow, yeah. All I know you see I've won is the fight against the rest of man. The soul that build the world of great confusion. The poison of the devil's illusion. On the stone that the builder refused. Shall be the head cornerstone. And no matter what game they play, and we've got something they can never take away. We've got something they can never take away. And it's the fire, it's the fire that's burning down every day. No time to be deceived. All the things you know and not believe. Just say the judgment is that never be with water. No water can put out this fire. This fire. This fire. This fire. Fire, fire. Right now, you right. So that's very good. And now the fire is out of control, and it can affect with the people for the cold. Everywhere the fire is burning, destroying and making their gold. Destroying and making their gold. So right, nothing right. So that's getting good. Tell you what, now the people gather under the tree. And the leader try to make a scene, but the treasure can tell them that it's like fire is burning and pull your own way. Fire is burning and pull your own way. That you can rise again. And if they're good at getting good at, you're right, not you're right. You're good at getting good at. Right into the storm, right through the cold, right next to right. So that's a good day. And now the fire is out of control, and it can affect you with the people for the cold. Everywhere the fire is burning, destroying and making their gold. Destroying and making their gold. All right, nothing right. So that's a good day. Now the people gather on the tree, and the leader tries to make a scene. But the treasure can tell them that it's free, like fire is burning and pull your own way. Fire is burning and pull your own way. Not be friends, rise again. Is that good at getting good at? You're right, not you're right. Good at getting good at. Right into the storm. Right through the cold. From the mystics of tomorrow, and we will rise again. have no pain, have no sorrow, share. All I know you see, I've won. It's the fight against the rest of man. The soul that fills the world of great confusion. The further the devil's illusion. On the soul that the builder refused shall be the head cornerstone. And no matter what game they play, and we've got something they can never take away. We've got something they can never take away. All right, that's right. Why did he then raise to the people imagine of such faces? Vast kings of the earth that set themselves on the ruling tree comes together. Against the Lord God, the Rastafari, and against his anointed same. Now come let us break their bands of sundown. And cast away the cards from us. The holy that seateth in his heaven shall have. The Lord God, the Rastafari, shall have them in his region. For then shall he speak unto them in his wrath and vex them in his soul displeasure. For yet if I set thy kings upon the holy mountains of Zion, I will now declare the creed. The Lord God, the Rastafari, hath said unto I and I, that thou art thy sons this day have I begotten thee. No ask of I and I shall give you thee then for thine inheritance, and the uttermost part of the earth for their possession. I shall break them with the rod of iron. I shall dash them in pieces like a pot of vessels, I will say. So be wise, thee, for we kings instruct thee for judges of the earth. Serve the Lord God, the Rastafari, with fear, rejoice, with tremble. This I an idle son unless younger. But perish from his ways. When his wrath is kindled but the liquor. And so blessed God, blessed be everyone as I would say. And blessed be all they that put their trust in the true and living God, the Rastafari. That this man shall be like the holy mountains of Zion that cannot be removed but abided forever. The so the mount is round about Jerusalem. And so the Lord our God, the Rastafari, is round about his people, as I would say. The light of the wicked shall not rest upon the righteous, unless the sin of the righteous put stands and communicate. So do good, O Lord God, the Rastafari, unto them that are good, and unto those that are upright in their heart. For such as when I turn into his crooked way, don't say. The Lord God, the Rastafari, shall not turn his back to give the count to the right of his people. And you know, come and give me cheat on both of some of us. Got to have fire, got to have fire, got to have all the praises, all I've been through hell, I've been touched the sky, above the falling rain. I feel so good in the neighborhood. He's come again. I got to have got to have I got to have for the rolling dry. I can touch the sky. Falling rain. Girl, I feel so good in the neighborhood. So I got to have, I got to have, for the rain is on. Get up and turn, wake up and turn, wake up and turn, for the rain is on.
Jesus is mine. So what a glory divine, heir of salvation, purchase of, born of his sweet blood, washed in his blood. This is my story. This is my song. This is my Savior. Lord, this is my song, praising my Savior. And visions around numbers on my side. Angels descend. Always a mercy. His whispers of says my story. This is my story. This is my story. All the day long. This is my story. God, this is my song. Praising my Savior all the day. submission. All is ours, and I sing. Just watching wait. Looking up. Is it right? This is my disease. Yeah, this is awesome. Praising our spirit. Praising our spirit. We just lift our voices and just begin to let out your own song, begin to sing out your own song of worship.
Hi, this is Todd Fields with Worship Circle. I want to thank you for watching the live recording from our rest retreat. This thing we do call Worship Circle is for you as a worship leader. We know that ministry can be taxing on you and your family, and oftentimes we need a place to jump into, to be known, to be loved on, and be cared for. Our groups are open now. You can apply at worshipcircle.com/program. You can get more information there. And we'd love for you to pray about it and apply. Your application is not a commitment. It's just a chance for us to see you do what you do, where God has you planted right now. But we want you to know that you're loved and not alone. That's our purpose. And that we're with you, even though we can't see you, all around the world, one army of worshipers for the kingdom of God in our lifetime, joining heaven and earth. We care about you. We're here for you. Apply now at worshipcircle.com.
World virus is terrified. So to the merchant ship. Minutes are for them to come. From the bottom of this pit. But my head was made strong. By the Almighty, we power in this generation. Triumphantly, won't you help us live? This cause of freedom, that's all I ever ask. Prepare yourself from mental slavery, not back to yourself, just be our mind. I've no fear for atomic energy, cause none of them can stop the time. Kill our prophets, what we stand aside. Some say just a part of it. We've got the food, the food. Won't you? From mental slavery, not back to yourself, just be our mind. What? Have no fear for atomic energy, but none of them can stop up the time. Our Lord shall kill our prophets. What we stand aside and look. Some say just a part to say. We got the fulfill the book. Won't you come say? Because of freedom, it's all I ever know. All I ever redemption song, songs of freedom, songs of freedom. This is my style. I'm my mother is so sad. She loves me up and especially when I come money. She don't miss her Steven. In that one Christmas morning, like I want to again. As I open my eyes, I look around, all I can see is smoke. Again. So then I check in the bedroom, I check in the bathroom, I check in the kitchen. That's when I realize because I know I should have been one night they come in, didn't know about I can't believe this woman just gone and leave me over. Nah, man. So I check in the bedroom, I check in the bathroom, I check in the kitchen. That's when I realized because the girl that is happening over come on. I'll just wait for a minute. Look at this time. I could have watched it and let it go. Face it. You know what? I'm not going to do that. It's too much into. Stop up. Mommy, excited. That's what she tell me outside. Yes, please. Tell me how you go do that. You leave me having a waffle. You walk up the back and be back on and then you had me so right. Then this woman had the audacity to look me in the face and tell me this. I just wanted to see how.
Woman last night.
Somebody told me you ain't doing me right.
She wasn't doing me right. She wasn't doing me right.
While I've been turning my back, you've been not playing the field.
She was playing the field, playing the field.
Can you look me in the eyes and say to me it's not real?
That would not be real. Wouldn't
Just
be
what I
real.
wanted to know.
Just want to know
that look is giving you away.
Give it away, no.
And I never believe in a single word.
I'm never believing that. Woman, you're looking too dangerous for me. It's me, I'm a rent on TV. You're looking too dangerous for me. You're living too dangerous. Better if you give it up. You never stop until you pass the maximum line when you do too much. I need a relationship and not a war. Imagine this woman in a man car. Tell me what the hell you're gonna think apart. She a man that think out of one car in a bar. That man a rock things from me go guitar. You're open up the eyes, the man look far. Have a look up to the moon and the pretty stars. Thinking me out like I am in my girl. Have mercy.
Can I do something side? And I won't go back in your life for one more night.
No, just a second. You're looking too dangerous for me. Well, if it's me, I'm a rent on TV. You're looking too dangerous for me. Well, you're living too dangerous. Oh, better if you give it up. Girl, you never stop until you pass the maximum line. Well, now you do too much.
Girl, you better not in your life that blur. I want sidewalk when you should never. Or I wash up the plate, or I wash your man's shirt. The bag of friendship business now go work. You think it's me or your friend them? It's going to hurt. When me get upset, when me get flirt. You will walk on the road and all I wheel up your skirt. That now put 1 shilling in your purse. Get a your top price and go on in a church. I'm praying to God, I'm putting first. Girl. When you're looking too dangerous for me. When it hit me, I'm a rent and leave me. You're looking too dangerous for me. Not a mercy, not a mercy, not a mercy. Dangerous. They're fighting for power. But they know not the hour. So they bribe them with their guns, their heart and money. Fighting to finish power. Integrity now. They say what we know. That's what they think.
No, I am close. Only the joke. I'm dropping notes. Arms touching the earth. Bringing the fire, making it work. Honey, I'm worth. You know that I'm worth it. A couple more O's at the end of the check, but like I'm not concerned. No, I just keep paying my due for the moment. I know it's a matter of time. I can just stay in my grind. I just be keeping this place on my melon. If it gives me lemons, I'm bringing in soda and lime. I'm making it Sprite. Like mama and daddy are pussies and baby is coming in 9. The magic is due to be birthed. You should be on the alert. You should be doing your dance and you know what I'm talking about. The one that you did in the mirror before you done came out. The one that turns the heads around. Cause I know that I am. Oh yeah, I'm currently feeling myself. Cause baby, I love being me. I do not feel the need to be acting like somebody else. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
riding away, riding away, riding away. They're gonna hate, they're gonna hate, they're gonna hate. We celebrate, we celebrate, we celebrate. Just think I got the freaking hang of this. I don't need no permission to make music. I rock to XL because the largest do. And my neighbors probably know my name because I'm doing it right. I keep my eyes on the prize. I'ma test myself, I'ma bet myself, I'ma swing from them lights. Keep reaching new heights, so incredible, ain't no cape for my size. Been holding me back, might make a dream come true, then I might make two, and I might make two. So tell them I'm ready, the boys coming heavy, I'm bringing the group and the smile, wickedly clever and better than anything most of you people have been a while. Sorry, I'm being honest, I'm just aware that I got this. Ironically, I found out I was a prodigy when no one's probably at my. Don't drink, but I still get turned up. Let's go, but I learned who I was. Big boy with a heart and a curse to be longing for things that will make me famous. So it's really lucky I found out you love me and show me my work was inherently perfect. So did you a ticket and stream you a song? And when you feel it, you can sing along. I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. Riding away, riding away, riding away. They're gonna hate, they're gonna hate, they're gonna hate. But we celebrate, we celebrate, we celebrate. So back with the Levio, sa, Levio, sa, Levio, sa. I'm so high, Levio, sa, Levio, sa, Levio, sa. I'm so high, Levio, sa, Levio, sa, Levio. So high, Levio, sa, Levio.
If I live by a gun, but yet died by one. This one, who that is the sun. Just about paper billing. Never knew the word is but a man who the fool in his life somebody that all America get civil rights. I say this book must be done. You don't know it then. So people don't forget the great things that happen there. Leave your guns at home. Don't walk with weapons. Violence cannot solve the situation. We want the white to know. Believe wholeheartedly. We want them as our friends and not as enemy. For as enemy would bring riot in this land. And that would not be good for no American. For the machine, some Messiah or different thing. But I say, it was. From Texas to Florida, New York City, yes, and even Georgia. The entire Negro population, they had Martin Luther, King of the champion, a man that stood tall and had no fear, and gave more than 315 speeches a year. But how can we forget this blessed day? In the civil rights march, listen what he said. He said, I have a dream, I have a vision, and this is what Martin did. Just to understand. In his vision, this is what he sees. One day black and white would be living so happy. Little white children, and little white children. One day walk in the streets of America and friend. From the Black Hills of Dakota to Mississippi, hand in hand in reach. A man that all the world considered as wise, a man that was awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. Violence was never his way to fight. What made several prisoners possible, right? I remember one good day in Mississippi when a reporter put a question to him. Why must America protest civil rights? And this was his answer to my delight. We tell their countries again, their pockets more well, find their babies and have them in the best of health. Took part in the Olympics. Don't care if we die. Just to keep the stars and bright flying high. Uphold democracy in and don't of this land. From Giovanni to the foxhole of Vietnam. Was it fitting for America? So faithful and true. Tell me why we can't eat. It is the like. But now Martin Luther is dead and gone. I say that his good works must go on. For his business was then left entirely in advance of his wife, Reverend Abernathy. These two then worked wholeheartedly just to make Martin dreams a reality. I say, if not the whole, but a part at least, they show the world that black and white look different. So good luck, Mrs. King. All blessed to you. Friend Begonian says success in anything you do. So it may take some time. One should keep asking. They must judge a man by his heart and not his chin. Remember, Martin also said that time is nothing, but only for man to die. But time then is something. So don't forget the song of your dear husband. That's we yeah. I heard that each bird sing. There's a time and a place for each thing. Whoa, 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 whoa. And do you believe in the joy it brings? When you're you can see everything that's around you. Separating friends from foes, taking their time. Oh, you believe me? Yeah. You believe me? Yeah. Open up your eyes and look within. There's a power within. Yeah. Oh, you will believe me? That day. Oh no. That's right. Don't place up on the line, the tears reflect upon I heard on each bird sing. There's a time and a place. Can you hear me? Yeah. Looking up your eyes, they got no within. There's a time and a place.
Do you hear me? This one, hello. I'm on a time, on a time, on a time, on a person. You come on, ready, don't be put in our ass. China said you money, young boy. Bring no base. I tell you what, I'm already in your way. So, I'm on ready to get your in our ass. Chido, I'm not at your body, I know you can't trace. There's no more job at that body with me face. Who know what, you me don't say it to me face, guys. Let me see. There's a kind of place. If you don't know when I start to take, just to take a look within. There's a kind of place. How much more can I tell you? These people, children of men. We don't know that the gift of that. I don't know if he's alcoholic. So no, God is not take that easy from our boat. This means that my time, unless you find one, it's capable hands. Tell you some honey, it's your private property. I can't disagree with your policy. Just show me the way you get from your father. That's the understand. That you won't be there. Show me the way you get from that. I want to see the drive. He gave up on me when he take it out and show me the way you get from your father. That's the understand. That you won't be there. Show me the way. You got better. I want to see this like you. Into foreign hands, yeah, easy me island. Famous Morgan. For having resources, you give that away too. But if they belong to you, nothing I could do. Just show me the way you get from your father. That's the one I feel that you won't be never. Show me the way you grandfather did. And what I was here. I want to feel it like you. He gave up on me in the street. Take it out the show. Show me the way you get from your father. Show me. You get better. And what I was here. I want to feel it like you. Vincent, yeah, your butt paper. Once you have your butt paper, it won't be something later. Once you have your butt paper, it won't be something later. And then if you have it, take it out and wear it. Oh yes, if you have it, take it out and wear it. Once you never string there, yeah, you won't be something. So when I'm all head out and stuff, once you never string there, yeah, you won't be something. So when I'm all head out and stuff, you think that was great, but one time honey, like you in a state. When the man goes up and say, you have only plan, he had to live on, with you your gone. So show me you get from your father, that's the understand, that you will be there. Show me you can find out, and for I want to see it right here. The paper from the red, take it out and show me the way you get from the father.
Yo, it's shiny. And I'm saying, speak up, DJ, come from the
You get from your father, that they understand that you are Grenada. Show me your grandfather gave you, grandfather was here. I want to see the title. Once you never stream it, yeah, you understand. So when I'm all head and rasta, all about it. Once you have the one paper, once you have the one paper, and then you have it, take it out of the way. Oh, yes, if you have it, take it out of the way. And then you have it. You get up one morning, you have that type of thing. You don't know how they get it. You want to use it. But if you ask them old people, you get to think what they went through. Ask them this any day, and them elders short day. Because the mind will work 10 times harder to get something because of your color. People rob you, humiliate you, turn around and whip you, and then they free you. So when you hear something with a more pipe and look your back in because you don't go already, that man don't get nothing. You get up one morning, and oil money running. How it from you don't know. You don't care how the thing go. But if you read about it, Raya, you go find out about the pressure. How they get so much whole hell. Get a penny from TNL. Black man got it for jamming. For black man to get a little something. You got to take up your own gas money. Pay people for your own refinery. For jamming. For black man to get a little something. Make up your mind to be a magician, to make money out of fire. Got to be for jamming. For black man to get a little something. So when you're here, with a dragon, now you keep marking. Because I don't tell you already, that man you get nothing. You get up one morning, independent happening. You think the thing come easy. You start taking liberty. But if you know about petition, we had to send to England. But a woman to tell me, we in this colony, black man have to keep on jamming. But I go to conference in London to get independence in your own land. They save you, and then they will you turn wrong and sell you, and then they you when you're here, you get a little something. With a dragon and you keep marking because you don't know this already. I can't do every on me. So when a black man have something, you got to start thinking. You get it easy. You got to practice economy. From getting it from the slave master to become the landowner. It's a terrible journey. Black with plenty brutality. Black man got to keep on jamming. But black man to get a little something. You must make up your mind that you're able to get a money and jam with the devil. Black man got to keep on jamming. But black man to get a little something. You So I don't make up your mind that you're ready. And you swim up your hand, your boat steady. So when you're here, you get to the song. With a hope, you better keep watching. Because I don't tell you already, I can't get nothing. So that what one dance can do, what one dance can do, one dance can do, one dance can listen that to one dance on the floor. She came back wanting for more, for more. I don't know what it is that I've got. She whispered, it was so nice, so nice. But her man simply walked away. And you could hear the things I say. Now we watches from the corner of his eye. So a move like this would be so wide. You're sending him away. Sending See, she was more than ready to make the move with me anytime. Not even thinking of the consequences, no. So I had to think quickly. Cause her man's face was looking oh so mean. Yes, if any time he could create a scene, so gently I pushed her away. He wants to spoil the play. He's standing in our way. Whoa. It's a tight situation. I wanna go to that same dimension, but that refuse today. It's not really. I'm a man, never been in a girl's right. Don't wanna see I'm getting presumptuous, but there's just something I got to do right now. What it is? What it is? Now we in the middle of a tight situation, when every man does a preach them sermon. I wanna be serious intention, trying my best not to cause fixation. I gotta feel coming from. Not even very sermon. I'm in love with that. I want it is it's a tight situation. I wanna dance to that same information. All I see is every stretching out his head. I never seen so much lit up by every man in the real with the light. I got a plan that I'm sure you're gonna try. I want it. I want it. I want to take it out too much man carrier. So I'm ready to just fall off. Your sharp and scatter, leave my own right on a platter. I gotta get her in. So you don't know one people. But you're all the joy. Sadness will be no more. When the last falls, your emotions go. That's all right, I'll be there. You priority, your authority, girl. All that I have, you share. Don't have to do no more. You're not alone. And lonely, baby. Sadness will be no more. And you can tell your friends that you're back again. No one can stop you now. Your struggling is on, so you're the number one. All of your blessings will flow. Now I'll do my part to secure your heart. Just look down on me. I'll take so much care and know it begins before you can count 1, 2, 3. Yeah, baby. You won't have to cry no more. Sadness will be no more. No, no, no. Baby, if I know I can make it better. Yesterday, I walked away. You left my way, and now you left me here. You left me here. Gotta find my way through the down, down, down. Facing cars and buses will help to drown this feeling. I have to do the best that I can to stay away from the south when I don't know right back to touch and you're not there. When it hurts the most, you let the movie out. When you let the movie out, you let me cry. You let me cry. I told myself I was so strong. Can't let my friends know that you let me cry. Oh, you let me cry. What will I do when they all ask, where are you and how come we're not around at the big tent jam? I'm gonna tell when you're gone on vacation, cause that your mama ain't feeling so well. Maybe I'll go a little bit overboard and say that you know in the Lord you let me cry. Boy, you let me cry. You let me cry. You let me cry. Now wherever my darling, take the strain over me. Remember it's the same, you don't dance. And me and you the listen, don't leave me cry. Cry. Don't leave me cry. Some things were meant to be, so I don't let it be. And so what happened? We know what's in us. We know what in a thought. We're gonna think a lot of things about it. You know that the love is not the same. But you worry what the people say. And they see. Wonder what the crowd will say. And they find together. Wonder what the people say. And they know. Wonder what the you can home with me. Bring it to the as broad as the night is gone. Say I'm trying to do better ain't for a while. You want to tell you that you can ever make the mind about it. You worry what the folks say, and they see. Worry what the folks say, and they find us together. Wonder what the people say, and they know. Wonder what the people Let it try, but couldn't get your love. Some fool that try to trick her with his money. Turn around and wonder what she is made of. She doesn't know. She would not. Let it try to tell her last time, please. Sometimes the things they say, Lord knows what they're meaning. With a smile, she just ignored that silly tries. She just loves. Try. I said I wanna know now. Try. I wanna know. Yes, I wanna know now. Try. I wanna know. Said I wanna know now. With that big broad smile and the sexy dress you wear, it's totally impossible for a man with eyes not to stand. There is no reason to be so uptight. When you got everything alright. And now you should know every man's fantasy. It's not a man who tried it. Said I wanna know how. It's not a man who tried it. I wanna know. Yes, I wanna know now. It's not a man who tried it. Absolutely. It's not a man who tried it. Girl, check out your style. Brothers going wild. It's hard to keep control when you have their own petrol. So you girl, don't cramp my style. When you can give me a smile. Cause after all, I'm one of your fans, yeah. Oh, na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. Oh, na, 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 na. I said, I wanna know, step on it, right? Wanna know now. Step on it, right? Said, I wanna know, said, I wanna know, step on it, right? Don't know where to start. Talking about you. Mighty will I tell you by the part I've been hiding. It's so long I already know where to start. Don't be offended if I tell you you're a hell of a kind woman. Baby, you something special in my life. That's a feeling, and the only thing sweeter than my phone. Oh, yeah. But that's the same. We can stand it. The only thing sweeter than my phone. And now let me tell you what joy is to have you. And no two people in the world could be the same. You provide me with inspiration. I know I'm in the right direction. I'm always there, come sun, come rain. The only thing sweeter than my honey phone. Leave it all the same. You're the only thing sweeter than my honey phone. How I realize there is none compared, no, not anywhere. You got it all and much more, and my truth starts to fall. What you do without you, no, 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 not in my life. Why shouldn't I love you? And you everything. After all, you've been there for me all the way. Why shouldn't I cherish the ground that you walk on? Come again, my little sweet that makes my day. Your light, such light, my heart will expire. Now stop counting me the joy since you entered my world, yeah. Your eyes Oh, show me everything. All I need to know is your after all of that, got nothing else but nothing else to go. That's a good life so. And yeah, even better, we feel booked up together. That's how it is worth. I've been before you. When you're gone for a day, it's like loneliness for you. I get the funnest you, baby. If you should go for a week, I'm afraid I couldn't speak. This loneliness would have me weak. Mama's longing to see you. Your brothers and sisters too. I know you might even be the same way too. To be too alone. I'm afraid I might do something wrong. I Oh, baby. When you're gone for a day, it's not loneliness for you. This loneliness has me scared. If you should go for a week, I'm afraid I couldn't speak. This loneliness would have me weak. I feel emptiness inside. You're every fall. Gotta confess to you, just what you do to this brother. You got my heart, and my mind for very desire. Every time I die, I will give you to every phone that I need you. I feel like, what do you That's what you do. You got my heart, my mind, and my soul. Oh, burning desire. And if ever I will give for the chance, I won't mind. Don't let me lie to you. Oh, don't lie to me. But I want to lie that you be just right for my feelings. Yeah, I walk a mile away too. Just to get away. That's for you. Just you where you want to be. Can't stop thinking of you. For the lonely nights that you put me through. And one day then let's sit down, talk about those girls. Yeah, we think that you want some conversation, you wonder that's how Oh, if you could hear me calling, would you stop what you were doing? Hurry over and see what's going on. You should see right. Would you assist in my heart that has been broken? Oh, I know what I am feeling. Still can't explain the meaning, but it's pure joy whenever you're near. When someone cares, you now I don't want to feel the pain starting to blow my mind. And then it feels as if I move away. So bad, I can't help it if I feeling the way. You're gonna let me take it over. You were the best in all the land. From the bottom of my heart, I want to say, I want to job. You don't try to win me, I want to be there. I'm not I'm just saying that. For you, to the world, no satisfying. Just to say the word, I'm facing out now. But I just wanna live alone. I don't wanna go through no. I feel a need for you tonight, for my little attitude. I'm gonna take a bite, my poor body's calling. It needs attention fast, till you hear it sadly, baby. That's how long this thing's gonna last. That's all that long. Can't remember how long it's been. It's short of like a time. Don't ask me how I'm doing. I can't say I'm doing fine. My world is topsy-turvy. Everything is upside down. It's no use explaining. Got to come see what's going on. People need for you tonight, for my little food. I'd certainly take a bite. My little body's falling and needs attention back until you get beside me, baby. That's how long it's gonna last. You better come back. And I need to turn you down. Watch you on TV, holding your head up high, wanting to be someone. All the fellows around, they didn't pay you no mind. As the day not look twice, they must have been blind. But I could tell from the start, you had love in your heart. You wanted so much, let it go. You needed the chance to show the romance. Now the table has turned, they're running you down, baby. Show love. Show what you got now, honey. Show love. You now, baby. Now, show love. You got you, it makes me feel so good. falling out of bed. I remember standing on the corner with the brothers hanging out, and they stared at the woman, but never at you. But I've always admired, had a silent crush on you. But how could I tell the brothers? They laugh and say it's not true. And they call you names I'm ashamed to repeat. And even say you're walking in your sleep. Then you disappeared and came back last year. Now the same guys are saying, oh, what a diva. Show you got now how growing up. You're hot now, baby. Let it go. But you now how showing up. This now, baby. Show. This will be it. Now look at me at a 2:45. I wanna go home. That's where I should be. Don't know what to do or what I should say. Gotta make up my mind. All night turns to day. She told me, I'll be waiting for you, honey. I'll make something special for you. Now, how am I gonna enter? I can't afford to wait with lipstick stains. I've got to tiptoe. My double trouble is waiting. It's wrapped up in. I'm tired. I'm sleeping. Can't take the noggin anymore. Double trouble is waiting. It's wrapped up in. I'm so tired. I wanna go home. Now this is my day. Wonder if she's awake or asleep. If I know her well, she's somewhere taking a peek. What will my story be? This one better be good. Should I tell her I had confrontation with Robin Hood? Early, she told me, I'll be waiting for you, honey. I'll make something special for you. Now, how am I gonna enter? I can't afford to wait her with lipstick stains. I've got to tiptoe. Now, got the trouble is waiting. It's wrapped up in tired of sleep. Can't take the noggin anymore. Now, the trouble is waiting. It's wrapped up in I'm so tired. I wanna go home. Now I'm worried for my life. It's going to die. So I never can understand it. The way the system planned. There's no hope, no chance, no loophole, no escape for a sufferer man. Cause every time I lift my head above water and try to save myself from drowning, there's an overnight scheme all worked out, designed to keep me down. Still I'm putting up a resistance. I'm gonna work it out. You know I'm putting up a resistance. I've gotta work it out. Wanna stay home tonight. I long to spend some time with the family, but staying home won't make it right. Sometimes the pressure make me feel like color when every sign says no way out. Breaking my back to make an overtime dollar. That just goes from man to mouth. Still I'm putting up a resistance. I'm gonna work it out. Putting up a resistance. I've got to work it out. I'm gonna work it out. You know I'm gonna work it out. There's no peace for all. Feeling wrong. But I never said it would be easy. But I would tell you, so folks, I wanna say hello. I since we've got a bride, we survive. We believe in the cloud. Wherever you go, please remember, be careful, be joyful, yes. Oh, we come a long way. Been through all the stress and all the strength and fears. But since we got a pride, we survive. We believe in the cloud. Please remember that I on your side. Cause now the table and slow. It's just what I say no more. But since we got a pride, we survive. In the cloud. Once you're in, you gotta take it. Make your mind up, son, face it, because warriors don't fly. I know lots of folks will hate you, and not because they want to, but sometimes they don't even know why. So don't surprise, you just think you'll be lost. And live but what you do when you feel proud. Did you make it through the day? There's no true friend when you're hungry. Not if he is hungry too, no. At times you can't rely, because the same brother would send you with the offer, yes. He's good and sets him right. So the time that you think you realize, believe what you're doing is right. Watch what you say, where you put your nose, that's for the laying down low. Watch you step, where you put your toes, cause the is a temptation wanna push you on the line. And you just from the out your part tonight. Like I don't even recognize I'm breathing. Now you know for life is all about. It's serious, yourself attached. Everyone takes a different avenue. Oh, you forget about the branch. You only follow the section of the he mustn't become a victim of the fall, suffering, doing time behind the wall. I know you got something going on. Gotta make that story. Goes another Sunday coming down. You're not realizing that the world is in your hands. So you should make them understand, Lord, cause you will give them an example. And you got to be I keep you set to be Jesus. How come you not gonna be me? I gotta need folks to tell me what you mean. Do you love people from your heart? I'm not saying that you don't, but now's the time you make a start. Oh, you can just tell me one thing. I mean, you got something going on. Why you gotta make a story when you know the Sunday coming down? You want to the people, all things to make them understand. The rest is no more milk and honey. You're gonna rip my baby. You bring your body to let you away from the got the people in your sitting waiting for them. While your miracle happens every day, every day. Whatever you got going on, got something so you're preparing for Sunday, the Bible in your hand, darling, as you go along, singing redemption songs. When you go to church on Sunday, tell me, is it just a game? Or is it just to identify with the other so-called things? Ready for each and everyone. And when you go to church next Sunday, remember what I said. Take every word you were saying, turn it over in your head. And if you're truly a child of God, respect the man above, that you know you won't enter his kingdom till you show it to nothing else. Never be complete.
cherish every moment that you're around. I might not show it cause I can't find words to say. I try to say I love you, but I get tongue-tied. I start to read the words, but feeling everywhere. I wish you would stay longer. But just like magic, you were gone. One more time. You just saying on me, well, I want you guys to know me life. Make it listen like bird, just a little more time. You just saying on me, well, I want you guys to know me life. Make it listen like that. When I stand beat as well, bound doctor. You just feel up to my castle. Give me just to my world. I don't know my life, and you're no shine, shine, girl. I want you. Walk me your life and give me full get sound. I wish you would stay longer. On the veranda. Disney World. You would stay longer. But just like magic, we're gone. You were gone. And disappearing up. I know that my life on a she come back. So much things to say, so much things to chat. And for your leg, I mean, my body clock. That's a little more time. You will stay in our people. I want you guys to know my life. Like it gets on life first. Little more time. You must stand in our people. I want you guys to know my life. Like it gets on life first. I couldn't ask for more. When we all tonight, situation gets serious. I need to get the shade. Getting out of rhythm. That's no doctor's case. Must get my head together. Get one. Thought I could live without you. Thought everything would be fine. Oh, nothing special about you. You were plaguing my mind. I used to take you for granted. You were the last name in my life. Presently, you're the most wanted at the top of my life. And it is again. I saw you down on me. You were my best friend. My heart felt the pain. And now I'm falling. Say that big man don't cry. You never miss the water till you well run dry. Would you find it in your heart to give me one more try? I won't abuse the situation. This time my whole life. I'm a nightly conversation. Also me lullaby. Fresh and sweet orange juice. And me ends well fried. Garments well clean. I'm in socks to me tie. She's a friend also an upper. That mean me not for shy. We express myself straight up to the sky. Who say that big man don't cry? You never miss the water till you well run dry. Me say, who say that big man don't cry? Now I'm falling in love for you again. It's not right. I do even me opposite and time again. Woman want affection, somebody feeling fun. To me ignorance, me never understand. I'm going to take time out to show me love motion. I make you know we can't stop, can't respond. I am the greatest lover boy in the island. More time you feel, more time you find. Oh, I wish I had you. Wonder what the guy is upset to you. Yeah, honey. I seriously hope that they're selling me something. Hope they tell you that I'm running your eyes. Say you're a blessing to be alive. For the sweetness, and the niceness, and how about you, dumpling?
then I guess they didn't tell you nothing. No, and if they didn't tell you sweetness, and if they didn't tell you niceness, and how about sugar dumpling, then I guess they didn't tell you nothing. No, 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 no. Brothers keep forgetting they leave their women at home. Lost in their hearts, they keep looking on and on and on and on. Yes, you get something that woman's craving for. I myself wish I had you behind my good. I just don't want to be sweetness. I just don't want to be niceness. And how about sugar dumpling? Then I guess I just don't call you nothing, no. I just don't want to call you sweetness. I just don't want to call you niceness. How about sugar dumpling? Then I guess I just don't call you nothing, no. No, no. Wish I had you for myself. No, 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 no. Hate to share you with even your mama and your dad. Can't help but want you. Can't help but need you. Oh, I need you for myself. Oh, no, no. Maybe it's because I'm an African. Yes, I am. Got to feast my eyes on more than one woman every time. But whatever, what picture I belong. The blind will look at you and see there's nothing wrong. Nice to have you back around. Nice for the chance. Nice to have you back around. Been so long, I've been so crazy since you left town now. Ooh, baby, yeah, gonna roll my record out. Gonna jump and I'm gonna shout. How about you around? No, no, no. If I sugar you want, come get something you want. Me, I belong some baby you want. My photo's not done. I give you everything under the sun. Gonna put you out in some fantasies. Let the boys on the corner cry in tears. Even they will have to admit, cause you know not come up with a little thing. Back around, it's been so long, I've been so crazy since you left town. I'm gonna roll my record out. Gonna jump and I'm gonna shout. Now that you're around. Oh, no, 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 no. Sugar you want. Come get some loving you want. Me, I belong some baby you want. And I'm shining back up. I give you everything, daughter or son. Put you out in some fantasies. The boys on the corner cry living tears. Even they will have to admit, cause you don't not come up with them bad color carpet. Ooh, yeah, yeah, now. I cherish every moment that you're around. I might not show it cause I can't find words to say. I try to say I love you, but I get tongue-tied. I start to read the word and feeling everywhere. I wish you would stay longer. But just like magic, you would have gone.
One more time. You can say in on me, roll up on your right, you know me life, make it it's a life, burn out a little more time. You can say in on me, roll up on your right, you know me life, make it it's a life. When I stand it as well, brown, don't turn, in the pillow to my castle, give me six to my world. I don't know my life, and you're no shine, shine, girl, up on you. Walk me your life and give me full get so.
I wish you would stay longer.
On the veranda.
You would stay longer. But just like me, we're gone. you were gone. And disappearing after not having life on the hope she come back. So much things to say, so much things to chat. And for your leg, I mean my body class, that's a little more time. You will stay in our world, I want to guide to know my life. Like it gets a blind first, it's more time. You must stand in our world, I want to guide to know my life. Like it gets a blind first. No, no, no more, no, no, no more, no, no, no. I don't know just how long this will last, but all I know, this feels like forever. It's only a fool who would blind his own eyes, pretending not to see that you're a winner. No more pain in my heart, no more sorrow in my life, no more running up and down. In you I found joy, but oh, my nights are no longer cold. I'll wait for you down the road, forever my friend. You deserve standing ovation. Can one woman be so sweet, baby? And when the weather's bad, remember what we had. I made a vow, and forever we'll keep. No more pain in my heart, no more sorrow in my life, no more running up and down. In you have found your joy in my soul. My nights are no longer cold. I'll wait for you down the road, forever my friend. Baby, 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 say you love me until stars are no longer in the sky. Hey, I'll be waiting on the good life together with me back. Oh, no, no, no more pain in my heart. No more sorrow in my life. No more pain in my life. Oh, I lie down with you. I lay down just against me on every side, but I don't for you. Take me with your right hand. Coming from my soul, you struck down your enemy. Days of long ago. Come my glory. And they said, go. So, so, That was always going and wrong. Leaving the woman home. Well, she take until she couldn't take no more. Now 92, now she running from the door. So did I call it too? You ain't leaving me yet tonight. If we have to fight, I call it too. I call it too. Because the neighbors think I don't know. What's that in the house? I call it too. I call it too. From the bedroom to the bathroom, the kitchen to the dining room. Well, Mr. Sweetman, let me tell you something, sir. From now on, I want more space than that. Coming through, I coming through. You will leaving me here tonight if we have to fight. I coming through. I coming through. And you could go in or see your home. I don't want to know. I coming through. I coming through. If you don't want me to come with you, then what you keeping me here to do? You may even take me to see panorama. And I wanted to go and hear Lord it's it now. I coming too. I coming too. Look, you always have me on hold and pretend me cold. I coming too. I coming too. And you could go in or see your home. I don't want to know. I coming too. I coming too. Now on the neighbor side in the cheese, the woman right, everyone agrees. Selfie, madam, anytime it reaches the court, don't pray at all, you're getting full support for we coming through. We coming through. Just tell the magistrate he's a pen. We go follow, yes, we coming through. We coming through.
Singing all them lovely songs. With the right inspiration to carry on. But Jaja is mine, my redeemer. Jaja is mine, my deliverer. Yes, Jaja is mine. I know that you don't understand me, so I'll never give my praise to another. No, not at all. I vow to love King Alpha and Omega. I looked at all my lovely children and I give Jah thanks and praise. I beg Jah to guide and protect them in each and every way. His soul is full of uncertainty, bitterness and corruption. Teach them, oh Lord, to understand what is right from wrong. But Jah is my Redeemer. Jah is my deliverer. Ain't nobody else but Jah is I know that feeling from me. I'll never give my praises to another. No, not at all. I vow to serve King Alpha and Omega. The setting of the beautiful sun, I'm singing to the King of Kings. Hallelujah, Rastafari, live it and read. I looked at my mommy and daddy, and I give just thanks unto them. Although things were not so rosy in my childhood, no clothes on my back, no shoes on my feet, no place to rest my feet. Seldom was the days of eating fish and bread. But now I know my destiny lies right in my own hand. Wisdom already showed me faith is my salvation. Some folks said it's never too late for another shower. The scripture tells me faith could move mountains. Yeah, Jah is mine, in the triumphant song, let me lift up my deliverer. Yes, Jah is mine, I know that He'll never come back on me. I'll never give my praises to another. No, not at all. I vow to serve King Alpha and Omega. In and out of season, I'll never give my praises. I will never do a thing like that. Praise Him in the morning, praise Him when the sun will come. Calling holy prodigals, all sons and daughters come. On the bank of the river is where I lay my burden down. Holy motherless, come and help me sing this song. To make heaven my home. Yes, that's trying to make heaven my home. Surrender, going get rough, but I'm trying to make heaven my home. I won't turn back, 'cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. Yes, I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm walking, Jesus, step off the way, 'cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. I
No matter what they say, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying, yes, I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying, yes, I'm trying to make heaven my home. I should talk about my sister, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. And so and still see the maker, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. Going get rough, but I'm trying to make heaven my home. I won't take back, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. Yes, I'm trying, trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm walking Jesus, step off the way, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. I won't no matter what they say, cause I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying, yes, I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying, yes, I'm trying to make heaven my home. I'm trying.
There was good and evil. We chose good. Why raise the name of the Most High, sons of men? The rich man's wealth is in the city. Yeah. Destruction of the poor is his poverty. Lord, destruction of your soul is vanity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wanna rule my destiny. Yeah, I wanna rule my destiny. Whoa, I'ma look from where you call me. I'ma look from where you call me. I wanna rule my destiny. Yeah, yeah. Oh, by me. I wanna rule my destiny. Oh, we Lord, I've been blessed, I've been touched. I love God so much that He fighting me. I'm not giving up. Remember, I am in my spiritual home. Wisdom understanding must never be too much. Divine protection day and night from even the pestilence that walk at that daylight. Mama, look from where you calling. Mama, look from where you calling. I wanna rule my destiny. Yeah, oh, if I bleed, I shall make me rule my destiny. Oh, oh, I the way I come, Lord, you have them in the region, in the valley of decision, restraining the Eden with a rod of iron. You know not the destiny of a next man, why hold him, set him free for too long. I wanna rule my destiny. Oh yeah, I really wanna rule my destiny. Hear me call. Mama, look from where you calling. Mama, look from where you calling. I wanna rule my destiny. Oh, hey, everybody please. You know I wanna rule my destiny. Where could I found my destiny? Shine somewhat bound. The world to try hold I down. Breaking chains that become the norm. I know I must get through, no matter what that was. Destiny, Mama, look from where you calling. Destiny, Mama, look from where you calling. You my destiny, Lord, and I tell you what more. The rich man's wealth is in the sea. Oh, the chapter of the poor is our poverty. Yeah. Instruction of her soul is vanity. Oh, do you will. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. I heard that cage bird sing. There's a time and a place for everything. Whoa, whoa. And do you believe in the joy it brings? What you everything that's around you, separating friends from foes, taking their job. Oh, do you believe me? And yeah. You believe me? Yeah. Just open up your eyes and look within. There's a time when yeah. Only you could believe me. Say, that day. Oh no. That's right. Don't place up on the line, the tears we left upon strong. I heard I each bird sing. There's a time and a place. Can you hear me? Yeah. Open up your eyes, they got no within. There's a time and a place. Do you hear me? Here's one. Hello. I'm on a person. What in our ace? China can jump on the younger. Bring on base. I tell you what, I'm already in your way. So, I'm already thinking in our ace. I'm not at your body, I know you're not trace. There's no more job at that, but they read with me face. Who know what? Hear me, don't say it to me, thanks, guys. Let me see. There's a time and a place. If you don't know when I start the kid, just take a look within. Cause there's a time and a place. How much more can I ever know? Please be our children of men. Yeah. I wouldn't do that. No, I wouldn't do that. Another fool to hurt my thing. I was innocent. What they don't take me. They was wrong. Give me one more time. They were wrong. Oh, give it to me, 3 times. To me, 4 times. Oh, what I know, word, right now,
It's not easy.
because I know it's not easy.
Me no trust phone, me no own, me no like it. Picture I go round, say Simone, I'm a wifey. Me a photo picture we suggest me a knifey. All over Instagram, I fuck with me psyche. Me no trust man, we switch down for your Nike. 6 months in general, I know him say I'm Mikey. Can't trust no man, we claim them as strikey. And them in a video wanna show people. Them will sell your own, them will sell your own. This whole girlfriend, them me I tell you bound to. Them will sell your own, them will sell your own. And no fund them a return phone. So for me, the big for you send by snow to. Watch who you want to what you talking about to. So nobody not know nobody else road. Them in a group chat, so your thing a leak out to. Them see one when things happen, them a cloud to. Stab you in your back and then them come and take out to. Say you never them cause I know that them a promote. Wrong phone, no for them have remote. I record you, cause I was in the same boat. I get a life in general, don't read touch out. Your face and your friend now go run them out. Wait till them in up in a federal court. Me no trust phone, me no own, me no like it. Picture I go round, say Simone, I'm a wifey. Me a photo picture we suggest me a knifey. All over Instagram, I fuck with me psyche. Me no trust man, we switch down for your Nike. 6 months in general, I know him say I'm Mikey. Can't trust no man, we claim them as strikey. And them in a video wanna show people. Them will sell your own, them will sell your own. This whole girlfriends, them me I tell you about to. Them will sell your own, them will sell your own. I know for them a return gold. So for me, can't trust somebody, they will let out your secret. Don't lend them your things, then we kill you if you keep it. Don't trust somebody when you do things, don't speak it. And them they on social media and link it. So if you meet a girl and you plan to freak it, if you got her house, make sure you sweep it. I'll find the camera, them anyway she keep it. If you go back to make sure you peep. Me no trust phone, me no own, me no like it. Picture I go round, say Simone, I'm a wifey. You photo picture we suggest me a knifey. All over Instagram, I fuck with me psyche. Me no trust man, we switch down for your Nike. 6 months in general, I know him say I'm Mikey. Can't trust no man, we claim them as strike. And them in a video wanna show people. Then we sell your own, then we sell your own. So God.
It's not easy.
You're only acting like you are somebody. I don't know to say. You're not nobody. Don't exalt your baby face, girl. Cause underneath that face, you're just a disgrace, and you're just a brand new second hand. Don't make no one say you're just a brand new second hand. You're a brand new second hand. It's a brand new second hand. What you got, girl, that I don't know? Why you really got to exalt yourself so? Mama used to tell me a long time ago, girl, it's not everything you know. The glitter is gold, so you're just a brand new second hand. Yes, girl. No man, no one, no brand new second hand. You better go back around, so girl, brand new second hand. Don't you show up, so brand new second hand. If you think it's the dress you wear that makes you a lady, get that out of your mind. You must be crazy. You're just a brand new second hand. Yes, girl. No man, no one. Brand new second hand. Yes, girl. No bother come show up so you're just a brand new second hand too. You're just a brand new second hand. For me like an old file, brand new second hand. You look like a something spoiled, brand new second hand. I wouldn't keep you for a while, brand new second hand. Go back around soon. I want you to know
your sweet aroma in this flame. That's light of love makes me see how you can love someone like me. I rock my shield, my heart deeply. Your holy presence fill this place until the breath of dawn. Till all darkness fades away. Hold me. Make me sit in your presence, Lord, and bask in your glory. Oh,
be. I wanna worship. I wanna worship. I wanna worship. I wanna worship you. Everybody, how God favored me in spite of my enemies. And if God did it for me, he'll do the same thing for you. Don't worry about your haters. Your haters can't do nothing with you. Listen to these words. Love is felt most when it's genuine. I had my share of self-abuse, manipulated, and its strength. And I can't help but to give God glory. When I think about my story, oh yeah, y'all, I got a story to tell. And I know you favored me because my enemy, they did try, but they couldn't try over me. Yes, they did try, but it didn't work. I'm still here. I'm still alive. I'm still blessed. On my way to my destiny because the favor of God is on my life. Let me tell you about love. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is felt more when it's genuine. I had a whole lot of people in my life who abused my love. They manipulated it and took the strength of it and tried to misuse it. But I can't help but to give God glory today when I think about all I've been through. And I still came out on the winning side. I don't know about you, but I know that he favored me because my enemies, they did try. Sing it, y'all. But they triumph over me because great is he that is in me than he that's in the world. That's what they did. That's what they did. They told a whole lot of lies, but God favored me. My character, my integrity, but it wouldn't have been on top of my faith. I spoke life and prosperity. I even spoke health. He favored me. They whispered about me. They conspired against me. They told the whole me, but God favored me. My character. It will not fall. It's not going to bend. It won't compromise. I speak prosperity. And I speak health. But I want you to know tonight that in your trial, in your test, in your hard time, don't attack integrity. Don't. Your neighbor, encourage the person next to you. Tell them I got it. Tell them I got it. Be happy to tell you. Goodbye. One more time, everybody lift your voice all over this world and say, God favors me.
I come that I might give life, says the Lord, and give it in abundance. But the thief of your soul comes only to steal, to kill, and destroy you of your joy, your destiny, and the hope of eternal life.
Lord, you lift me up from the rubble and you place me on solid ground. Though I'm weak, but you make me feel so strong. Even though I may not be worthy of your mercies and saving grace, you're still standing by with an outstretched hand. Because only you know my heart. You know my heart. Now it's time for a brand new start. Hold me, Jesus, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, Jesus, hold me, hold me, hold me, hold me, Jesus, hold me, hold me, hold me. Have your way and you free, because I'm born again. Yes, I'm born again. Oh Lord. I got sick and tired of running, being afraid of what I don't know. In my sinful state, I was dying slow. All the bright lights and all the glamour, all the places I used to go, I got no desire to go no more. Because only you know my heart. You know my heart. Now it's time to make that new start. No stopping now. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Have your way and use me. Because I'm born again. Child is born again. Wash out my soul in the water. Cleanse out my soul in the water. And make me whole in the water. Oh, the Lord.
Oh, my Lord. In this time of wars and confusion, it is clear that nobody knows what is waiting for us behind the doors. There's no doubt prophecy fulfilling, and the day of judgment is near. Like a thief in midnight, you will appear. Because only you know my heart. You know my heart. Now it's time to make that new start. Don't run it now. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Hold me, Jesus, hold me. Hold me. Hold me. Have your way on this. Because I'm born again. Yes, I'm born again. Our son is born again. The child is born again.
I am the door, he said, the pathway to salvation. He that enters by me shall go in and out and find pasture. Come to me, all you that are heavy laden, and I will give you rest, says the Lord. Take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn it. No, but that the world through him might be saved. For it is by love and for love of humanity that the Father sent his only Son, that the human experience can move from mortality to immortality. Hold fast to the treasure of life. What is that treasure, you ask? It is the precious blood of Jesus Christ. Call upon him today, for whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord.
Brain automatically defaults to roast. Old couples. My beautiful fiance, whom I'm soon to marry. Fat drooling babies that salivate at the sight of their fists. Because I love kids and night skies and stars that sparkle over the sparks that fly like the 4th of July from innocent teenage chemistry. February 15th. Because the 14th is just capitalism. And since love is patient, one should be able to wait until the next day when all the Valentine's gifts go on sale. Okay, that may be a bit much, but usually when I ponder love, my mind instantly computes the happy, blissful euphoria produced by oxytocin. And maybe that's just a way of me disengaging from the hurtful, heartfelt reality that sometimes love hurts. Like harsh words impelling through your soul as invisible Excaliburs of vernacular that can't be removed, sticks and stones worded to break your spirit. It hurts like love reciprocating hatred, rejection, envy, pride, abandonment, and abuse, which oftentimes may produce fear, which may shed light on the dark truth of why we hurt those who love us and hate those who hurt us. So initially, it's more to love. And we can infer that it's more than happiness. So here's a penny for your thoughts, and I hope this makes sense. Since love can't be bought, it's definitely not money because there's no fruit that can be produced from the love of it, the root to all evil. But it has to be more than that leftover dusty ashtray change we give to homeless people for our convenience. Because subconsciously, most fear inhabiting the house of poverty, which is why most are so busy grinding their fingers to the bone, climbing the ladder of success, only to reach the bottom of the totem pole of this Rumpelstiltskin wolf chicken we call the American dream. So obviously, it is more than our selfish and deceitfully wicked hearts that offer heartache and desire immeasurable things that flood us as it beats the life out of someone. See, that's what our hearts do. They destroy. Like in Genesis, God gave Adam and Eve the world. Yet Satan used their flesh to give him reasons to give us hell. And even in that instance, he gave his son, Jesus, a man undesirable in appearance, yet Lord of all in servant form, one who knew no sin. And before he would introduce himself, his pores cried crimson tears of distress. He sweated blood to resist temptation because he knew his blood would be shed on that cross, yet he still willed that his Father's will be done. Could you imagine how he broke bread with betrayal? This is my body broken. Take ye, eat. This is my blood. Take ye, drink. And as long as you do this, do in remembrance of me. And this, before that kiss of death that led him down the road to his demise, beaten, bearing the burden of the cross to be crucified, 2 nails in his hands, 1 in his feet. It is finished. Sky black, death face defeat. 1, 2, 3. He ain't down for the count because he rose. He rose, eyebrows of questions as the stone of his tomb was removed, only to find scraps of linen. He rose like a tidal wave of grace, beating at the shores of our hearts to wash away our sins. He rose like a beautiful springtime flower pollinated by honeybees. So wake up and smell the roses of our hero, because he rose. He rose for salvation of those who shall repent and believe.
The world is changing from his first album in a decade, Upside Down 2020. Here is Buju Banton.
Reflection. As Romans is way down. Consequence in actions. Coming of my drugs and the rain of gospel thunder. One speaking of the earth is Christ to make their life in order. The person who will my prophets on that marijuana. One is how to one of the 12 people up on their right treasure. Who is the biggest weapon to so many times can't start. We take the ultimate prize, look at what we get. If I receive one question, I have been answered yet. I am in the this is no at all. He said the 19 comes to serve me ultimate. Nothing that I read sound to run over. Yeah, Coming of my drugs and the rain of gospel thunder. One speaking of the earth is Christ to make their life in order. The person who will my prophets on that marijuana. One is how to pray. One of the 12 people up on their treasure. Who is the biggest weapon to so many times youngsters? And no and no. Still. Pontificating and preaching about because this congregation they must accept the Lord and seek salvation to enter. Every one sent that night in that your Remember they promised for election, they will work that Sunday down. Not such a move will be started for the strike countries. Investment climate, what will grow your land? And people go to stop that day. You would have no problem. Their papa will take care of us. Cause no before money started clean, plenty taxes gone away free. Right is up, youths are tomorrow, scared, don't know when they go back now, brother. That's why. One day, and pray to enter. Man, I tell me, you don't have to be Sabbath, you can't reach. No. What they need is to understand that it is God. It's from Islam. Muhammad said, "We are coming here." God, he promised to deliver, promised to save. He also promised that he will stand up that he will never make me feel unsigned. It's better line up all day, and I'm asking him, they go just up there, that is like their system. It's a priority for them. And so as a result, somehow, they don't fix it now. They are me better my fear but you, but they keep me trouble multiply like you. You see, promise to
and I must follow the teachings of Selassie I to enter. Very fun. You don't reach before and from back to front, you can't reach. You cannot whatever from government will be smaller, so let's ministry and you want me to stop it, no victimization, realize for every nation. When tribal war, it's about project we have a
Seek out the hopeless, confused and torn. Take your candle, go light your will. Take your candle, go light your will. See how he's trying to light his own candle some other day. See how your sister, she's been robbed and lied to care how your way. Thoughts are blazing, so let's raise our candles and light up the sky. Bring to make it safe, come in darkest time.
Discipline is simply defined as self-imposed standards for the sake of a higher goal. Again, discipline is defined as self-imposed standards for the sake of a higher goal. I'm talking now about self-discipline. All leaders have to have the quality of self-discipline. You are not a leader if you are not self-disciplined. Now, self-discipline implies that there are other disciplines. In other words, discipline externally is considered other discipline. A leader doesn't need much discipline from the outside. They self-impose discipline on themselves. And that is what we call self-discipline. Now, the key to achieving your vision is discipline. And this scripture found in Proverbs 29, we read it early this week. It says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Blessed is the man who keeps the law. A little definition here of what that means. Where there is no vision, people throw off restraint. That's what that word perish means. It means to throw off self-control. In other words, where there is no revelation of the future, people throw off self-discipline. So the key to your life is finding a vision that imposes discipline on you. In essence, vision is the source of discipline. I'll explain discipline in a minute, what it means, how it works. Discipline is the root of leadership. It actually is the very nature that attracts people to you. A disciplined person naturally begins to attract people because people admire discipline in other people. That's why we go to see athletes perform. We really admire the discipline that they put themselves through. If you do the same thing as a person, people will then begin to believe what you say. Your very life of discipline creates trust. People trust a person who they perceive to be disciplined. This is why athletes also are used to promote and advertise and market products. People, they are selling the discipline of that athlete. Okay? Not their fame, but their discipline. We think it's the discipline. I mean, it's a fame. It's actually a discipline. We think that if we wear Nike shoes, we will jump like Mike. Okay? So the idea that they sold us was, if you want to be like Mike, now you know 180 pounds and some chitlins, you cannot be like Mike. But you still buy the Nike shoes because the idea is what you're wearing. So you're buying the discipline that he has in his life that produced the kind of professional athleticism that he is known for. And so you are really impacted by the discipline. We love to watch sports and not play it. Why? We admire those athletes because of their discipline. The same thing is true about you. If you remain consistent and disciplined in your life, you'll find people will come just to watch you. And they'll want to actually pay to watch you. They'll bring their offerings and their tithes to watch you do what you do. It's incredible. So discipline is powerful. And according to the Bible, discipline comes from vision. Vision. A man or woman without a clear vision for their lives lives a very loose life. But a man with a vision, they live a very narrow life. Very important. The disciplined people live very narrowly. When a man or woman has a vision, their life becomes very, very tight. Why? Because vision simplifies life. What do I mean by this? Again, it'll take a couple of days to teach this, but it's very important. When you capture a vision, it simplifies everything. Everything. Because vision controls all of your choices after that. Once you know where you're going, you also automatically know what roads won't take you there. You understand that statement? So if you know what to do, you automatically know what you shouldn't do. Vision defines your what to do in life. Because vision gives you your address, your permanent address. It shows you your destination, where we get our word destiny from. Your destiny dictates your decisions. Write it down. Your destiny dictates your decision. So life becomes simple. If someone offers you something and it doesn't collaborate in its unity with your vision, it's easy to say no. See, but without a vision, it's tough for you to refuse things. Life becomes complicated. Let's take another thought here and see if we can push this a little further. You were not born to do everything. Say amen. Boy, I'm so glad when the Lord told me that. I said, oh, thank you. The pressure is off. We somehow have this attitude that we have a lot of things to do in life. I disagree. I used to think so myself. You don't have a lot to do in life. Isn't that wonderful? When you study people who have been successful in their lives and eventually became influential, like Moses, Joseph, Joshua, David, Paul, Jesus, Abraham Lincoln, Abraham himself. I mean, all these people, you think their lives, they're very simple people, very simple people. There's a term that is normally associated with them. Here's the term. This one thing I do. See, you got to get to the point where you're only living for one thing, and life becomes simple. People who discovered vision, they live longer. They live healthier. There's no stress. Stress comes from not knowing what to do. You remember the story of Martha rather, and Mary. Jesus said something to Martha that changed my life. Let me talk about Martha for a couple of minutes. Martha's an interesting woman. Martha is like most of us. We live on assumptions, even of God. Martha had a visitation from God. He came to visit her house. Guess what she did? She assumed he was hungry. See, that's the problem. We think we know what God wants us to do. One thing you learn from this summit so far is that vision is from God. You don't tell him what you are going to do. You got to report to him, submit to him, and stay still until you are clear of the revelation. Because without that revelation, there is no self-discipline. Martha ended up cooking for God and he wasn't hungry. And then she became angry because other people were not joining her in her busyness, which was not appropriate. In other words, she tried to get other people involved in things that was not God's will at the time. I wonder if you're doing that. Martha proceeded to cook for God. And then she came to God and says, look, why don't other people come and help me? Send my sister to help me. Now, the answer Jesus gave, you must study. It was a leadership answer. He said, Martha, you are so busy about many things. Say, neighbor, I think that's me. And that's what your life is like. All of you who have known me for the past 20 years, you know that I haven't changed. I've grown, but I haven't changed. There's a difference between growing and changing. I grow in my knowledge and my experience and my experience, but I haven't changed. I am still the same guy with the same message. Same intent. It makes my life simple. He says, you're busy about so many things. You're trying to do everything. You're trying to be everybody and trying to be everything to everybody. Then he said to her, Martha, big words, Only few things are necessary. Well, that's the beauty, eh? He said, look, life is filled with a million questions every day and a million things to do. He said, but only few things really necessary to do in life. Let me ask you a question. Are the things you've done for the past 11 months in this year, were they necessary? Don't answer it, just think about it. You might be shocked at your answer. The question then is, what is necessary? How do you define necessary? It's answered in the Bible very clearly. It's easy to find what's necessary. Necessary, according to Paul, the apostle, is defined like this. Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, he said, all things are permitted for me to do. I can do anything I want. He says, but not all things benefit me. Interesting. I don't care how old you are now, you're going to soon be dead. 70 years is so short, you ain't got time to make a mistake anymore. And if you're 40 years old, you are already over the 50% mark. So you better make sure you clear this thing quickly about what your vision is and define it so you waste no more days. You're going to be dead soon. This is no time for experimentation. This is the time for intentional living. You got to know where you're going now. This is too late to take detours and go through corners you ain't supposed to go through and wondering how to get there. You better know your destination from this mountain. When you leave here with your certificate tomorrow, you better have a clear idea. And that's why this session is important for you. Because you ain't getting no younger, see? He said, Martha, only few things are necessary in life. There's some people in your life who are not necessary. Some of you got the wrong company. And they've eaten up your time, wasting your time, eating with them and playing with them and watching TV with them and going to clubs with them and, going out to conferences with them and all this stuff. And God is saying, look, you're still not getting where you're supposed to get to. These people are distractions. Some of the books you have been buying are not necessary. Romance novels, magazines, fashion. I mean, they don't get you to your dream. You see, when you have a vision, it simplifies life. You can walk up to a bookstore shelf and know exactly what books not to buy. See, vision dictates everything. Matter of fact, let me just give you some indications of how it controls your power of choice. The statement here, I'm sure you know it well, right? Jack of all trades, master of none. You become a leader when you find the thing you're supposed to master. Everything that you do is supposed to be motivated by your vision. Everything. Vision is supposed to be the source of your human motivation. It simplifies your life. Do you know why most people are actually poor? I know why they're poor. Poverty, like we learned last night, it's not a problem. It's a result. Most people are poor because no one knows who they are. What do we mean by that? Vision helps you identify yourself before the people in the world. And because they know who you are, they know what to come to you for. Let me give you another statement, very important. This is so important. If you want to be successful, write this down. Do not seek success. Seek to become a person of value. Again, If you want to be successful in life, do not seek success. Seek to become a person of value. In other words, write it this way: make yourself valuable and they'll pay for you. Make yourself valuable and people will pay for you. That is what we do with gold, silver. How about gasoline, water? Our society has made these things what? Valuable. So we do what? We pay a lot of money for them because we made them valuable. Well, make yourself just like gold. In other words, develop a gift in your life that has become so valuable to everybody else that they will pay you to perform it. Les Brown and I were chatting one day, and we became good friends over the past 10 years or so. And one day we were chatting. We were doing a conference together, and I was telling him about this invitation I got to go and speak to this company. And I said, how much should I request as a fee from this company? And he said, how much do you think you are worth to that company? I said, I don't know. I was just starting in that particular area of the business of public speaking. And I said, I don't know, maybe $4,000 or $5,000. He said, that's all you think you're worth? I said, they only want me to speak for an hour and a half. He said, that's what you think you're worth? I said, how much do you charge them for an hour and a half? He said, $25,000 starting price. He said, if you charge them less than that, I'm ashamed of you. He said, you're better than me. And he was serious about it. So I filled out a contract and put $25,000. The check was in the mail the next day. Make yourself a person of value. Don't seek success. Let me give you another example of how it works. If someone had to think about something that reminded them of you, what would it be? That's a serious question. Because if they never think about you, that means you have never made yourself valuable. You have become a jack of too many trades. So you master nothing. You think of Tiger Woods, what do you think about? Michael Jordan, what do you think about? Barbara Streisand, what do you think about? Interesting. That's a good answer. Barbara Streisand, you think about two things, don't you? Acting and singing. She developed two gifts. What do they think about when they call your name? Your problem is they don't think about you at all. Become so good in an area that they can't ignore you. The world is filled with general people. You've come to this conference to cease being general. You're not in the general group anymore. You got to go home and decide for the next 20 years, I'm going to carve out a niche for myself that they're going to have to find me and can't ignore me. You ever heard Jesus talk? Or he talked with such confidence. I am the bread of life. If any man hunger, he made himself valuable to them. I am the water of life. If any man thirst, in other words, if anyone think of water, they think about me. He was trying to get across his value to them. So the crowds pressed him by the thousands to try and get to the water. Vision is what gives you this unique discovery about what you're supposed to master. So in my book on leadership, on my vision, I hope you get a copy of it and read it. It talks about the fact that sight is the ability to see things as they are, but vision is the capacity to see things as they could be. Now, this next statement is important. Write it in bold letters, please. All true visions will be tested for authenticity. All true visions will be tested for authenticity. If your vision is truly from God, life will test it to prove that it's authentic. So get used to the idea of challenges if your vision is real. It doesn't come to stop your vision. It came to test it, to prove it that it's true, if it's real. If a vision is terminated by trials, it was probably not authentic. Sometimes your vision may take you to prison, but you got to go there with it and come out with it, like Nelson Mandela. Suppose Nelson really wasn't serious about destroying apartheid when he stood in that courtroom as a 24-year-old lawyer. Just suppose. He said, you know, this ain't worth it, man. I'm going to go back to my job, forget these people. You know, they can stand the oppression. I got me a good job. I'm out of the neighborhood where I was, out of the slums. I'm going to be a lawyer in South Africa, and I'm going to make you some money, forget my brethren. He could have said that. But his vision was so authentic to him. He said, I'd go to jail and lose my adult life for the sake of this vision. How much are you willing to pay to keep what you believe in? Vision is powerful. Write this down, please. True vision is discovered when you discover something you're supposed to die for. Visionary leaders ask the question, what kind of history do you dream of making? We're in this session to talk about how to write that vision down. But these are some preliminary thoughts you need to have in your mind. What is it that you'd like to do to write your part of history? In other words, do something that they cannot erase from history. And you don't need to do great, massive things. We keep thinking I do great. For example, the woman who poured the oil on the body of Jesus, you know what he said about her? I mean, that was such a simple act, eh? She took some perfume, which is believed to have been some embalming type fluid as well, because he said, this was for my burial. The scent of that stuff was so strong, they knew what it was. Very precious spices from Northern Africa and Asia, and that was imported stuff, very expensive. She had a little vial of it, probably cost about $15,000 in our modern day currency. And she took that and rubbed it on the body of Jesus. I mean, it's just a simple act, and that's it. She vanished out of history. Guess what? We're not even sure what her name is. It doesn't tell us what her name was. Now, some people assume it's Mary and all that, Mary Magdalene. You know, it doesn't quite say who it was. But yet Jesus said, what she has done will be spoken of all through history. See, some of you think you got to build a big building like Dr. Miles Monroe or build a school. No, there's some little things you were born to do that they can't get rid of. For example, there's no such thing as the gospel according to Andrew. Is that right? Amazing. He has no gospel. But yet it was Andrew who brought Jesus to Peter. Or Peter to Jesus, rather. In other words, he was the connector. There has to be an Andrew that history can't forget. You may never stand here where I am and be under the camera light. That may not be your vision for being born. But whatever you're supposed to do is not supposed to be erased. That's why I am convinced you were not created just to make a living and pay bills. You were created to give life and make a difference with your gift somewhere. That's why you came to this place. Here are some things that vision will do when you discover it. 1, vision will choose your future. 2, vision will choose your friends. 3, vision will choose your library. 4, vision will choose your use of time. 5, vision will choose your use of energy. 6, vision will choose your movies that you waste your money on. 7, vision will choose your priorities in life. 8, vision will even choose your hobbies. Even the games you play should be related to your vision. I used to hate golf. Why? I didn't understand golf. You normally hate things you don't understand. And one day I was watching Bill Crosby on a show, and he was talking about golf, and he had me laughing, man. I was laughing. And Bill Crosby kept on saying, golf is a stupid game. Here these grown men out on this place hitting a little ball with a piece of stick, and then putting it in the hole, taking it back out, and then hit it again, put it in the hole. He said, this is so stupid. And so I got my philosophy about golf from Bill Cosby. So one day, a friend of mine who's here today said, Doc, you want to go play some golf? I said, golf? That's a stupid game. I said, only grown men walk around with a piece of stick, hit this ball in the hole, take it out. He said, that's a stupid game. He said, look, you want to go at least and go on the course and let me, at least show you how to do it? I said, okay, no problem. Let's go. I said, you got a day off. Let's go take it. So we rented this course, and we rented stuff because, I don't like golf. So they rented me the stuff, and they rented even the shoes I had on. I had to rent the shoes. We went on the course, and he said, hit, and he showed me how to hit the thing. And it was beautiful. I loved it. The environment of this, wonderful. And I hit this thing. And when I hit that first ball, an anointing came upon me. Some of you all don't know what we're talking about unless you've been. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Come on, you golfers. There's an anointing on the golf course that no one understands. I mean, I don't know whether I was, just born to be good at it. But when I took that thing and I swung, the ball went, whoop, and I went, you say, my God. I said, let me try that again. Hit it again. After the 4th time, I started feeling this thing. And then the guy says, look, it's time to go. I said, don't go yet, man. We got to just a couple more holes, man. We stayed there for 4 hours. Next morning, I said, let's go. The next day, we went on the course. And he had someone with him. It was a movie star. I said, oh, yeah, this is the guy who stars in New York Cops on TV. I said, I was interested in this guy. I said, wow, I saw you on TV, that's right. He said, I saw you on TV too, man. We began to chat. We walked into the golf shop on the course. So another movie star, another athlete, all the folks who I knew in boxes. I said, my goodness, this is where everybody gathers. Where the money is. I began to act like I was a golfer, Yeah, this is life out here. I said, man, how'd you do yesterday? Didn't know what I was talking about at all. My 3rd time on the golf course was incredible. They took me out to Pebble Beach. Now, you golfers know about Pebble Beach, right? Tiger Woods, Arnold Schwarzenegger, everybody. And I don't know anything about golf, nor Pebble Beach. I don't know what Pebble Beach is. So here we are going to the Pebble Beach, and I'm walking out there, and anybody who's anybody is there on the course. And I'm like, all the money's out here, billions of dollars on the course. And they say, this is where deals are made. I said, take me on the course every day. Mm-hmm. And the people I met out there are people who had my money. You can get it after I'm gone. See, some of you pastors ain't know what you're missing. You better go learn golf. The anointing is on the course, man. Your hobbies should be related to your vision. If you're going to play dominoes, play with rich people. Let your hobbies bring you into environments that expand your vision in your networks. Coming here, some of you came because there's a little vacation built into this, but look at what you are getting and meeting while you're here. And there are people in this group who got a lot of money. I mean, some of them I tell you, but you wouldn't know who you're sitting next to. They got millions of dollars, but they ain't here for that. They here for some other reasons. And part of it may be for you just to get to know one another. What do you choose to play with? Even let your play be with a purpose. Everybody say play with purpose. It's important. You know, having your own aircraft is incredible too. It's a whole new world because you never go through the normal airports anymore. So all the private airports are only filled with people who own their planes. You know what that means? Use your imagination. So now I meet all these people who you never see. It's amazing. Vision chooses your hobby. Next, big one. Vision chooses your diet. Number 12, vision chooses how you invest your money. 13, vision chooses how you write your to-do list. In other words, your to-do list should be created by your vision. What am I going to do today or this week? It will be things that will take me toward my vision. 14, vision chooses your attitude in life. If you know where you're going, it tells you how to think. 15, vision chooses your life. It tells you what kind of life you're supposed to end up living. And so it chooses what kind of lifestyle you begin living right now. Vision dictates everything. People who have no vision in their lives, they throw off restraint. They throw off self-control. They have no idea. 16, vision chooses your life plan. It tells you what to plan for your life, how to plan your living. And next, vision dictates your values. Very important. We learned about this all week. When you know what you were born to do, it dictates how you should behave and what kind of standards you should live by. Right away, it changes everything. Still writing? I'm sorry. Then it's too late. All right. Buy the tape and get the book. The impact of vision on leadership. Let's write this down, please. Vision clarifies purpose. It gives direction to the leader, and it empowers the leader beyond his assets or her assets. Very important. Vision clarifies purpose. In other words, purpose is what you were born to do. Vision gives it clarity. And then vision also empowers you to know the direction you're supposed to go in and your assets. It goes beyond your assets. In other words, vision does not allow you to live by what you don't have. It takes you beyond that. You begin to believe in things that you have no money to pay for. And that's important. Because if you keep living by what you don't have, you'll never rise above what you don't have. Vision literally creates resources. Vision attracts resources. People don't give to people, they give to vision. These things that you call government grants are literally resources that are looking for vision. When you go to get a grant, they don't say they can give you this to spend money. They always ask you, show me your vision first. What are we giving this money to? It's not to you, it's to the vision that you have. Vision attracts resources. And so it's important for you to really clarify your vision and make it so plain that anyone can see it like you see it. Wise people make choices that protect their vision. Very important. By the way, on the list I gave you earlier, it does say vision chooses your friends, huh? Let me tell you something about how important that is. Once you know where you want to go in life, it decides your company. I have very few friends in my life. Very few. And I don't want any more. I have millions of acquaintances. And I'm stuck with millions of brothers and sisters. They ain't my friends. You see, you're born with your brothers and sisters, but you choose your friends. And your friends are more important than your brothers and sisters. The Bible is very clear. It says a friend is closer than a brother. Let me define a friend for you. A friend is anyone who is willing, committed, and can help you get to your destiny. A friend is anyone who is willing and committed to help you get to your destiny. That's a friend. So if you want to be great, don't keep company with small-minded people. If you want to be a success, stay away from failures. Coming to this summit is a choice to keep company. You're keeping company with friends like us. You come here and you get your dream and your vision stimulated, fertilized, watered, encouraged. That's the right friendship you want. I always describe the example, to me, this is the greatest one I've discovered in life, is between Mary and Elizabeth. I talk about it all the time. You know, Mary was pregnant with the greatest gift in the world. And the angel said, if you want to have this baby, you got to go find Elizabeth. And when she found Elizabeth, it said when they looked at each other, the babies leaped. Don't be with anyone who doesn't make your baby leap. Your dream should be stimulated by your friends. Every time you're around them, they're supposed to impact you to keep going, to believe. Anyone who becomes a negative to your dream is what I call pollution. They are experts in abortion. Be careful. They are after your baby. Sometimes it's people of your own household. Sometimes your own family is bad company. You got to know that. That's why Mary had to leave Joseph's presence, because Joseph was not yet converted about this child. He was considering what? Putting her away. Abortion. There's some friends that you left home before you came here, and when you go down the mountain, you got to go down the other side. I am not kidding, because what you heard here this week, you better protect it. You should have never come here if you want to keep your old friends. Write this down. You can outgrow your friends. A lot of you don't know how dangerous your company is. So let me give you another principle to work with. If in your group that you call your friends, if you are the smartest one in the group, it's time to leave the group. If they always asking you the questions, you may think that's great. That's bad. You want to be in the company of friends who make you think, who expand you, who you ask questions to. People who ain't going nowhere want you to go with them. That's why they don't want you to leave the group. Because folks who ain't doing nothing want you to do it with them. So they say, oh, you're going to join that other group, huh? You're going to abandon us, huh? Absolutely, yes. There are some friends who I grew up with right here in this island. I'm talking about 40 years ago. And they are still sitting under the same tree, playing on the same domino board with the same dominoes. I can still find them. And you got friends like that too? Vision chooses your friends. Vision is the best next thing to time travel. I like that, man. I tell you, that's great. You know, when you have a vision, that means you are spacey. Always spaced out. Great to be spaced out, because Earth is too dangerous to live on. Vision is seeing the future before it comes into being. And here's what vision means. Vision means you expect more of your world than what you see. Vision means you take bold steps of faith. Vision is a venture out with risk-taking courage. Vision means to dare to hope for something beyond yourself. Vision is critical. Well, I could almost hear in my spirit some of you are taking some good notes. And when I hear this again, this is going to sound just like yours. You're going to teach this up. At least tell them you got it from the summit. At least, you know, you don't got to call no names or anything. Just say, I got it from a summit I was at. Vision is so critical. It literally makes you believe in a better world. It becomes more real. And I believe what we heard in the last two sessions we had here was so deep. I was taking notes like crazy because what we heard was so critical. And Dr. Chris was talking about the subconscious mind. And then Dr. Raphael Messiah was talking about the subconscious mind. It's so important. I was sharing with one of my colleagues when he was teaching. I said, do you realize what he just said? That your body and what you show us is fake. Your real self is your subconscious self. So if nothing gets into your subconscious self, it's not real yet. That was a powerful thing. That's why the Bible said, let these things sink down into your heart. Get it into your subconscious mind. Then it becomes real. All right. Vision is unlimited sight. That's the Miles Monroe quote. So make sure I give him my name on that. It's unlimited. Ability to see without limit. The power to do that. All right. A couple more comments and then we look at this, the system of writing your vision down. The vision you have for your life creates consequences and affects how you spend your time and your resources. What does that mean? It means that a strong vision inspires passion. This passion transforms and controls your life, and vision is the source of that discipline that life creates. Without vision, sight has no hope. Therefore, when you have vision, you can always live in the midst of difficulty with a good attitude. A good attitude. The greatest leaders in the present but focus intently on the future are the ones who win. Living in the present is fine, but don't put your focus there. It's too much depression. Be an agent of hope. Moving too slow. All right, here we go. Here are the 10 components of writing a vision. I give you a chance to ask some questions in the last 5 minutes, okay? Number one, a vision should be clear and simple. When you're writing a vision down, please do not be afraid if you're writing many pages. Now, let me just explain this to you. The process I sometimes take my classes through in training to write vision, especially when I'm dealing with corporate companies, I tell them, I said, the first you got to do is go find a quiet place. Get away from everybody. Take no music with you. Get away from television. Get away from all distractions. Go on the beach or go in the bush. Because in order for you to hear your insides, you got to get rid of distractions on the outside. If you study the Bible carefully, the characters in Scripture, most of them received their vision for their lives when they were out in the hills somewhere. Moses used to live in Egypt, remember? That was big civilization, big city time. For 40 years, God didn't show him anything. But now he's stuck in the back of the desert as a fugitive, with sheep who can't talk to him, no trees, barren land. And God says, I think I got him now. David, stuck out there in the hills with them sheep, little harp, nothing to do all day while the sheep are eating, just kind of sitting down there worshiping God. Gets a vision. Joseph, out there in the back of the hills, no big city lights, no shopping centers, no malls, out there by himself. God shows him his dream. The reason why you can't see is because you're looking too much. Your heart cannot see because your eyes has too many distractions. You're going to write your vision, you got to first capture it. And you capture it by getting positioned in a certain way where you can hear what God has been saying all these years. Let me just stress here that your vision is not outside of you. God hid your future where you can't miss it. You've been told by religion, go and find God's will. And so for the past 30 years, you've been going from this prophet, to this meeting, to that meeting, this conference, that conference, this crusade, this bishop, that bishop. You've been trying to find it. Some of you even went to, I want to say it, astrology. Follow me now. I mean, you went all kind of stuff to try and find why you was born, and God is saying, this is stupid. There's a book out there, 3 books out there. I want to recommend you buy them. 3 books on potential. Please buy all 3 of them and read them in succession. The first one is Understanding Your Potential. Read that one first, Understanding Your Potential. And read number 2, Releasing Your Potential. Then number 3, Maximizing Your Potential. Why? I spent 30 years studying this. And I discovered life is very simple. Life is simple. God hid everything that a thing's supposed to become in itself. So your future is not ahead of you. It's trapped on the inside. A forest is not ahead of the seed. It's in the seed. Your future is in you, been there all along, but there's too much noise. So as you get home, clink, remote on. In the car, boom, 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 boom. So as you come out of the car, friends, yap, 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 yap. God is saying, man, this is a lot of noise for the last 50 years. I can't even get to this person. How did God get to talk to Abraham? God said, leave your home. Let's talk in the mountain. See, the reason why you can't discover what you were born to do is because you don't even make time to discover. Sometimes that's why God would allow you to get sick and drop you in the hospital for a couple of weeks on your bed. And then you finally hear God's voice feeling. Because you don't take no time. And by the way, please get that book on prayer. It's very important. Because, did I lose that? In the name of Jesus. Because it is important for you to understand that God doesn't play cat and mouse games with us. He wants you to know what you were born to do. So you got to write it down. You have to write it down. It might be the plug. Now, this book on prayer. Oh, you got one here. The book on prayer. Write this down, please. Write this down. It's going to be very shocking to some of you, but please write it down. Meditation, write it down. Meditation is the most important aspect of prayer. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Most of you never meditate. Never. You talk too much in prayer. You never hear from God while you're talking. And 99% of your prayer is you talking. And when you finish talking, as far as you're concerned, the exercise is over. So you leave. Please buy this book. Let me tell you, your dream is never revealed to you while you're talking. And we think prayer is talking. May God have mercy on us. I want you to go back home changed. Are you? I said, are you? When you go to pray again, please pray 10 minutes and sit for 60. And just listen. You'll be amazed how loud he speaks. Finally, he gets to talk. Meditation. Prayer is you talking. Meditation is you listening. Suppose you and I have a conversation. You come to see me to ask for some things. You tell me everything, and then don't wait for me to even tell you what I want to do. You just leave. That's stupid, isn't it? We do it to God all the time. And God goes and say, wait, don't go. I didn't answer you yet. Where you going? Wait. And you're gone. You think you already did your prayer time. See? And you keep asking God, how come I'm not hearing from you? How come I'm not getting any direction from you? God's saying, because you don't wait for the directions. You give me instructions. Is this good? Yeah. Dangerous stuff, right? You must know where you came from. Now, am I lost? God forgive you. Okay. Anyhow, everything I know is already downloaded in me because it came out of me. All right. Number 2. Write all of your desires on paper. All of them. Now, this is important. You might end up with 10 pages. Don't be alarmed. We're not ready for simplification yet. Write all your desires down. Think about everything you would desire to do before you die and just put it on paper. It may end up being 10 pages. I mean, my own was about maybe 8 or 9 pages when I worked with this as a teenager. Don't panic. You're getting out your desires. The Bible says, I will give you the desires of your heart. But he says what? You got to trust me first, eh? Trust in him means what? You trust in what you're hearing. And then he will give you what? The desires of your, point at your heart. Gotcha. He's talking about the mind. In other words, all these things you've been thinking about and ignoring for the last 40, 50 years has been the voice of God. You know, let me give you something very important. The voice of God is so simple, we ignore it because it's not sophisticated enough. You ever heard, quote unquote, men of God talk like this? Quote unquote, men of God. The Lord spoke to me last week and said, and then it made you feel bad, right? I mean, you sitting there going, how come he never speaks to me? Okay, and you begin to feel like these are very super spiritual people. So let me just destroy all the stuff you think about. All they meant was, I had an idea. Whether it's Benny Hinn, or Copeland, or Hagen, or Oral, what they're simply saying is, I had an idea that wouldn't go away. Rather, then if that's the case, then God's been speaking to you for a long time. Don't mystify this thing. Your vision is the thoughts that won't leave you. Your vision is the dream that keeps coming back for 30, 40 years. It started when you were 10. Your vision is the desire for you to do something that keeps coming back. It's your deepest desire. I'm not talking about desire for house and car. I'm talking about the desire to change a situation in your world. It's there. I know you've been feeling it. That's why I told you that your purpose in life is the thing that makes you angry. It's the thing that you keep seeing and you get mad. No one else gets mad at it, just you. Whatever makes you angry, you were born to solve. Start writing that down. Write down what you feel is a solution to the thing that makes you angry. Those thoughts, I remember reading this as a young teenager in the book of Psalm. It says, the thoughts of a righteous man are always right. I couldn't believe that when I read that, because I was taught by the church, do not trust your thoughts. The thoughts of a righteous man are right. Righteous means what? Properly aligned with God. That's why you trust in the Lord. Get yourself aligned properly, and then he will give you whatever comes out of your heart when you're in that alignment. The desires that you have. That's why you came to this summit. There's some desires in your heart that you want to accomplish. And they're being refined here. You go back to your hotel room in the nights and you begin to think. Look at the window, out of the ocean, you begin to think, my God, what am I doing in this place? I'm feeling some things that frighten me. That feeling is good. Feeling is good. Don't be afraid to dream while you're here. Most importantly, write it down. Now, when you write all of your desires down, like I say, you may end up with a lot of information on paper. It's important for you then to simplify those 9 pages of paper to concise one-sentence statements. In other words, you may have 7 or 8 different things that you really feel strongly about. Just write them down and simplify them in sentences, simple sentences. I remember mine, when I began to crystallize mine, I had a passion to see young people changed. As a teenager, I had this passion. So I wrote it down. And then I began to think, how can I do this? I began to think I can do it through music because I had this natural gift of music. So I wrote down I would write music specifically to attract young people. I began to simplify it. Then I said, okay, so then I will write music and I will form a group that will sing music that will attract young people. And my vision began to get clearer and simplified. I ended with this idea. I'm going to form a group that will produce contemporary Christian music to attract young people so I can tell them about God. I had it all on paper. And then the vision began to grow. We started having, I formed a group. We started writing music. Music began to attract young people. We had 4,000 or 5,000 teenagers in the same island coming together to hear our music. And we tell them about God, they got saved. I was 16, 17 years old when we started doing that. And then the problem started, what do you do with these young people? Because they weren't going to church. They came on the streets. So the vision grew. We had to form these relationships with these churches to send these kids to these churches. Now the churches didn't know what to do with the kids because the church, were not prepared. So we had to develop a whole new system of meeting on Saturday nights. So we formed this other little place called, Crossroads Lighthouse, where we could have all the kids meet because they had to find somewhere to go. And we started these coffee houses. In other words, as the vision is simplified, it begins to grow. Because your vision creates more new opportunities for you to solve more problems that are raised by those solutions that you already given. Your vision may start very simple and it ends up being a conglomerate. I mean, today our organization is worth, multi-millions of dollars, but it started with 7 people in my apartment. Just to solve a problem. There is a passage of scripture that is very, very simple but profound. Proverbs 19:21, my favorite verse. It says, many are the plans in a man's heart, but it is the Lord's purpose that prevails. Proverbs 19:21. Many are the plans in a man's heart. Vision must be captured. You ever heard these scriptures? Paul says, Capture every thought. You ever read that? And bring them down to the obedience of Christ. In other words, don't just sit there thinking, capture them. Bringing them to the obedience of Christ means that you compare them to the word. And if it's in line with the word, he say, hold on to that thought. No matter how big the dream is. Casting down imaginations and every high thought that what? Exalts itself against what you know about God. All the others, you capture. Why? That's them talking to you. So you get an idea that you're going to build a boys' school to help young boys in your city. Or you're going to build a girls' school to help girls. You check the Bible, see if that God's against that. If God ain't against that, you better start writing down your dream fast. That's your assignment. So I got this idea of robbing banks. Got a big dream how to rob banks effectively. You can compare it with the Bible, thou shalt not steal. Okay, so then that can't be God. See, it's not difficult to figure out God's will for your life. Are you with me? Yeah. Have a desire to be a multimillionaire so I can be rich and go play golf and go boating all my life. Compare with the word of God. No one gets, this doesn't fulfill the Great Commission. That's not a vision from God. No one gets saved with me having $1 billion in the bank. Casting down imaginations and every high thought that exalts itself against the knowledge of God. Then it says what? Bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of who? All right? Capture it. Number 2, simplify. Number 3, document it. Document means you write it down, put it in a form that you know that you can understand, and what your goal is to try and get your entire life's purpose in one sentence. Now that may take a long time to do, but it is possible to do it. You want to reduce your life to one sentence. Write that down. If I can ever get you to get that point, I'll be successful in this last session. Reduce your life to one sentence. In other words, you have to somehow identify your gifts and your talents and summarize them in one sentence to the point where you know this is who and what I am. This is what I bring to the world. This is what I give the world. This is what I offer my generation. This is me, and this is what they need from me. That's your vision in life. You got to capture that in one sentence. Next, you must communicate that simple sentence. Put it in a brochure. Make a plaque out of it. Put it everywhere you are. Talk about it. Talk about it to people. I told you earlier this week that people exist to help you, but they got to find you first. You got to capture that. Then make a plan based on that sentence. A plan is your strategy to get to your vision. By the way, I learned something about planning. God doesn't plan for you. Next point, revise your vision. Notice the word revision has vision in it. Re means what? To go back. So a revision of your vision means you keep going back to check to see if you're on course. Because God may even adjust some things. He may even change. Don't be afraid to give God something to adjust. And finally, evaluate your vision. Evaluate your vision means that you keep judging yourself. Am I doing what I state I was born to do? Or am I getting off track? Few suggestions. Suggestion number one, your greatest enemy is distraction. Suggestion number two, the greatest distraction is not bad things, but good things. The greatest distraction to your vision is not doing bad things, but what? Good things. Important lesson to learn. And finally, vision comes in phases. It comes in phases. It's fulfilled in phases. There's a term I use in my book. It's called phasal. I created that word. Vision is phasal. Phasal, P-H-A-S-A-L. It's phasal. What I mean by that is vision, God gives it in phases and is fulfilled in phases. What you're doing right now, you might not be doing in 10 years. This may just be a phase of the vision, a part of it. God expands it. In my book on leadership, there's a chapter I did on the purpose for leadership. Make sure you read that chapter twice. In that chapter, I talk about the fact that the greatest enemy of right is good. Write that down. The greatest enemy of right is not wrong. It's good. Satan knows you are too smart to do something wrong. So he'll basically focus on getting you to do something good. Because when you do something good, you think you're doing something right. You were born to find out what is right for you. When you find out what is right for you, then that's what's right for you. Everything else may be just good or wrong. So preoccupation with a good thing is no substitute for the right thing. Stay with what you're born to do. That means you should not accept every opportunity that comes along, even if they are good. Are you listening? Don't let people come into your life and change your vision to do something good with them. Statement I make often. Simple statement, I live by it. Learn from others, but never become them. Learn from others, but never become them. It's important to learn from people. We don't want you to be like us, any of us, any of our team. No. We want you to learn from us. We want you to be yourself. That's the ultimate joy of life, is to be yourself. I have so much more to say to you now, but you could not take it. Are you happy you came here today? Anybody feel pregnant? Come on, man, say yes. Yeah. Yeah, my brain is pregnant. And I will have delivering a baby. I believe that the greatest thing in the world for you to discover is yourself. What you're doing now is not all you were born to do. Your greatest enemy of your progress right now is your lack of success. I'm afraid of success. Successful events, I'm afraid of them. Because success can stop you from progressing. What you were born to do, is so much bigger than what you're doing right now. I don't care how great you think you are right now. Don't get stuck in that stuff. You're awesome. I say you're awesome. Some of y'all took a week off from work. I know that. Listen, you can have a great day when you go back to work. Just remember that job is not your permanent address. Yeah? Go back to the job with a good attitude now, okay? Tell them, enjoy me while you can. I know you can't pay me what I'm worth, but I'll be here for a little while. I'll exercise my gifts in your environment, and I'll use your materials to develop myself. Any questions, please? Let me quit. Yes, sir. Important to get questions here, so please listen. We'll leave together in a minute. Yes. Yes. Let me give you a little suggestion here. If you have a vision statement already written, and you would like for myself and others in our team to take a look at it and critique it for you, then we'll be happy to do that. If you are a member of our association, that is one of the things you have access to immediately, our input. We can go beyond that. If you join our association, we will even offer you monthly tips in our newsletters that we will be producing this next year, teaching letters, we call it, for leaders. And this will help you understand these things we're talking about in practical terms to check you on. You also have opportunity for us to answer you personally. You send us your emails of your vision statements. We review them, and we can send you back our comments to help improve it, refine it. If you're not sure of how you want to do it, how it should be done, we'd be happy to help. All right, I'm finished. That's fine. Oh, you want to put them there? Y'all can write that list down too. That's the list of instructions. That list you want to teach, okay? You better write that down. That's good stuff. So that question is important. Yes. Do you have it with you? Do you have one with you? Okay. So when you do it, you send it to me. Make sure you fill an application to join the association, and we can have an ongoing dialogue. Myself and some of the others, we'll be able to help you through all of that. Okay? Because we want everyone to make it to the top. That's what we want. We want everyone to make it to the top. And you are one of those people who deserve to be at the top. Yeah. Yeah. Really, it doesn't matter, at any level. The minute you join the association, you have access to our resources. There are different benefits at different levels. We'll be talking about that tomorrow when we close out on our last graduation session. You'll have a lot of information about the association, so we'll deal with that. But right now, we want to focus on vision. Yes? And mission. Very purpose. Very important, okay? I didn't get to that because this computer went off. But let me give you the three things. Write this down. Purpose. His question was, what's the difference between purpose, mission, and mission?
All the days of my life I praise you. Everything that I have now, you give to me, Baba. Lord, I sing for the love I'm great. Oh, just you love me plenty, you give to that body. Jehovah Rapha, Jehovah Nissi, I am the I am. Ooh, oh, there's no one else like you. But I love you, He has taken away my sorrow and now I'm free. I got my hallelujah power. Double, heavenly blessing, I am at every sea. Your grace and mercy, how it follow me.
Just giving you victory. Come, let's dance, let's give him praise now. Jesus, giving you victory. Come, let's dance, let's give him praise now. Double, double, heavenly blessing, I am a receive. Ah, the grace and mercy is always the follow. To bring in things, God, you ready.
The lips of the righteous teaches many. But fools die for want of wisdom. The rich man's wealth is in the sea. Fixation of the soul is vanity. Destruction of the whole is their poverty. The poor man's wealth is in a hole. Why do you fight each other? Why do you kill your brother? When your reward will be the same tree. Got to be a better nation. Clean up job creation. Oh, beautiful. The lips of the righteous, it teaches many. But fools die for want of wisdom. The rich man's wealth is in the sea. Fixation of the soul is vanity. Destruction of poor people is poverty. The poor man's wealth is in a hole.
There's a girl in the corner, just turned 18. Ever since she was little, it was always her dream to marry a man, treat her just right, with loving best friends for the rest of her life. But as she grew up, her friends all grew cold. So she twisted her life just to fit in their mold. Now her biggest fear is that she'll be rejected. She'll try anything to feel loved and accepted. She posts photos on Instagram, hoping that now her body attracts what her heart can't somehow, slowly turning herself into something she's not, desperate for anyone to think that she's hot. But the love that she craves has never come through, and all the dreams she once held just haven't come true. If you ask how she is, she'll say that she's fine. She disguises it well, but she's dying inside. She tried parties and drinking, just a little to start, anything to fill that big hole in her heart. Now she's sleeping around, hoping love will be found, but her heart lies empty from the sorrow she's drowned. Because deep down she knows that she is not bold. She puts on her fake smile while she bleeds. On the outside, she'll build so her life will seem filled, but on the inside, she's never complete. There's a boy on the streets, acting all rough, bullying others just to make him feel tough. He puts on a show so his ego will grow, puts everyone down to try and raise himself up. People assume that he's always been cold. It seems like there's nothing that could tame his soul. On the outside, he's callous with a heart made of steel. But inside, he's been broken by the pain that he feels. He's the abuser at school, but at home, he's abused. With a dad always drunk and a mom always bruised. He's lost count of the times that he's gone to bed crying. He's never found peace, and he's got tired of trying. Now he's lost all his hope, and his trust is worn thin. So he hurts others first before they can hurt him. He takes out his pain on the kids at his school while desperate for someone to think that he's cool. But deep down, he knows that he is not bold. He puts on his fake smile while he bleeds. On the outside, he'll build so his life will seem filled. But on the inside, he's never complete. Though we try not to show it and all try to fix it, in our hearts we're all broken, but no one admits it. They say that it's what's on the inside that counts. We'll put on a brave face, but on the inside, we doubt. We're all scared of the world. We don't know what we're facing. We're longing for something, but don't know what we're chasing. Now we face the same things that burden and break us. We'll look to each other for some feeling of status. We want people to view us, to follow and like, to favorite our looks and subscribe to our life. We treat retweets like morphine to cover the hurt of our friendless existence when our phone doesn't work. We're all grasping at glory and craving acclaim. It's the fuel in our tank, it's the drug in our veins. And as soon as it's gone, our heart hits the floor and we run to self-pity till our egos find more. Everyone out there keeps searching around just to find the right pill to pick them up when they're down. And we try our best, but we fail our own test. We pretend that we're swimming while we drown. Because deep down, we know that we are not bold. We put on our fake smiles while we bleed. On the outside, we'll build so our lives will seem filled, but on the inside, we're never complete. So what is the answer? What is the cure? What's the solution to being so insecure? Can sex, drugs, and money fulfill all your dreams? Or a 7-step process restore self-esteem? Well, if we're all here by chance and there's no higher power, then live life to the full, or just waste every hour. If it makes you feel good, then do all the more, and find satisfaction in what you adore. Just eat, drink, sleep, party, have fun, and die. Because what does it matter what you do to feel high? If you only live once, then do what you choose. And we're all here by chance, so you can't really lose. But the problem with that, it's ignorant lies. It's the best people offer, but never satisfies. It's like trying to fill a bucket right up to the top while it's leaking out more than you ever could stop. Whatever the world can produce is the answer. Just eats us away like an emotional cancer. There's nothing inside you to enlighten your soul. And you can't do a thing to make you feel whole. So what if we've been looking in all the wrong places, trying to find gratification to fill our heart spaces? What if the real answer isn't something conceived? It's not dreamt up by people, but something received. See, while everyone's trying to find a method that's greater, true help can only come from our Creator. And whether you believe doesn't change what is true. And all I can do is present this to you. We try to show our good and cover our bad. Just show the happy, but never the sad. But God isn't fooled. He sees under your mask. He knows all your thoughts and your unending task, that search for acceptance to keep and preserve it. But there's nothing good in us to ever deserve it. But though I am sinful and stood as God's foe, because he is good, he stood up and said, no, I won't leave you alone. Though you deserve hell, I'll love you and free you from your prison cell. I'll come as a man and I'll die in your place, taking your sin and giving you grace. But I won't stay dead. I'll rise from the grave. I'll show I'm alive and I'm willing to save. Now your time on earth may be still filled with strife, but repent, believe, and I'll give you life. So though I am wretched and hopeless alone, God chose to love me and make me his own. Now I'm alive when once I was dead. So I'm simply a beggar, showing where to find bread. See, the trouble we face has been true from the start. The heart of our problem is the problem of our heart. See, we're all full of flaws, full of sin, full of vice. Our hearts need transforming and cleansing by Christ. It's not superficial touch-ups, but supernatural change. It gives new breath to my lungs, new life to my veins. Now, whatever I go through, I don't need a fake smile because I'm forgiven, adopted, and loved as God's child. Now, it's not just my answer that suits me the best. Not just the nice lifestyle, valid as all the rest. No, it's the way and the truth and the life. The reason my smile isn't fake.
Failed. He is the short that they will go home. He is the calling of the home. See, so then you're calling, mother. Look at the light. Look at the light. If you look at hold on fast. You're born through the wings of the wind. You can say, he's the shoulders that there is no home. He's the calling us to come over. Over, tell them you're calling. Mother, Dios te salva, Dios te salva, Dios te salva.
Welcome back to Fan to Flame Dates. This date, we're going to be looking at intimacy, the most sought after human relationship. And you know, when God created male and female, he created us in his image. And God is not alone. He is God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. There's intimacy between the three of them that's supposed to be mirrored and modeled in the relationships that we enjoy together as husband and wife. And you know, when we look at the verses in Genesis chapter 2, we hear that phrase, they were naked and unashamed. And that's a word picture of intimacy. The idea that there's no fear, there's no shame, there's no secrets. And if we wanted to come up with a fun little quick definition of intimacy, it would be into me see. All there is to see. I'm not hiding anything. I'm not holding anything back. And, you know, today we look at three big forms of intimacy in the culture, the emotional, physical, and spiritual. But the social science tells us that there's 10 different types, at least 10 different types of intimacy. And we're going to explore those on this date.
First area of intimacy is intellectual intimacy. We start there because that's the beginning of our relationship. We begin to discover who we are, what our beliefs are,
What we think about.
what our fears are, and those types of things. Getting to know one another on an intellectual level, what's in our hearts, minds, and souls.
So it's not comparing IQ scores, but it's looking at,
Thankfully, no, it is not.
but it's looking at the common ideas we enjoy discussing, big ideas, big thoughts, maybe share a book together as a couple. We can go that way as well. You might score highly in intellectual intimacy if you enjoy going to a debate and hearing the ideas thrown around, or if you read a book together, and maybe even the great books, you know, Aristotle or Socrates. That would be some ways that intellectual intimacy would be felt and experienced in your relationship.
However, that's just not our cup of tea.
Aesthetic intimacy is sharing a common form of beauty. It could be outside in nature. It could be in an art museum or a music hall, or it could be snuggling in the sofa of your own house, listening to your favorite music. So whatever you find beautiful together and enjoying it together, that's aesthetic intimacy.
Like going to the beach and walking hand in hand on the beach. That's enjoying aesthetic.
Well, enjoying the sunset.
Exactly.
On the beach, yeah.
Aesthetic intimacy.
Mhm.
Creative intimacy is where we can create something together. Bruce and I enjoy creating a beautiful garden together, pots around the patio, and dreaming about what our pots are going to look like, what the patio is going to look like. We enjoy doing
Landscaping,
that
the
together.
pond, and all of those types of things are a lot of fun, yeah. But you can also create, we could be musicians and write songs together, perform songs together. We could be artists and enjoy painting together or decorating a home together. All of those are ways that creative intimacy can be nurtured and grown.
Recreational intimacy involves spending time together around the events of life.
That you
Life is
enjoy
about doing, and whether we're watching our kids do athletic activities or things like that, or whether it's us together doing something that we enjoy, like kayaking or riding waves at the beach or taking a hike or going biking, those kinds of
Being the
things.
same people, enjoy social
Exactly.
times together as husband and wife. So those are all things that build the social and recreational form of intimacy. When people think of intimacy, they usually think of physical intimacy or sexual intimacy. You know, physical intimacy is a broad category. It can be the holding hands, could be arm around, it could be scratching backs, could be hugs, could be a number of things. And all of those are somewhat sexual in nature. But usually when we talk about sexual intimacy, we're talking about the exclusive relationship between a husband and wife. And that's the way God created it to be. We're not to share sexual intimacy with any other person. We can share intellectual and aesthetic and recreational social intimacy with others, but not sexual. And, you know, what's interesting about sexual intimacy is that it grows as the other intimacies in our life grow. As we begin to share emotionally, when we begin to do things together and our feelings and our hearts grow closer together, the sexual aspect of our relationship grows and becomes more meaningful and more solidifying. You know, Karen and I have been married together for 40 years, and the physical intimacy that took place early on in our relationship is different than what's taking on later on, because our intimacy in other areas has grown as well.
But I do have to say that physical intimacy depends upon the emotional intimacy and spiritual intimacy you have as a couple. Because I can tell you, as a woman, I'm not interested in physical or sexual intimacy if we're not on the same page, or if we're having an argument, or
if other intimacies aren't in play.
Exactly, exactly. If I don't think he cares about anything else in my life, then I'm not really too excited about the physical, sexual intimacy piece.
Work intimacy is doing tasks together. So it could be household chores. It could be working in a soup kitchen in a church. It could be helping neighbors pick up fallen limbs in their, you know, lawn and garden. It could be doing things together, building something, working together, doing physical manual labor type things together, and a sense of accomplishment, a sense of team really is what makes this such a powerful form of intimacy.
Exactly.
And it's different than recreational. It's not for fun necessarily, but it's to be productive and to produce an end product.
And it just builds teamwork with each other.
And we have to support each other and help each other.
Right. The next area of intimacy we're going to talk about is crisis intimacy. And that's an intimacy that is established in our relationship by going through something that's traumatic, like a loss of a job, a death in the family. And in our case, years ago, it was we couldn't have children. And it was 9 years before we were able to have children. But it drew us together because we were on the same page. We both wanted it. We talked about it. We encouraged each other. And if one was discouraged about it, the other would try to encourage them and build them up. And so in our working together,
So you stand together to fight a common enemy or to beat a crisis or buffet, you know, a hardship. The standing together against something builds a unity and an intimacy that's very special.
Exactly.
Commitment intimacy is very important in marriage because so many people today believe that love is the basis of marriage and love is the basis of intimacy. And we know from years of being committed to one another that we're in it for the long haul. I'm committed to this. It's a cause bigger than ourselves. And when we're both working towards that end and we're both all in towards making the marriage work, that creates a sense of intimacy that she's the most special person in my life.
Unconditional love towards one another, where we're not looking out just for our own interests, but we treasure the spouse that God has given us, and they know that they're treasured and they're secure in that relationship.
So when you're feeling safe and you're feeling confident, you're experiencing commitment intimacy.
Spiritual intimacy is one that actually takes a personal twist to this. You need to develop your own intimacy with the Lord first before you can have a spiritual intimacy with your spouse. You need to
have something to share.
Have something to share. It can be spiritual intimacy can be in the form of praying together. It could be in the form of sharing a verse that meant something to you. It can be sharing the same moral values that are found in scripture, those kinds of things, and keeping the Bible and God's directives in our lives at the forefront of our marriage.
I think the thing that we've learned about spiritual intimacy is that we experience it differently as men and women. At least Karen and I do. I mean, Karen looks at her relationship with God as she looks at every relationship. You want to spend a lot of time. You want to be highly communicative.
Right.
You want to be interactive. And we as men tend to view our relationship with God the way we view his other relationships. We kind of pick them up and drop them off when we need to. And sometimes we go lapses where we're not as overly relational that way. And sometimes that creates a hardship in trying to connect spiritually. With Karen's expectations for my spiritual life are very similar to hers. And but basically what we've learned together, spiritual intimacy, is being able to pray with and for each other, and sharing some things from God's word together, doing church together, serving the Lord together in our ministry.
Oftentimes, women, for us, we really look to our husbands to be the spiritual leader of our home. And we have high expectations. And sometimes, or oftentimes, the men don't measure up to those expectations.
Because we feel inferior to you as women because of the things we just talked about.
So it's very important for a woman not to put unrealistic expectations on their husband, and to never, ever, ever make them feel like a failure in this area, because that will only make it worse. What you just need to do is just pray for them, love them, encourage them, and be the initiator of praying together, be the initiator of reading a devotional in the morning, whatever it is, but please don't ever make them feel like they don't measure up. Emotional intimacy is the sense of being connected in our heart, our mind, our soul, and it's where
Many people think that's a foundational form of intimacy. You don't really truly experience intimacy until you've achieved emotional intimacy, the sharing of your innermost being, your deepest thoughts, your deepest feelings.
And oftentimes, as a spouse, when your spouse is feeling weak, the other one is their strength. And he can be the courage when I'm fearful or afraid, and he can be my confidence when I am full of doubt. I think I've heard the song before.
You with us? I'm waiting. You with us? Yeah, we're not singing. Cover 10 areas of intimacy on this date, and that's a lot of material to go over. So we want you to go out now and get knee to knee, nose to nose. Look at the questions on the screen, spend some time talking about these areas of intimacy and how they're present in your life, and maybe how you can grow some of them. You can make these Fan and Flame dates available for free to all who come to fanandflamedates.com by going out to the website and hitting the Donate Now button. Thanks for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again at Fan and Flame Dates.
But please, he started walking. And none of them did no walking. At least he started walking, but he made one mistake. And if you're going to be a water walker, don't make this mistake. Because he started walking on the water, and can't you see him as he looks back at the boat and looks at the disciples and says, y'all see me? Thought I couldn't do it, huh? Look at me, I'm walking on the water. And I can hear Jesus say, oh, you're doing that, you're doing that. Well, let me just back off, and you go ahead and walk on the water. You know what happened. Peter went. Peter said, Lord, me. How much talent you have. I don't care how gifted you are. You gotta know God is the only one who's able to save you. There's a new season in such a God in Christ. You gotta get ready, because God is raising up a nation that's gonna be water walkers. I don't know how you feel about it. I made up in my mind. I don't want to get out there on ego, but Jesus, if you tell me to walk on the water, I will walk on the water. I think I got some witnesses here. Because when you get out of the boat, the devil in hell devil in hell. Now, how many of you know that the devil even comes to holy convocation? Not just the Holy Ghost, but the devil comes to holy convocation. That since the devil is in the house tonight, we need to make him know. We need to have a rehearsal, because before any great event, there's got to be a rehearsal. Dr. Judy McAllister didn't just get up there tonight. They prepared for the big event. I just want to put some water walkers. Papa Sunday, some water walkers that are about to get out of the boat and walk on the water. You're about to make the devil mad right now. I know. We're just symbolizing it. This ain't for everybody. This is just for water walkers. I need you, wherever you are, get out of your area and take 3 steps and just walk, walk, walk. They're still looking at you like you're crazy. Just have to say, get out of the boat, get out. Get out of the boat. You gotta wait till official Sunday to get out of the boat. But Tuesday, you know, musicians, the devil, is there anybody you know God will make a way somehow? Yes. If somebody wants to know how I became a crazy water walker, can I just tell you the truth? I learned it right here in the Church of God in Christ, because my daddy taught me ain't gonna be no boat mentality folk up in this house, and I'm so glad I'm in the boat, and I'm here to tell you something. Won't God go on?
Died because deep in their hearts, they know that they have not finished what they were born to start. That's why they don't want to die. When a person have discovered their purpose and have fulfilled their destiny, they welcome death. Death never threatens a human who discovers their purpose. The Apostle Paul, for example, was not afraid to die. As a matter of fact, the Apostle Paul died willfully. He decided to die. Let me quote him. I quote, "I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. I have been poured out like a drink offering. and there's nothing left for me to do. I am now ready to be offered. Wow. He had this clear confidence about death. So please write these statements down, please. Very important. First, I want to talk to you about purpose and destiny. Write the two words down. And I want to focus on, in this first segment, the laws of personal success from a kingdom perspective. Let's talk about success for a minute. Proceed. Now, success is something that every human wants. Everybody wants to succeed. But for you to succeed in life, there are 5 questions you must answer. And every human being on earth is trying to answer these questions right now, including the person sitting in your chair right now. These 5 questions control the human race. These 5 questions motivate everything you do. These 5 questions are so powerful that they create everything in this planet that humans do. These 5 questions are the source of all of your problems. They are the source of all the crime in your city. They are the source of all of your broken homes and divorce. They are the source of all corruption. These 5 questions are the source of every problem a human faces is in these 5 questions. In other words, our attempt to find the answer to these 5 questions is the cause of all of our behavior. As a matter of fact, you came here tonight and you're watching this program live around the world because of these 5 questions. I have reduced all of human life to 5 questions. Write them down. Number 1, who am I? The tough question to answer. Most people have never asked nor answered that question because it's a frightening question. The average human never answers that question. Who am I? The second question that you must answer to become successful in life is, where am I from? Where am I from? Again, 99% of the world's population never answers that question. That question has nothing to do with your ethnicity. Where am I from? The third question every human must answer to become successful on this planet is, why am I here? Why was I conceived? Why was I born? And I am certain that most of you sitting here in this room still have not answered that question. Why am I here on this planet? The fourth question every human must answer to be successful is, what can I do? What can I do? That question has to do with, what am I capable of? Again, over 90% of the world's population haven't answered that question. And the last question every human is grappling with is the question, where am I going? Where am I going? It is the question of destiny. Where am I going? Now, the first question, who am I, is a question of identity. Write it down next to it. The average human is still struggling with self-identity. That is why most of us are other people. For example, you wear Michael Jordan. You don't wear yourself. You wear Pierre Cardin. That's a person. You wear Fubu. You wear Sean John. These are people. Because you ain't got no identity, you want to be like them. So you need to put on other people's identity to feel important. You are sick. That's why your children are in gangs today, killing each other just to wear a Nike shoe. because they're trying to get identity. They would kill for a coat suit. In other words, that's why you wear your weave. Oh boy, I'm getting deep now. And you want to dress like other people. That's why you follow the styles of the day, because you have no identity, so you try to keep up with other people's style. You are battling with this question of, who am I? And some of you have lost your true self. You look like other people. It's a sign that you are battling with the question. You hate your own face, so you try to look like other people. You hate your own size, so you hurt yourself trying to be like other people. You just kind of can't find this, who am I? So you end up being somebody else. And that's why the entire industry of fashion is built on your lack of self-identity. They feed that by selling you other people's images. The second question is what? Where am I from? That's a question of, write it down, it's a question of heritage or source. You know, most of you would ask the question, where am I from? You say, well, I'm from Africa. That ain't true. I'm from Jamaica. That's true. I'm from Trinidad. That's true. I'm from Mexico. I'm from Brazil. That's not true. Some of y'all are so mixed up, you don't know where you came from. You check your granddaddy, he was white, and your mama was black. So how can you say you black? You mixed right up. If you try to find out where you are from by using your ethnic heritage, you would get lost. And here's the problem. You can never know who you are until you find out where you are from. So we got a problem. That's why you can't find out where you are from, because you don't know who you are. And that is why you don't know who you are, because you don't know where you're from. So you battle with this question. Where am I from? The third question is what? Why am I here? This is the most difficult one that people battle with. It's the question of purpose. And that is why we're going to deal with that tonight, because this one is tied to the other two. If you don't know where you are from and don't know who you are, you'll never know why you are here. It's the question of purpose. The fourth question, what can I do, is what? Potential. Potential means, what is my true power? 95% of the people in this room are living below their ability, guaranteed. You are only using 10% of your brain power right now. Who you are has never been discovered. What you are settling for disappoints God. What you are proud of, God is ashamed of. In other words, I discovered that to be a genius, all you got to do is use 1% more of the others of your brain, and they call you a genius. That's how mediocre our culture is. What can you do? What is your true ability? The problem is, our culture attempts to tell us what we can do. The educational system of your city is your greatest problem, because they attempt to judge your potential by their exams. And in one given week, they give you a test, and when you get a C, they say you are an average human. How dare they? You just had a bad day, that's all. That's why most of the greatest people on earth are people who never finished school. That includes Bill Gates. Because the educational system don't have the mechanism to measure how much you know. That's why I don't trust any system on earth. You are so smart, they can't measure your intelligence. Do you understand what I just said? Are you sure? So I want you, don't believe anything they told you about you. Some of you are still living under an exam you took 20 years ago. And they told you that you are not artistic, that you cannot calculate, you can never be a professional in arithmetic. You cannot add and multiply. And you believe them. Even today, you're afraid of a calculator because you believe them. Bible says, let God be true. And trust no man. That's why I don't trust any of your opinions of me. I'm telling you now, what you think about me don't mean nothing to me. So keep your thinking to yourself. I didn't come here for you to like me or approve of me. I liked me before you met me, and I approve of my ability in God. You can't touch this. You might as well clap your hands, get over it. Come on, clap your hands. This is very important. In other words, you and I must be careful not to allow people to judge us. I want you to take a look at this. These questions are the questions of life. And they summarize everything about humans. Take a look at this next point. And this is very critical. Write this down, please. The desire for every human being is to succeed. Everybody wants to succeed. Now, success is predictable. What did I say? You know, I keep telling people this, but they don't believe me. You can predict success. But the problem is, failure is also predictable. What do I mean? You can predict if a person will fail before they fail, because life is designed that way. You can also predict a person's failure. Life is designed that way. And why is success predictable? Write this down. Because life is designed to function by laws. Life is designed to function by law. God designed life in such a way that he makes success controllable. What I am today, I decided to become. This is very important what I'm saying. You should stop blaming people for your state in life. Whatever you are right now, you decided to be. That includes broke, busted, poor, and ugly. Whatever you decided, that's what you are. In other words, life was designed for you to succeed because God needs you to succeed. Your success is good for God for a reason. God built success into creation because the success of everything God created affects his reputation. Write that down, Pastor. What did I say? The success of everything that God created